Baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Loosen, baby. What's up, Mike? The weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go. Loosen, baby. You don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. I know. It's so funny because I was like, ooh, I should stretch. I should do this. I should do this before I start my live. And then the song came on and I was like, yeah. The weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go. Leaning. Holy. How's everybody doing though? How are you guys feeling? Can you ease this pain? Yeah, I do gotta stretch though. I'm gonna be doing like the 30-day yoga, and then I'm gonna be doing some yin yoga. That's what I gotta do. I gotta do like both, like the yin and the, the yin and the yang. The yin and the yang, But the yin for nervous system relaxation and putting the body into a restorative mode, because the thing about it is, you know what I mean? It's like when we're in that kind of primitive state, right? No, I just said that because kind of primitive joined, but when we're in that hypersensitive state, I'd break up in pieces from yoga. Well, hickory dickory dock entered, sorry. It's a thing, yoga, the thing about it is like, yeah, there's like formed foundational yoga, but there's also, yoga just means union, like coming into union with oneself, one's body. So yoga, even though there's like structured foundational yoga where you follow the, you know what I mean? But you can start with just the breathing and coming into union with your body. Just, ooh, see, a little crack, right? Breathe in, breathe out, a little crack. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be so like yoga scary, but just deeply stretching into the places where we wouldn't, where we wouldn't usually stretch, or where we wouldn't usually feel. What's up, JD? You know what I mean? So yeah, what's up, Spirit? What's up, you guys? There's a lot into just feeling your body. Oh my God, the whole time. Only Spirit. Thank you for hearting the like, Spirit. Thank you. But yeah, just the act of coming into the awareness of how you feel, and your eyes are so green. You never noticed this before? Yeah. Sometimes you won't believe it, but they look more brown because the brown will start to take over. But right now, for some reason, they are more green than, it really changes. It's like a back and forth thing. But yeah, union with one's body, feeling it. BC, before Christ. I'm just kidding. It means body communication. What is my body trying to tell me? My body is saying to me right now, you didn't drink enough water. Why do I say that? Because I feel a little of a tinge in my kidney. And my kidney is saying, you need to drink more water. With the finger, the proverbial finger. Not the middle one. But the do what I say. It's JD. What was her name? Kai? Was her name Kai? Listen, I don't ensnare people, so don't worry. I won't capture your soul. I don't feast, okay? I I'm just kidding, but I did get kicked out one time. Not kicked out. I did get live banned one time. Live bananaed one time when this guy came in here and he wanted to like start talking about my vessel in a provocative way. And so I told him that if he even thinks about my vessel, that I would come through his third eye like a demon and devour his soul. And in that moment, I knew I was capable of it. And in that moment, not only was I scared, but I felt the fear of everybody in my room. And instead of being like, yeah, all right, good, I scared them, let me back off and just, walk away, I sensed the fear and got really excited and kept going. And then they banned me. I was like, ooh, fear. I've never had such, I've never put somebody in fear like that before. You know what I mean? No, well, I mean, I hope we're not going there. I'm just talking about Scorpio season when I got banned, when I got live bananied, when I got the good old LB. For some reason I could connect with. Ooh, that's really interesting. Well, it's super transparent. You know what I mean? It's like Earth. It's like what you see is what you get. I don't know. There's actually a lot to be said. But you know something, the eyes is something. When you go into, what is that little thing? Oh, it's a light. When you go into like dimensional comprehension, I've had these portals, right? What's up, Brooke? I've had these experiences with these beings with like purple eyes in the astral realm. And then I've had like this vision of these red-eyed beings. And so I'm kind of like, but this is like in your head stuff. This isn't factual Virgin. You know what I mean? This is in your head things. Like, right? We get that, like, what happens there. It's we get it, right? Yeah, it's different. Who is that? Everything and nothing is factual. No, it's not. What kind of? Oh, shit. Let me see.
Hello. I
Hang on,
can't
let me
I
a
can't look at
second.
the screen directly
Let me
since your
check.
eyes are sort of like lit up. So I'm just gonna keep my eyes to the side because I don't know what happens. Like I know I have a couple of good friends. Their eyes are like her eyes are really green too, and in her eyes like shifts from like green to like light brown. Beautiful eyes, very very beautiful, and beautiful soul too. She is right. But her strength and how she is able to look through things, it's just mind-boggling because I don't see that in other women. Like I could notice it in her, and her side of that sort of, and I think it comes from the green eyes. I don't know if that's just built in her or it built in people or ladies with the green eyes. I'm not sure, but I observed many with the green eyes. They have this special power for some reason. I don't know how to like put it in words, but it's kind of interesting.
Well, that is very interesting. And Brooke, what are your thoughts? And hi, I'm well. It is really interesting because I've traced a little, I've traced a little something, something. I've done a little bit of tracing with it. And yeah, I've come across some lineages that trace back, and you kind of question and wonder, like, hey, what happened in the gene pool here? You know what I'm saying? With both, though. With both, because that's why he phased it. It was a little concerning, but I'll hear him out. The way he phased what? Oh, with the.
Oh, I was gonna ask you, have you done shrooms or like, cause these visions of these beings in a dimensional, this purple sort of being and red and these patterns that sort of come alive when you tap into that. Is that something you experienced or tried or done or?
Well, okay, so when I had the experience, like when I met the well, I didn't necessarily meet them. Like what happened actually, I could go into that, but no, that was just in like an astral dream. Now, when I've done my journeys, I've had many different kinds, all of which were very well. Okay, one was awesome and amazing, right? It took me to like this place of freedom, of restriction and essence, into like this place of warm, light energy, just where you could feel the unity that is always there, right? Always available. And I remember coming back from that and crying because I didn't want to come back to this reality because it was so cold and so dark and so like we're highly disconnected here, even though we're eternally, internally always like this. You know what I mean? It's like we're like this, but in these physical vessels, we stand in the seat of separation and division, and we're like looking at each other outside of ourselves, and it feels so separate and so cold at times if you're not able to see beyond the individuated perception. You could,
Right. I know what you're talking about.
yeah, you could feel alone. And back then, I was so young, and so I didn't have any, I never had a, oh, thank you, Brent. I never had a culmination of experience where I was able to bridge that reality to this one, like integratively, right? It was always kind of, hey, Adam. It was always kind of one or the other. It was like, but then there was also trips. So before I guess I even had my spiritual awakening, for me they just enhanced. I never saw anything. I never oh, you gotta mute. Yeah, yeah. I never saw anything. I never had any kind like psychedelic crazy stuff. I would see really weird things within people. Like I would see energies with them. Like one time this one guy had shapeshifted into like this kind of predatorial being. And what's crazy is before I had ever seen him through those lens, he was one of the males that was kind of predatory towards the females, like would try to go at them like if they were intoxicated or something. Like he was one of them. And then on the the ceiling, I saw it was just the weirdest thing because I had seen the shapeshift, and he's not the only person I had ever seen this with. And hi, Angela. And then also, you don't have to come up, but I'm inviting you just in case. But I know it's kind of like a new thing. But not new, but just different. Uh, but not different. But yeah, so then let's say when I had my spiritual awakening and I had more cognition of what was happening, what they showed me then was the integrative connection we share with animals through our DNA, and how through our ocular cavity there's like this thread that connects us with all of the animals. Hang on, I have to itch my nose and I don't want it
Yeah,
to.
yeah, that's just because
Yeah.
I just tuned in and responded to what you're saying because it's
Oh.
important. That's
I'm
why
just like, I
your
don't want you
nose is
guys to see.
reacting. Yeah, can you go back and show me specifically where it was that they showed you? What did they
Oh
show
yeah, no, it was,
you?
and actually this okay, so what had happened, I had laid my head on the ground, just on the ground, right?
I
And they
missed the start. By the way, sorry, let me just say, did my invite get lost in the mail?
No, this is what happened. I'm gonna tell you what happened. I was sitting here and I was like, rock
You're
or
fine.
not rock, I don't know. I'm gonna move
You're fine.
forward in
Uh-huh.
it was like this anxiousness. I had to pounce on it. And then I was like,
You're
first I
fine. You're
started my
fine.
live on
I'm
my
just teasing. I'm
no, well, I
teasing.
started it on my computer and I was gonna just do astrology and it didn't go well. So I was like, you know what,
But the
let
reason
me
I'm
put my
teasing
green
is
eyes on here. No,
because I'm a
what?
couple minutes late. I got the
No,
urge
you're
like
not
four or
late.
5 minutes ago, so I missed the start of the story. That's why I'm
Well, this
saying it.
we were taught he started going on about green eyes
Uh-huh.
because today for some reason they're extra, they're extra green. Um
For some reason, magically, nobody might know why.
don't look at the dragon in my soul. Anyway, listen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, how does that
So
work? Why does it light
yeah,
up?
wait, what?
I'm curious. Why do they light up? Do you want to share or
Uh,
no?
w-
Go ahead.
well, we did do a clearing specifically on the eyes, and I saw them
Oh,
get
see,
flooded, and I saw the light, and then I heard the song Daylight start playing.
oh, yes. No, she's right.
Yes.
She's right. That's what we've been doing for like the last 2 hours. But
Tw-
I was just like, oh yeah, they are extra green. Why? I don't know.
They are. They look like totally different, I would say.
They do. I know. Because when he
Ah, that
noticed
makes
them,
me so happy.
I was like,
But
whoa,
They're getting greener.
they're getting
when
They're
I
lighting
saw
up.
it,
Yeah.
they literally flooded. They flooded with light.
yeah. So I just started it and I
Your
waited.
second house
Right.
of Virgo.
Wait, what?
Did something happen in your second house?
Uh-oh, we're on like the third tangent now.
Angela. She
What
is the
happened?
Virgo in my second house. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so sorry. So he
No,
was
no, you're
saying your
good.
eyes are green, and then
And then we got into
Extra
science.
dimensional beings and
Oh,
purple eyes and then the
interdimensional
red.
beings, the violet eyes, the red eyes, and then he was like, was there psychedelics involved? And I was like, no, but on psychedelics, there was this correlation with us and the ocular cavity of the animals. And
okay, so what
yes,
is the ocular cavity when you say
the
that?
triangle ways like this.
Okay, is it like does ocular cavity mean like the sinus cavities? Is it like an actual physical thing,
I
or are you
don't
just
know. I don't know. I'll tell you this. All I know is it's the eyes, something with the triangle of the eyes and the nose.
uh-huh, yes, exactly. Because last night when we were doing that clearing, you know how I wrote the words and you said, those are words, Angela. You didn't.
Oh,
The
yes.
the oracular
Oh,
vernacular about the eyes. I've been hearing, and that's why I was telling you to trace down the nose. I've been hearing about this over and over and over for months. Like, yeah, the
see that
nose, yeah. I've been being told about the nose like
the nose
on
knows.
repeat for like a year. So,
But it has something to do with like it just I don't know. There is a connection within us and the animals having to do with the eyes and the nose.
uh-huh,
And then what was crazy, just to finish this part,
uh-huh.
well, okay.
Sorry I pounced because I was just
No,
super
no.
excited.
No, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no. I'm glad because my intention, I was like, you know what? I said if the field is right and I'm aligned.
Angela will come in just in time to pounce on you about the
Yeah, I said
the oracular
that's what I
cavity.
said. I said if then it will all align because you know how I'm kind of like and I just like here. So yeah, and we're here and this is what
And
what I
and
like.
again, I'm gonna let you go back to the story, but just so you know, you and I did have a conversation about you just moving as a manifester about maybe like an hour, 50 minutes ago. And I said to you, I was like, just so you know, you can feel the direction. You don't have to ask me, you'll just be able to feel it.
Yeah,
That
I'm
was the
so used
conversation.
to like
Hmm.
because for me, I don't know if it's a validation that's needed or like
Mm.
you know what I mean? Because I'm always looking outside of me for that
Uh-huh.
check. Like somewhere,
Uh-huh.
it's for me, it's got to come somewhere. So I'm always doing it to him, like outside check
Uh-huh.
me. Yes, no, okay. So
Uh-huh.
he does not do it a lot. He'd be like,
Well,
You're on your own." He
that
like because he wants me to learn how to manage myself, which is
right.
interesting because like help me manage.
In your defense, I think
Yeah.
that there's a protective functionality of that when you know that the integrity of your field is impaired. So as your field is, your eyes really are like,
I was shocked when you said that. I was like, wait, why are, because
yeah,
usually they're more brown. Like,
the
not always,
yeah.
but
It's
yeah.
not just the color though,
It's,
it's
it's
like they're like online. You're
like she's
online.
here. We're home.
Haha.
We're
Um,
in the
s
building.
Sorry, I got totally thrown off when I saw that because I did say to you earlier, I was like, we're gonna bring you online, but I still wasn't ready for it. Um, what
Hydrated.
was I trying to say? I was gonna try and say something, but
No, he
Uh,
was like, he had
I
an
have to say
initial
this.
reaction. Go ahead, go ahead. Whoever's gonna talk.
Didn't I tell you? Was it you that just Do it. Get on stage. Put yourself out there.
Yes.
Didn't I say something like that?
I
Yes.
remember what it was now. So I
Yeah.
was saying that the reason that you are asking for checks and balances is because you literally couldn't see. So now that you can see, it's safe for you. So that's why, like, you want to be hard on yourself and be like, well, I was just looking at myself and I shouldn't do that. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's actually like a wise and self-protective thing because you knew you couldn't fully see. And now the more that you can fully see, the more you'll be safe to just navigate yourself.
Wow.
There go.
That was deeply felt because yes, wow.
Uh-huh.
And then I will tell you guys, Bren is part of the reason. Actually, Adam or Hilroy, I'm sorry. Hilroy. Hilroy, the one day, remember?
He'll be right back. I don't know if he's in this window right now.
Oh,
He
okay.
said
Because
he said he was gonna go and then he'll come back. Oh no, he is back.
oh,
Are you
okay,
back,
what's
Adam? Maybe not.
we maybe not. Well, either way, so after I talked to Bren, Adam messaged me the night. Well, I did a video. The night I talked to Bren, I think I was on one of your lives, Bren. I think that's what happened. I had that conversation with you, and then I made a video the next day, very free flowing in that energy of my ascendant. And he messaged me and he was like, "Hey, what's this?" And I was like,
When was this? Like,
uh, because this was, let me look. Let me
I think
I remember.
to the
I was
snow.
like, what download did you get?
It was I.
Yeah, but I think there was more to it, but you were a big part of it. You were part of me allowing myself to be entertaining because
Mhm.
I can't help it that I'm entertaining when I'm entertaining. Like, I'm not going to turn it off for people's discomfort of, and I think I do it to make people, to disarm them, to make them more comfortable. It's like if I can make myself look ridiculous, you should feel better about not being so serious about everything because
Use that to your advantage. Make it be like,
yeah,
oh, the guard's down now. Aha! Now the show goes on.
with my
Like a
green
bamboozle
eyes.
effect.
No, that's what he was saying. He's like, the green eyes, the green eyes. And what's weird is like, turn on, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Brandon.
It is very,
So
very birthday to Brandon.
because
Mr. Eyeballs
sages.
is on my computer right now because I wanted to go see the video because there was something else going along that day that I think may have been relevant too, alongside of that. Yeah, but Mr. Blue Eyes is on my thing. So blue.
When was it? Did we answer that question or did I miss it?
No, I don't know yet. I'm looking. I'll let you know. I'll let you know in a minute. But I remember that day because it just felt there was something freeing about it. But I think it had more to do. I think there was more to it. They're too long for my attention span. You were there, yeah. That was the conversation with you. That's probably why she tagged you.
Adam's coming in with the date, the 20th of the 1st, 2024.
That was around. So yeah, I think that. Oh, yeah. Oh, he went and looked at the date. But yeah, no, it did help me be more me in the way of like I'm not gonna restrict.
Okay. So hold on. So you're saying that this is January because this is what I was just about to interrupt and say, but then I felt like bad for being rude.
Wow.
Uh, because on the 31st, you remember what day was it I messaged you about, the day that I messaged you about the projector thing? Do you remember? Like in early January, at the start of January, probably the 6th or the 7th, when I was doing the root work, I actually saw you then, and I saw your eyes then.
Really?
And that's when it actually started because remember I told you the nose is the root?
It's all
The eyes,
coming back. It's all
uh-huh.
coming back to me now.
The
Yeah.
eyes are the ovaries and the nose is the root, and it started the 31st of December, but around about the 6th of January, I saw you that day when I messaged you about you and Oren and the projector thing. That day, after I said to you that I was going to close out, I had I saw a vision of you in your eyes. And that's when I started clearing them. They were a little bit black. Not like your eyeballs black, there was just like a lot of grief there. There was a lot of grief. And that's when it started clearing. But you just pushed it through today.
Do you think it was all, yeah, no, there was a lot of that coming up. There was the grief and then it went into, yeah, it was a lot of that. But I wonder if that was all mine or if that's just what's coming also that I've taken in, you know? I don't think it's all mine. I think both. But I'm willing to hear you out on it. You know?
There's a lot I could say about that. It's about what you were seeing, but it was the not wanting to see that what it was making it congested. So now it's clearing it because we had that conversation about being willing to see.
Oh,
and they're starting to see.
Yeah, because I'm very pacifying with a lot of really hostile, aggressive, and violating energy, maybe. Like it's a norm, like it's just like, oh, that's the way we are. And I pacify it. Like I'm really very, the word is just passive. I don't have another word at the moment for allowing. I'm very allowant with highly.
That's how come that whole first week was That's how come it's been because the 42, you have the 42, which is the diaphragm. That's why it was the ring around the diaphragm. That's why and I don't need to do them as much, but I did have to do them earlier today. We did 2 rounds today and I think 1 yesterday. That's why it's
That makes sense.
Anyway, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's to be expected. We're deep in plutonic work, everybody.
I was fully prepared to come and sit in the comments.
I would never. I'm always gonna invite you. But for me, it's like, you know, what's the way to say this? I'm very I'll just say this, undefined ego. So you know, enough said, right? Like, without an undefined ego, where are we going? I don't know, but I do have an issue with TikTok right now because why did they have to delete all of the sounds? You know?
Wait.
Why?
Yeah.
Not me spending probably 15 minutes earlier today trying to find an equivalent version of Are You Ready for It by Taylor
Are you
Swift
ready
to replace. Yeah.
I just cannot even. You need to tag me in that video if you remember where it is, Hill Road.
I did, and I actually
not
nearly
you,
went and tagged you. Oh,
because
sorry.
there was something else going on that day besides just Bren. There was Bren, but there was something else. And I think it had to do with you, but I don't remember what it was. Because I know that there was layers within that, not just.
Which video do you need?
Well, go ahead. Who was going to talk, Bren? Is that you?
Oh, because I'm thinking regarding the nakshatras.
Yeah, that was part of it. I allowed myself to be more freely me in essence of I'm not going to restrict my weird outbursts that just illuminate. They got rid of.
It's devastating.
It's devastating. It's humbling down. Like, how could they get rid of that sound? Now the video has no context. all the videos. Listen, I can't complain because there's people with like millions of followers who like
Really.
every one of their videos is
But it's like someone going through and erasing pages of a diary.
like, why are they doing this? Why are they doing this to us? Yes, are you?
Cultural erasure.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, like all my okay, I'm not even gonna get into that because there's like this attachment to like the way things come out. I know it sucks no
Uh-huh.
context. Yeah, it's
No,
like the song is the context. How are you gonna
yeah.
take away the context? It's like they want to take away our divine expression.
Because we've been doing feminine throat clearing and then they went and silenced. Because
You
the thing is,
mad?
it doesn't just take away the song, it takes away your actual your actual everything you said, all your verbal processing, and there's no record or log of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's nothing in the rule book that says you can't bamboozle it. Oh, the sound's gone? Okay, well, I'll just put it back with something over the top of it so that
No,
way you
but
can't
the
even
thing
notice
is,
it.
Bren, she's lost everything she said.
What?
Well, and let's say there's any video that, because I used to do this a lot, it makes me so mad. I used to love to do the noise behind my words to add like emotional dramatic effect. So any video I did that, but you know what? It's fine. It's like, why do I hold on so tightly to my words? Like I'll never say them again. I have so much content of me just running my process online through YouTube, through TikTok, just me talking, just me verbal processing. And it's like every one of those are so important, but like for what? Just like we hold on to it. But like, do you guys keep all your old diaries with all that energy or do
I
you set them
do.
on fire?
I have all of my diaries since the first one that I made when I was like 9 years old.
Oh my gosh. Have you ever thought about burning them?
No,
No.
I would never. I would never. I would
So
never, ever, ever.
in one of my occult groups, they were like, you got it. One of the rules was get light, right? Get light was the rule. And to get light, you had to clear it all out, like literally clear it all out. Like all of this would be gone. And it got to like diaries and words and resonances from those periods of time. And I was like, on one side, like, yeah, I do want to delete this and set it to fire. But on the other side, like, this is so valuable because you could see the highly programmed, the highly conditioned, the highly lost, the highly despaired, the highly, you know what I mean? And the transformation.
Uh-huh. And because the gate 47 though,
Was that him or no? Is he up? Oh, he's good. Did he pee? He probably has to pee. Oh, well, he's gonna need to. Okay. I'm gonna have to help him because I know he's gonna have to get up and go ahead. I'm listening though.
I've got things to tell you, but I'll wait. If it was me, you're asking. Do you need to
Well,
go
what did you
and
say?
help and then come back?
Well,
I don't remember. What was I saying?
No, there
I've
will
got,
be a lion outburst any minute, and it may be loud because it's extra tired, and I know it has to go to the bathroom. So, little Leo lion, and I'll be like, don't catch
is
me
his root open or defined?
defined.
Okay.
The boy got a define, which he uses it. Trust me. I don't think he does it consciously, but like, he knows how to push me. You know, like or apply pressure. What did I come out on my headphones? But yeah, I'm good to. No, I don't think so. I don't need anything. Love you. Okay, bye. I don't know where my headphones are, so we're going back. Okay. You were saying something though, weren't you? I forgot where we were.
Me too.
Sorry.
The last notable point I've got is the nose and the eyes.
The deleting
Did you
stuff.
finish?
Oh, wait, what?
You finished the nose and the eyes. You were telling the story. You were told about
No,
the animals
yeah.
and the face. Was that fully finished?
Well, yeah, it was just basically like it was showing me the connection, and then basically what transpired after that was I started to see like animal DNA within people, like the dominant animal DNA that they had. Like some people were more like a big cat, some people had more like canine energy. There was like a bear. I did see a weird giraffe. Like I'm just telling you what I saw. Like I'm not trying to be judgmental. There
No
was like
judgment.
this, yeah, there was like this giraffe person, and then a mosquito, and then an elephant, and then there was some really weird things with the pig DNA, but that's a whole thing. And so
I
what I
need to, oh, that is very important. Sorry,
it's
interjecting
it's
again.
it's highly
It's
it would be highly triggering because
no, it's the
there
whole thing with the nose.
the
I've
pig.
seen it. I saw it. I've seen it, but I don't know what it meant.
That might have something to do with Rahu, the North Node.
Really? The nose?
Yeah, because Rahu, the associated animal is the feline, the cat, and the boar, the pig.
What? Okay, that's really interesting.
And Lord Vishnu incarnated to, I can't remember exactly the avatar's name, it actually had the head of a boar, and it lifted the earth out of the water from being destroyed.
So
Hi,
this is very important.
well, so
This
with
line of
what I
inquiry
saw or with what I know?
with what
Wait, pertaining to me
starting
or to the world?
the world.
Yeah, so it just seems like there was some genetic kind of manipulation with those genes in the gene pool. And
Can I ask, is that why you put a
I don't know.
panther?
That's different though. That wasn't in my thing. That's something different. But go ahead.
Is that why you put a panther on our lives? Because I see that all the time.
Which
I
part?
s- the cat, like I see my field doing cat things, and you saw my field doing cat things, and then you started using the panther all the time. Like I literally see, yeah,
Well, yes. So one of the cat people is the Irish people.
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, but I'm not sure if they're like water cats or
yeah.
because there's something to do with the water too.
So about that,
Yeah.
if you're okay for me to step topics, just before I came into the room, I was shown something.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Oh,
Wait. I do want to know, but I want to know
uh-huh.
if you're talking about
Yeah,
the
yeah.
astral experience, Adam, or if you're talking about the lion thing. The cat where you shapeshifted or the other one? Okay, and Angela, your
No,
turn.
no, yeah, Adam can go. We can finish doing the cat thing before the next topic.
Oh, it's a new topic. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Hilroy, are you talking about the shape-shifting one or the one where you like saw yourself as the lion?
Am I meant to call you Hillary as well, Adam?
Probably both are relevant, but we've had some weird cat dynamic. Yeah, we have. And we always use smug cat face. But your lineage tracks because you also have bloodline from that area. Um, so yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what did you see?
With him.
No, with the nose and the eyes
Oh,
when you did the thing.
well, it just was basically showing me that the connection that we have, interface, through the interface, all with eyes to see, all eyes spies. In that moment, it was just showing me the integrativeness that we share with animals. There wasn't much more to it other than like, oh, to me, it was integrating me into my beastly nature. And what I mean by
Mm-hmm.
that is that there's a tendency to want to go up and out rather than come in and down. But when you come in and down, you have to face the beast. Now, is the beast a bad thing? No, but it's prone to its beastly nature, quote unquote, seven deadly sins. So there's a transmutative process or something. I don't know. But yeah, it was just integrating me deeper into me through all around me.
Do you think that that's the case, that when you go down into the animal nature, that that's where the sin is, or do you think
I
it's when you
wouldn't
go
call
up?
it sin. I would call it
I know
the
what you mean.
yeah. I would call it the natural byproduct of being bound by uh the vessel, like, because you can see those traits in animals. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not here to demonize at all. For instance, you see jealousy within animals. You see a lot of that stuff. Now, do humans take it to a more perversely nature? Yeah, they can amplify
Mhm.
basically. Ooh, I have something coming in my right side. They can amplify everything.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to tell you about the
Go
right
ahead,
side.
go ahead, go
That's
ahead.
what I saw before I came in. There was a whole heap of, because the thing is since you've cleared your eyes, I have been kind of on pause and being able to see anything until you cleared your eyes. So since I came into your field, I haven't, but now I can again, and I can see a little bit better than before, than I started. So basically, through all of January, I was back to like operating in the dark, but now I can see again since yesterday, and um, the entire right side, not heaps friendly energy, a lot of it, and then I went to look and see what happened, and I learned something, which is that if you want to clear demon energy, you can't use fire, you have to use water. And I went to open my message to send it to you, and I was told no, and then I realized you're here, and I came in to tell you. So the water, if
Can't fight fire with fire.
you can't fight demons with fire. They don't, it doesn't
Can't
bother.
fight fire with fire either. It's
Right,
amplifying, right?
right,
So it
right.
makes
And so, but if you put water on it, it's good. It's gone. It was all immediately
oh, so maybe
cleared.
do more
That's so
scrubbing.
weird how I was talking about like scrub a dub dub and I was saying aquatic cleansing.
Uh,
Well, what is it? Is what is here then?
yes, yes, that is what it is, and that, uh-huh,
What is
that,
like why? Because
uh-huh,
I've been feeling that since I was trying to shake the energy off, and it was
yes,
why was it so aggressively like latched? Like,
aggressive. Yes, yes,
yeah.
yes. If you want to go there, then we're ready to go there.
Are you guys all ready? I'm
So
always ready. I know we
because
do
we,
push, float, but can this be my float? I don't know,
yeah,
Angela. I don't know why I'm like
here's the thing,
this.
right?
I don't stop.
It's the ego that pushes. So
Mm,
but it's like a heartbeat. So it pushes and then it floats and then it pushes and it floats. But you don't actually have to do any of the pushing. My field will do it. So yes, you can float,
I
and
agree.
also
Yeah.
if you want me to push, I'm ready to push.
Well, what
So
you said today, I had to cognitively process because I was like, even though I knew it,
which
I
part?
had to the
I said a
the
lot of
field's
things.
putting the mind in crisis, but the crisis is
Oh,
necessary for it's gonna sound weird.
well,
It's
when we say crisis, like crisis is the theme of Gate 36, which Adam and I and I think Jordan actually has the. Anyway, look, it's the darkening of the light, and it's just a specific type of energy. Uh, but aside from that, so we had and that's why it's the nose and the eyes again. That's what we're talking about, and that's why this is the next step, because the first we did the first round, and then yesterday it started again. And when I messaged you and I was talking to you about um I know we've been through a lot of people, so I don't know how to name names without naming names. The most recent feminine round, and we were looking at the root, and I said to you, there's this energy in the root, and then I like really went into it and I looked. It's actually like from up inside, and then it comes through and hooks onto the top of that right hip from up inside. But so there's been like repeated rounds through January. Through January was the biggest one of like the worst of it, but it's the same energy, and it's the energy. That's why we were also talking about your dad today. It's the same energy, and it's also the thing that I was also shown yesterday. I know there's like so much, and I'm
No,
worried
no, no,
about
no, no. I'm
overwhelming
listening.
you,
I'm
but
not.
no,
Listen,
I don't.
I'm listening. I'm not. You. If I wanted to
I don't
interrupt,
mean
I would go.
cognitively overwhelming. I mean like
No, no, no.
energetically, because
Oh,
it's a
oh,
lot.
oh. No, no. Yeah,
Just
you're
in
good.
terms of like, because I can feel like it's a little bit raw at the moment. So, but at the
No,
same time, I want to give you the information.
yes.
Um, and that's why it was about when we were talking about like the energy of hatred that's up above the head. Um, it it it's the demand to be loved, but it's like a contempt energy. I was shown something else about it, but I'm just trying to remember. Um, but yeah, just before I came in, because I was getting ready to come in, so like the energetic, like the channel between you and I had opened up. Um, yeah, there's so much there. I'm not sure which part of the information to give you, so I'm just gonna stop talking. And see. Yeah, exactly. You'll be able to see, because I'll be talking and telling you less. The more that you're online, you'll be telling me. Um,
And I figured I'd also sprinkle this in here because when you were saying using water to combat, even though I don't like using the terminology demon because I see all beings as like as they are, not good or bad, it's just what they are.
mhm.
Combating that with the water energy, well, think of the signs Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, and see what they represent. Cancer, the Divine Mother, nurture, caretake too. Scorpio, like unwavering devotion, but also boundary. And if boundary gets crossed, one lethal strike. Then Pisces, the unlimited devotion, like a cosmic devotion that can't be understood and flowing from perspective to perspective to perspective to perspective of understanding.
That's kind of crazy. Because I texted my dad the other day and I said, Dad, I need that part in the book with me and the demon. Because he had started this book called The Battle for Heaven. And in it there was a whole thing, but he had writ a part of me where a demon came to like unalive me, and instead of me fighting it, I just touched its head.
Yes, yes, that's what I do. Sorry, go on.
No,
I'm
no, no.
excited.
You're like, no, I feel you because there's a lot of reliance there. And instead of basically I just touched its head and I calmed and soothed its spirit, and its eyes turned, I forget what color he said, and instead of it wanting to attack, it then became a protector, like a guardian. So then I really liked it because for me, it really showed into the part of me that's able to go into really dark places and be able to see or shine light, but not get consumed by it or try to fight it. But it's almost just like remaining. But then that's also the integrity part, right? Sorry.
And that's also a quality of Venus too, being able to see the beauty in everything, even if it doesn't seem apparent to everybody else. And
Yeah.
Venus
But
is your ruling nakshatra ruler.
wait, who's nakshatra ruler?
Yours. The
Really? I
nakshatra
thought.
ruler for your ascendant, yep, is Venus.
Well, that's very interesting. I had no idea about that. But that's why I really wanted to get more into the detox.
Yes, exactly.
Like
Because
it's so,
uh,
yeah. And this,
did they turn gold when they changed color? Was it gold?
it might have been green. It might have been green. Um,
Or it was like an actual, like you're sure it was an actual color. That's why you're like,
no, I think so. I have to remember. I told him I needed him to send me that part the other day
hmm
to motivate him because I heard when he read this to me, it was 2016. And I had just like, I had my spiritual awakening. I had just become like online for the first time ever. And it was it was kind of like a thing for me. And then I had come back to it recently and I was like, give me that part. But he didn't. So, but it's for me, it's like, because you talk about people, well, even one of my old occult teachers, he would go into the realm and he would fight them and bind them and bound them and send them off, and he's always fighting. And to me, it's like, why are we fighting? Like, you can't fight fire with fire. You can't fight them. It's not a fight. It's water, like nurture, love, like embody or embrace, or but not in the way of where they consume us, but in the way of where it, like, because that's the thing, is what is it, consume or be consumed? Like, how do you remain integral in a eat or be eaten reality? You know what I mean?
I'm
because
gonna blow your mind real quick.
there's a
Let me
third
just blow
thing
your
where
mind real quick. Venus is also a guru, okay? And Venus is the guru to the demons. In the Hindi text, Shukracharya Guru, which is Venus, is the guru to the Asuras, also known as the demons. So in a way, those demons that, like that demon that came towards you, maybe you were its guru to teach it and how to understand that that behavior it was doing is not what it should be doing. And probably that was what brought it back up in vibration, because Venus can bring the dead back to life.
Oh my God. Wow, no, that's wild. I never heard any of those. But then again, the morning star, right? Morning
Lucifer,
star,
yep.
bringing
And
light.
even the planet Venus, when it does this thing in the sky called the Great Dip, it goes behind the sun. Then 3 weeks later, it comes back out from behind the sun like it was brought back to life. Like how when Lucifer was casted out, goes behind the sun, vows to rise again, comes back from behind the sun as if it came back to life.
You know what's weird about that is Lucifer, in the end of the Bible, they say basically Jesus says he is Lucifer, which means is Jesus saying that he is Venus, and then you have the whole resurrection thing with that's crazy. But no, I did want to hear what Angela, I did not want to, but that is very, very fascinating, Bren. Like that, I would have never known or heard or even been exposed to that side of Venus. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, wow. She's paused. So if you wanted to keep going, you absolutely could. But this
Yep.
is definitely something that, go ahead. Whatever.
hold
And
on, sorry. Adam, are those good night love hearts? I saw you saying sorry for being tired.
Hey,
Have work in the
Morgan.
morning. That's fine.
Yeah.
Rest up.
Yeah, you're
Spinal adjustments done for the day. Tick. Videos
like
watched for the
work
day.
photos.
Homework done. Tick.
Yes.
Clock out. Projector. Rest up. See you tomorrow.
Get your projector, guys.
Night, guys.
Are you going to bed? Good night.
Yeah,
No goy, please.
I
Sweet
got a
dreams.
new
Did you like
tea
the
valerian
videos?
root. It
Well,
works
they
really good.
It's
JD
working.
came in and said that the videos were too long. Did you make it? Did you
No,
survive to the end?
he didn't.
Also, I made it 80% through one of them.
Wait, how many did
But
you upload?
I'm actually gonna watch them on my phone before I pass out.
I only saw one. You uploaded more than one?
Oh no, it's just that I was giving him because you know how last night he was like, "What is it you're doing, Angela?" I was like, "Here's the video," and I gave him, the 10-minute
Yeah.
compilation. So to be fair, it was 20 minutes worth of video. Like, to be
Wait,
fair.
but so I actually only see two. So one of them is like talking about the Pluto
Uh-huh. That was from like
transit.
last night or whatever. Oh, the
Yeah,
Pluto.
and
Yeah, no,
then
no.
and
But
then
what
there's
about
only one
the
more.
tag? But the tagged one, where I was like about swooping in. Did you watch the whole thing, or did you just watch the start?
No, I just watched the start, and then I
Yeah,
had
no, the
already
whole
seen
thing.
that. Is there more to
Oh,
it?
okay.
Okay,
Oh,
listen,
yeah. Well, it just talks
you
about
guys,
like how it
I'll be
all
right back. You
works.
keep going. Just keep
It
going. Right back.
it's just like a whole bunch of people talking about all different aspects of how it works. If you've already seen it, then you've already got most of the information that I have.
Okay. I mean, I'll check it out again, just with that different context, though.
Well,
Just in
especially
terms of like
towards,
how it works.
yeah, especially towards the end, like the last lady, she's talking about the ripples thing. It's
Mm.
like she's using her own language, but that's part of why I was like thinking about it, because it's that end bit will be helpful to understand
Mm-hmm.
if you didn't already. But like honestly, like I feel like that you can, like I said, I think you can form your own understanding, but that's the information. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
The Pluto one is like it is relevant, but it doesn't really matter.
Oh yeah, I'd say.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's relevant to
Uh-huh.
like.
There, uh-huh. There's the earlier one. There's another. If you want the information about the Pluto transits, there is an earlier one that has that one's got the keynoting for the 60.5, but there was another one about the 60.4. But you get the general gist.
Mm.
Right. Well, I'm glad
Oh,
you. Well,
joy, Pluto.
do you
All
know what's
right.
so funny? What you said about the shower and cleansing off work. Earlier
Oh
today,
yeah.
I was literally seeing attachments related to capitalism on
Mm-hmm.
people's fields.
Mm-hmm.
So I found it really funny that you were saying that. I was like,
I
it
I
tracks.
know I probably have some for sure.
Mm, hmm All right, Sleepy. There's a Valerian tea called Sleepy Time. All right, Sleepy Time.
You know what?
Sleepy
I
time.
think that's
Fancy some
actually
Blue Lotus?
what I have. Like, I'll show you. Wait, I'll snap a picture and send it to the thing.
Uh,
See, like, there's a part of me that was like, yeah, capitalism is great. Like, you could always, like, you could, work really hard and whatever. But for me, it's like the pressure and the stress of the need to survive in a construct outside of nature that's so, like,
Mm.
go ahead. Just so many people that are just in a state of such, yeah, heavy. It's
so
heavy.
stress in the chest was all I was gonna say. That was the end of your question. You were like, this system that's so dot 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 stress in the chest.
Yeah,
Is
it's
how it
work,
felt.
wants, needs, or limitation aggressive. I mean, I don't know that I don't. Work, wants, needs, are limitations, aggression, opposite. Yeah. Oh wait, are you the brand? No, no. Okay. Anyway. All planets are in Aquarius.
Those
Yes.
are words.
I
Yeah.
know. That's why I was like, yeah.
Almost. Well, not all of them. Venus and Mars are still in Capricorn, and Saturn's in Pisces. Jupiter is in Taurus. The nodes are in Aries and Libra. Uranus is in Taurus. Neptune is in Pisces. The little shithead Pluto is 0 degrees Aquarius. Damn it.
I
Because that
mean,
he's literally now stepping on top of my head like, God damn it, get this little
why?
shithead out of here. Huh?
what are you? You're Aquarius, Sun?
Libra Sun and Aquarius Moon and Aquarius Ascendant. Point blank
Oh,
conjunct Aquarius. Moon and
what?
Ascendant. Point blank.
Oh, so you got a 0 degree moon?
Oh no, I have an 8. My moon's at 8 degrees.
Oh, so not yet,
And
but
my
she's
Ascendant's at 8
he's
degrees.
coming. Don't feel bad, Bren. Pluto just left my moon. My moon was 27 degrees Capricorn, so.
Well, good thing I got Saturn behind my moon, like, oh, you want to go, you little
Wanna
shit? Bring
go?
it.
No, Pluto's
You
already
think you
talking
can
to
push
Saturn.
moon around? Bring it, pipsqueak.
That's funny. No, Pluto's like, Saturn, is there any audits for Aquarius? And
That's my job, kid. Give me my clipboard, bastard.
no, Pluto's here to burn it down. No, that's really what the work that me and Angela have kind of been doing mainly is plutonic. Are you a Scorpio, Plutio, or are you Sagittarius, Pluto Sag?
My Pluto is with my Venus in Scorpio.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Venus is like, oh, I gotta put up with this thing. Pluto, why are you messing with my makeup? Pluto,
Yeah.
where's my lipstick? Oh, I thought that was candy. Damn it, dude.
Oh my God, no, yes. So what's your take on Pluto would you say your background is more Vedic or both?
Both equal.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, for anyone who has the comprehension skill to go through Vedic to me, it's like, hey, hats off to you because that's it's a lot of mind, like, it's very, very, I feel like Vedic is 10 times more complex than, tropical. Don't need much. Angela, I see you're back. Go ahead.
And I think probably the easiest way to do Vedic is to take each planet and look at it as if it was like a person in a kingdom. You have Sun, the king. Moon is the queen. You have Mercury, who's the prince. Venus is the princess. Let's see. Mars is the soldier. Jupiter is the preacher, the wise man, the guru, the advisor. Saturn is the servant. Uranus is the court jester. Neptune is the court sorceress. And Pluto is it's the one that, I call him a little shithead, but he's the one that comes in to disrupt the kingdom, to cause radical change.
To cause madness and mayhem.
Yep, and Rahu, the North Node, is the charging army. And Ketu is the army with the flag down, claiming the land to defend it.
Wow, see, that's so interesting.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
And also Black Moon Lilith is also the enchantress that gives you empowerment. That doesn't play by the rules.
Right. The enchant. I have yet to come across another person who heard this story the same way I did, that Lilith was not Adam's first wife. In fact, Lilith was the first polarized being from the androgynous Lulus. So she was the first polarized full female, and she actually gave birth to Adam. Now, I don't know if it's true. I don't have any proof of it. But I've never heard anywhere else that instead of Lilith being Adam's first wife, she was actually his mother. Because when have we ever had a male come to existence without a female? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah,
Exactly.
God, but no, Lilith.
And even also, you didn't hear this from me, but I consider Lilith a primordial.
Right.
Like a primordial goddess, like Nyx.
That's what I'm saying.
Mother Nyx. I consider her the primordial goddess of the unbound self, the self that is not restrained, the freest form of self.
Yeah, like the Kali kind of vibe of
Well, I wouldn't say Ma Kali, because Ma Kali is okay. She's not stopping.
Is she more like, would Ma Kali be more than the primordial of Lilith, or would you say that they're kind of similar archetypes in that way?
I wouldn't say they're similar because for Lilith, she just does whatever she pleases. She's not in this extreme rage like how Ma Kali is to destroy.
But Ma Kali isn't always in the rage, is she?
Mm-hmm. She's not always in the rage. However, It's just that when Lord Shiva laid down and she put her foot on his, sleeping body, that's when she stopped. Because she thought that she, unalived him. That's what caused her to stop. But Lilith, she still has this energy of like, I'm gonna do this because I'm gonna do it. Oh, somebody I like's in the way. Excuse me. Because she's still striving for herself first. If that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. Archetypes are quite a fascinating thing, but I see Angela's back. Angela,
Mm-hmm.
where are you at in the process?
I'm aware that on and off there's crying in the field. Mm-hmm.
There's who? There's what in the field?
Crying. Yeah, the field's crying.
It's crying. It's releasing. So
Oh,
before,
it's not releasing, it's distress.
oh. Wait, what?
Oh,
It's,
it's distress.
oh,
Distress,
but
D-I-S-T-R-E. Yeah, there it is right there. Whatever that is that you're referencing. It's that right there. And it's in it's
okay,
that.
handle it.
And
No,
it released a bunch just then when you held your attention on it.
so what she was referring to, Bren, is the fact that my body was in distress because of the position I was tensely holding it in. So when she said the field is crying, what she really meant is my body's having a hard time because I'm holding it in a very uncomfortable position.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to stop that.
It released
So in
from
case nobody has noticed, Angela can feel my body. She's very much tapped into the shared energetic field, which, so yeah, if anybody's ever like, what's happening? That's what's happening.
it actually released from like the curve arch inside, like above the tear ducts, either side of the top of the nose was where it released.
By the way, Venus also has dominion over tears.
Uh-huh. And
Yep,
just so you
Venus has
know,
dominion
Bren,
over like
sometimes
the
a
tear
lot
ducts
of
and crying.
logical information that moves very fast can also make sages a little bit tense. Sometimes
It's for me, the taking in is tension,
uh-huh,
but that's
uh-huh,
that's because I think what that is it's a default impact defense mechanism
mm-hmm,
because I'm used to taking in such, you know what I mean? So I think whenever I'm about to take in, I go into that because it's like a brace, you know what I mean?
uh-huh. I
Um,
don't find that you don't do that with me.
well, I don't feel like you give me that kind of you don't come up here. Does that make sense?
Oh, uh-huh. Do you
It's like
think
if
that's
you,
true?
yeah, I've never felt you come up.
Oh, oh, so you mean even when I'm giving you logical information, I'm still coming from down lower? Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the feeling
So I
right
don't
there
have
that you're
to like,
referencing.
yeah,
Yeah, when you're
you don't
referencing it.
ever dominate, like your field never tries to go over mine. It just goes into mine. It's like
Oh, uh-huh,
I'm relaying like this instead of like
uh-huh,
this, you know?
uh-huh, uh-huh. That's what I was noticing when there was, and I didn't quite understand it. So thank you so much for the visual.
Yeah.
That's what I was understanding because I was feeling that like the
And
tensing and then relaxing a little bit and then tensing again, and I couldn't
yes.
quite understand why.
And Bren, it wasn't what you were saying. That's my default, it's my default brace to information.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But it wasn't like I wasn't having a negative reaction to what you were saying.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I found it very
It's super
fascinating.
interesting. Uh-huh.
Yes,
That's
yes.
why I was like sitting and watching and waiting, trying to understand what was
Yeah.
happening.
But
Hmm.
that's I do notice, and that's so weird because now I have to be more conscious of how my body is responding to taking in information because that's what happens every single time. The whole time I'm sitting on those lives.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's
Uh-huh.
like But for some reason, it's a compulsive, I don't know, isn't it am I addicted at this point? Am I addicted to TikTok lives?
Well, I mean, depends, because there's nothing wrong with like going towards something because it brings you joy and happiness.
It
It only
doesn't.
becomes
It doesn't
it
bring
only
me joy
becomes
and
like that
happiness.
when it's just like can't do anything. I must have this. That's when it gets like, oh whoa.
I
But
can
it's just like,
totally
oh,
feel the exact dynamic you're talking about now, Sages. I can feel it.
Like,
I
how
feel
did
the
it?
same way with
Yeah,
the information coming in from above.
yeah. But like, how
Uh-huh.
did I get this way? Welcome back
Yeah. So let's, if we can,
to where I need
give me a
it.
second,
Oh,
because
it's this.
uh-huh, uh-huh.
I
Um,
seek belonging there. Yeah.
uh, well, there's a lot that I see it with it in terms of the way that it, because of the seeking security in the root, then opening the top of the head, it then causes the desire to pull it in. I wouldn't call it an addiction any more than every aspect of the coping strategies of the ego is an addiction. Everything about the ego and the openness functions like the ego construct itself is the end point of that is like actual addiction, but all of it is about trying to escape and seek through the openness. So that's why addiction, that's how come when I was doing the lives talking about despair, I was talking about it in relation to everyone and not just anyone who has like active addictions. But if we do talk about addiction, then we've got questions about agreements to spirit that come in, that is part of the larger conversation that we're also having. Agreements to spirit in general, because in human design, demon energy is, it's when we make a bargain. So anytime that we make an agreement, technically with something that's outside of us, that's not in service of us, technically from a human design perspective, that would be an agreement, and that would be the gate 40, the stomach meridian.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's some information.
I'm sorry. Is this chicken good? I mean, I think so. I hope we eat it. I don't know. That was just funny to me. Energy.
Is
Okay.
his
Anyway,
spleen open or defined?
defined.
Uh-huh.
Which is because that's what I'm saying. It's defined. Like he did not. He. I don't know. But
I
I'm just
think sometimes
processing.
he just gets nervous. It's the same as the Googling. Like I think he just
Mm,
gets, once there's
yes.
significant things,
No,
he's
you're
like,
right.
wait, what's this? What's this?
You're right, but
Um,
when he does it very quietly, or if it's verbal, it's not verbal in an anxious way, it's verbal in like a Scorpio doomy, gloomy way, you know? But it doesn't come out as anxiety, although I could
mhm.
see that maybe the underlying like manifesting energy.
Yeah. Well, I haven't actually, I don't have felt sense data to say that it's anxiety. I'm only saying that based on the chest response that I felt before.
You're not
I,
wrong. That's a
right.
thing. Yeah, you're not wrong at all. Um,
Um,
yeah.
so, so that was some information.
Which
And
part?
uh-huh, that's where I'm like, where do you need me to pick up from to further clarify that? Because I think um,
Um,
anytime that we seek anything that's motivated through the openness, it's going to be something that's not in alignment. So,
See, but I guess that goes back to that conversation, the first, wow, I don't know if it was the first, I think it really was the first one. I think it was the private one. You said, yeah, well, duh, you didn't say that, but the duh is the duh in what you said is it fixes itself through the awareness, through just
Right.
like, okay, I'm
Yeah.
here now, instead of seeking into these places where it's open and going into an abyss of what's out there.
And that right there in the past 2 minutes, that's the tough love that I've been talking about. It's starting to clear because you're seeing, I don't need to try to constrict this. I don't need to worry about it. I don't need to try and be to fix it.
Yeah, well, when you look at it as coping rather than compulsion, right? I can't stop.
Uh-huh.
I can't stop. It's got me. Right? Instead of I'm in discomfort and I'm seeking something to ease the discomfort, and it's
Right.
become a habitual pattern
Right.
that now I need to sit and address the discomfort instead of trying to openly run away from it, right?
Right. And yeah, and that comes back to like what we're talking about today in terms of like
I
the
feel
more
that in
that
my
you,
chest.
what's that?
I said I just feel that right here in my chest, though, of like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, wait, what? Ooh, wait. Why? Hang on. Is that so? Like, that's very sad if that's true. My heart, I feel like, aw, I don't know. This is what I heard. Like, God,
And
this
then
is
I'll tell you whose name I heard related to it.
okay. It's
Sorry, can I
go
just
ahead,
say
go
before
ahead,
you
go
tell
ahead.
me, I'm really excited about you coming online. I feel like
I'm
we are
not.
going to be able to
I get
move,
so
move and see so much shit.
I know, but I get so disturbed by it because it's like,
Hmm.
wait, that was I don't want that to be what I'm saying, right? But what I heard
Right.
was this pain of not getting enough attention, so seeking it outside because basically I'm not getting it from me. You know
I
what I
heard
mean?
Jason. As soon as you put your hand there and I put my hand on it, I heard Jason. Because as soon as you put your hand on your chest and you said, it's here and I can feel it, I thought to myself, that's not defined on you. Who is that? What is that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, something. Well, so how does that translate? If
Mm, you
if
put
I
you put
go
hmm
ahead.
you put your hand there and it's funny because you were putting it on the bottom of the sternum, but I was seeing it about it's about the gate 26, that tangle in the chest. But I put my hand where you have your hand, and the back of that is where that squid squishy drainy energy was on the back of there. So um yep, I don't know, I'd have to rewind and go back to exactly what you just told me. What did you tell me?
Well, so when I started to feel the pain, I was like, okay, what's the pain saying? Is the pain, the heart feels alone, the heart feels
Uh-huh.
like, because, okay, and I don't know if it's talking to me or if it's general. If
Uh-huh.
you don't spend enough time with yourself, you're going to seek that attention elsewhere, and it
Mm-hmm.
it could create imbalance because you're seeking out in a
Mm-hmm.
desperate way, when really if you fulfilled that, you could seek out in more balance, right? Instead of
Mm-hmm.
needing to take. It's like
Mm-hmm.
I'm full. Ooh, the emptiness. I need things to fill. Like, can I
Mm-hmm.
fill? Can
Mm-hmm.
I fill? Let
Mm-hmm.
me fill it. Now I've completed the circuit and now I can push, or
Mm-hmm.
at least nothing, right? I have a close field where I'm not pushing or taking,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like,
Mm-hmm. So that tangle in your chest, like
yeah.
the tangle that I was drawing, the way conditioning works is that it comes from people with definition who are in distortion that then put the conditioning into the openness on other people.
Do you have to spend a lot of time with them for them to do this? Or is it just like a,
Well, the thing with patterns of distortion is that they tend to be homogenized, so they run along collective lines. So that's why what you just said you could take and apply as a general rule that would apply to many, many, many people.
Yeah. No,
So
yeah.
it's a pattern that you would encounter over and over in many places. I'm just aware of it in relation to one particular place. But the way it works is that it would have been people who had it defined that conditioned you. They put, but then they leave like a mark of your body, like learns the way that the openness should work from the energy it takes in. And when that energy is consistently in a distorted pattern, it learns to act in like a way that you've just described. So when we talk about trauma or egoic coping strategies, that's the mechanism for how that's working. So
Oh.
So it's your openness, but it's other people's conditioning in there. And so that's why it's so powerful to come into a co-regulated space with people who have definition that can push through a different frequency, because the body has learnt how to function according to distorted frequencies. So then we can push through.
Oh, that makes so much sense though, because for me, it's like, oh, it's not so bad. It's familiar. I'm used to it because that was basically like, this is normal, right?
Right,
But I know that it's not
working.
right, and it doesn't have to be that way. You know what I mean? But it's the familiarity and the coping, the going back and the default. And I've noticed it's like this test, man. It's this, not saying I'm being tested, but it seems very, and it's not a test because each time they show me something a little deeper, but it's like, can I remain in my integrity through mayhem, through mishap, through coming into contact with the most vile energy? And the answer has
Right.
been no so far. Not to say because I didn't understand functionality and
Right,
you know what I mean?
right.
So yeah, it's deep because then you see like the way in which my field not only responds but seeks out, the way that it seeks out and then responds to the coping of it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think also because, I mean, I can completely somewhat see the same perspective of witnessing things that are very dark, because I've witnessed things such as a loved one withdrawing from, a substance and being there for 7 days straight and having to sit and say, you have to go through it, I can't stop it. Going through that. And so many more that ultimately, just like with Venus, being able to see the value in life and seeing that everything has something beneficial or something good about it, even though if you can't see it on the front, either way, going towards it as something that is deserving to be given the chance to be heard and accepted as it is. At least for me, that has helped a lot.
Well, no, that's so beautiful because for me,
Hello.
through the
Nice to
pain,
meet you.
yeah, through the pain, like I thought that a lot. Like Angela, not to be weird, but I was like, even though I'm experiencing a lot of pain, there's a lot of beauty in the what I was experiencing with the dynamic with you, Angela. Like, because for me, it's like if I'm in pain, they're gonna give me beauty too. Can I focus? Like, which am I gonna fall into despair? Or like Bren said, am I going to see the beauty in it? And for me, it's like I have no choice. If I go to that other side, like that's not fun for anybody. Like if I start to spiral out, for me, I'm always like, okay, there's the beauty, there's the beauty, there's the beauty. Okay, like that hurts and it's dark, but look at the beauty here, you know?
And going off what Bren said, and Bren, thank you for, I feel like that you came to meet us. We moved the space into a different place, and you came with us and met us there. So, thank you for your
Well, most of
sharing.
the time, I mean, I'm just somebody who just likes to just observe and listen, and after some time, feel like, okay, now is time to just take what I know and plop it in.
Uh-huh.
But probably another thing that might be a good help too
Oh,
is
hold on, I've
art.
got something else to say before you go on.
Oh,
Hey, Jordan.
I
Um, so the thing that I'll just say though is the nature of the mind in my experience, every single time, everything that I've shared, the way that it just came through for you just then when you were like, wait, what? I don't want to see this. I don't want that to be true. I don't want to share this. And the way it was kind of shocking, like that's how it comes through for me every time. And my experience of what you shared was that it was beautiful, even though I know it didn't feel for you, but yeah. Yeah, Jordan, this is when we're getting up to all kinds of work. We're putting in the hours every
late
night.
night, like we're just wasting. No, this is where the real work
This
happens.
is
I've
the
already
this is where the rubbers meet in the road, Jordan. Every
the
night,
rub.
every night. Sometimes all night. Let's be real.
Let's
That that first Zoom
BFFR.
went until the sun was up.
Let's be so freaking for real. Because yeah, it's like we're breathing it in and we're breathing it out. Taking it in and letting it go. And hi Ozzy. But
And
yeah.
we're just celebrating sages today. Yes. But go
and
ahead.
just also by coincidence, where the moon is at, constellation, nakshatra wise, it's actually in the constellation that's all about digging deep into something in a manner that is relentless to completely understand
And
something to its depths.
Jordan said I'm not built for it. It's my bedtime. Jordan, just so you know, as the process goes on, Sage has been going to bed. I'm built for it, but you guys are, well, yeah.
She'll be sending me to bed more often, is what she's trying to say. Actually, I should be in bed now, is what she's trying to say, but she's
I'm not.
humoring me.
If I
She's
was saying it, I
humoring
would
me.
say it.
Go to bed, say no, I know, but
I think you didn't when you came up and I knew you didn't invite me, I was like, did you think you were going to get in trouble for not being in bed? Was that why? Because no,
well,
I was like
there
not
was
surprised.
layers to that. There was layers to
Hmm.
that. There was remember in the HD chat, I was like, okay, are we rolling on? What are we doing? Where are we taking this? Because I was feeling like this impulse to like, and you said something, I forget what you said, so I was like, okay. So I came back and I was like, well, I don't want to just sit and I want to do something. I don't, it's maybe it's my sacral. I just want to
No,
do it.
no,
I want to
I really think you were reading it of me because that you got it the second that I'd finished editing my video. You were ready.
I
I
know.
I was ready. Uh-huh.
But then it's like the bridging of, okay, let's just do it. Because for me, I'm awkward and like, hey, let's just go live instead of being like, we gotta have this like profound, I don't know.
Step with
Like,
the timing.
well,
But I
and
think it's
also I
right.
want to make
It's
it
all in
like,
right order.
yeah, and also it's like the value, you know what I mean? And so I was like, okay, I want to do some, I don't know. I think it was kind of, I'm coping. Maybe I'm coping right now with the feeling of like, what was that? It was like, oh, I want to do something. And so I did the live on here where I was just going to talk about astrology. And then I was like, no, let me go on here and use my eyeballs. And what's funny is I said that, and then JD was like, oh, your eyeballs. And I was like, okay, yeah, maybe never let me use my eyeballs again because that was too translatable. But I don't know, like I didn't know, and that's probably the unidentified ego and G center. I just knew that I wanted to be here, but I didn't know why or for what. You know what I mean? But it was like I wanted
Mm.
communion. And then I was like, well, I'm very adaptable, but I didn't want to apply pressure in the way of like, because
Oh,
I'm here, you have to be here. And like, you know what
but
I
so you
mean?
can just inform.
But I didn't know
But
what to say.
uh-huh.
I'm going live.
It's okay. Adam told me.
What'd he say?
He was like, Sage has gone live, and I was like, okay. And then like 10 minutes later, I got the yes, and I was like, okay,
That's so funny.
okay.
Because yeah, well,
I was a little bit late, but
I was having that conversation with you though, and it was like,
And I fully was aware of it when I was like, just you'll be able to feel the G and the ego, but like, and the spleen. And because when I was telling you about it, I was like, you have full access to the spleen, and the spleen is the timing. Like, you have access to that. So,
mm, yeah, I gotta start. And that's the thing for me too, is tapping into what is there. And even for you, like, I didn't even realize that the fact that I was refusing to look affected your ability to see through it too, because it was like me going like this. Like, uh-oh, I know it's there, but we can't see that because
and you're wondering why you're getting the rock in the eyeballs every day.
and it's we're
You're
rolling
like
now
trying
we're
to
now
shake
we're
me, and I'm just rock eyeballs, waiting, waiting, waiting.
because
It's
that's hard to
okay.
accept. It's so hard to accept,
It's all in right timing, though. Like,
you know?
and in terms of like when you're like, well, I have to do this, I have to do that. You're right. Like, you don't have to worry. It's already unfolding and being put in right order.
Yeah. Like, how do you even address people's subtle energy? Or you don't. You just don't even go around them anymore. You know what I mean? Like, do I have to, and this isn't a question as much as it could be, do I have to confront it or do I just see what was like, or not see, right? Do I accept what was seen and then just keep rolling on? Like,
It's
just,
the
oh,
same.
okay,
hmm
that's
It's the
what it
same
is.
thing. That I think when you asked today, I said if you just feel it first and then see it and process your experience,
No.
then you will move.
So it's,
Like, you really
mm,
don't have to.
think
It's
about
simple,
it,
but it's not easy. Yeah.
right? Not easy because you really then have to feel it still. Really do the
Oh,
job.
uh-huh. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. What do you think
I
about Sunday
think,
night?
um, oh, well, today's Friday. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Listen, for me, you guys give me the time, give me the date, I'll be there, even though I don't
Yeah,
know if,
Jen,
go ahead.
I feel like that you can feel that, and I did actually say to Sages when we spoke about it earlier today that it would be about 4 days in total, and it does make about 4 days total from yesterday to Sunday. You know, I said that to you today.
You did. Ooh, 11,
So yeah, it sounds I feel like you can
11.
feel the timing of it, Jordan. So um yeah,
Yeah,
that was the conversation that was had today.
and yeah,
Mm.
we're, yeah, been a
Do you
little
have
bit. We're
any
not,
further
listen,
to
we're
say?
not, oh wait, me?
Yeah,
For us, well, not us, hang on,
you can speak on my behalf. Go ahead.
let me gather. For
You
us,
can say us.
it's more like, how do I say, like, all in good fun, but like,
Well, for me, it's
no, see, for
I
me,
take
no,
it
go
very
ahead.
serious.
It's
I do.
serious, but what I mean is like, it's not pressure, and it's not like,
I don't think you need to worry. I don't think he feels pressure.
yeah, what am I trying to say, Angela? Let me feel,
That
let
you're
me feel.
nervous about it. That you're nervous
Ah,
about it. So I was asking, is there anything you want to say processing about that?
there's a fearing. I have a fearing, which is my new way to say I have a fear feeling. I'm
Nobody
all
said
for it.
that, Jordan. She just sages
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah, yeah.
working.
No, no, I want to make sure well, because you said I've been busy. I've been busy. So I was like, well, yeah, for us, it's like a thing, like with, however, we're not applying pressure, like do it now. But yeah, but there's a fearing of like dynamics because of how
Mm.
quickly things shift into
Mm-hmm.
hostility in the environments. You know what I'm saying? Um, and then us all, you're included, Jordan, having sensitivity to the shared field. And then however that plays out, it can be, go ahead, I hear you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
because
Go ahead, go
that I
ahead.
think that was the thing. I think like on that first
No,
night, I think you said
yes.
like
There's a
it,
tendency to respond that way no, I don't know. I don't know.
well,
Go
just
ahead, go
the
ahead.
thing that the thing that as soon as you started talking, I just remembered you saying the other day, I don't want it to happen again. I
I
don't want it
don't
to
want
happen
it to
again.
happen again. I don't like
Uh-huh.
when it happens. Every time it happens, I feel very angry towards everybody. And then I don't get to properly express how angry I am at everybody because it happened. And then I have to go and process it on my own instead of just being like, all of you guys, because yeah, there was, and I feel like for you, Jordan, it doesn't originate or stem from you necessarily, as you feel the sensitivity of
Yeah,
the
Jordan,
group's
I actually think
response to her.
yeah, exactly. I think you
You
tend to
feel
react.
them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. No, not you. It's not you. You have to understand. So for you, because all of us you may not know it, or see it, but because I think we're all, what I witnessed is you responding to the uncomfortability of the egos in the group and then kind of taking it out on her inadvertently, not realizing that what you were,
But
go ahead, go ahead, go
right.
ahead, go ahead.
But Jordan, the thing that I just want to
Because I'm
add
not
to the
mad
caveat
at
of
you.
what's saying is a lot of it, I think Sages was talking about in the comments, especially. Like, there's
Yeah.
always a flood of people getting upset. Um,
There's always
and like
somebody so triggered.
I can take it. It's
But
just
I don't
like,
like it at all. I don't like it at all. It's highly uncomfortable for me. And it's so confusing because there's not anybody in that group who has not monologued for 20 times longer than Angela has ever monologued and been treated as harshly. But
yeah. And Jordan, just so you know, the
like they
last time,
don't
like
want to hear her.
I would have been
But
good
I
to
will.
stay and argue, but the reason that I left was because I could feel Sage's, like I could feel her body and how
My body
it
gets
was
so I can't.
stressed. She was very
It's
stressed.
it was
And so
highly, yeah. Even though I
and
don't come
so
off that way, it's my body's response. It's like
what I'm Yeah. What I'm aware of it with it, Jordan, is that most people, like, after one or two rounds with me, especially like the other day, if I had stayed and seen it through to the end, the people that were upset would have been able to process through whatever it was. And they, like, most people only stay upset for one or two rounds, but the problem is that new people come in each round and then they're processing their triggers. And so then there's like a flood of hostility. And like I said, like I can take it, but part of it is,
I don't
yeah,
want to be involved in a group that's so hostile. It's like for me, every time the group does that, I'm like, why am I here? What am I fighting for? And it has nothing to do with you. It's like, what kind of community am I trying to integrate myself into? Like,
right.
what's
And
wrong with these people? And
I
not to
think
be judgmental
sometimes
on them, but what is this? Like, what? I don't understand why it's an attack, why it turns into
I think
attack. Because,
sometimes
go ahead. The one day
P
it went so perfectly, but then it just,
Picker
I don't.
wasn't there. Just as a note for the day when it went really well,
Hi, Bear Cup. Go ahead.
Picker and Jason weren't there, and I'll just note that about that day. But yeah, I do think I'm going to stop talking, Sages. It's going to yield to you. Was that you that needs to say something else there?
Well, yeah, it was
Uh-huh, I
just,
see.
yeah, but it's no big deal. I'm not trying to start drama. And that was also the
Oh,
thing. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
It's okay. No,
I
you
didn't
go.
like the reaction of everybody for what seemed like.
Because
That's
I
why I
think it's,
apologized, because I felt like it was my fault, even though it was Angela. She was there definitely on my like she was asking the questions my unconscious was like, give me these answers to.
yeah,
Um, but I felt like, oh, okay, like this isn't the space, and that's why I always say, like, okay, maybe we need to take it elsewhere. Maybe this
yeah.
conversation would be
Because,
better not held in your, because
because I
of the
think part of it
people's,
is
yeah,
I tend to challenge you, Jordan, and there's a lot of people that are
they don't
very,
like it.
they
Yeah.
don't like it and they get very, very upset. And then they transform. Like I do think the process, not to be arrogant, and you might have your own perspective on this, but um, I do think that eventually, like the end product for each time that it's happened, where someone's gotten really upset at me and then they've processed it, it's been transformative for them. And so that's why for me, I'm like there for it. But also I do like not want to cause harm with it. And so that's why I think with Sages, it reached a point where it was like moving from having been like purging through or processing things to just being like not wanting to do it again. Um,
Yeah,
uh-huh.
because like you two having your thing is great, because I do think that you as a person, you're like, for me, if I feel confident enough to challenge, if I have something to say against what you say, that we're going to not attack each other, that you're not going to attack me, you're not going to condescend me, you're not going to make me feel stupid. Now energy, I think, can do that, but you've never done that to me, so I feel confident in that. But when you two have those where instead of, because the challenge is where we can come into balance of perception. It's not one over the other, but if everybody already has the perception of like, but no, 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 we don't have to. I'm just saying, if we do it in your life, I want you to be very mindful of not taking in the hostility, and
Right.
you don't do it,
And we can talk about, as
yeah,
part of it, I can talk
just,
about that with
yeah.
the mechanic sages when we do it. If we can do it in George's space. George? I don't know why you've been
But you,
naming this
because there's a
George now,
lot of
Jordan.
people that come to your rescue too, like we're dangerous for you, or like which is fine, I understand. And I was the one that was like, I'll let you do what you do and I won't come interrupt. And then I'm like, let me come interrupt. But it's because I have a lot of fun on your, like I have a lot of fun. And then it's just, it's for me, it's fun for me, but not the mess. That part's not fun. I don't like to have any one negative energy on you, and or I don't like when we all get into those things together. I don't like that.
Well, and
I got you
he's
guys make
saying,
it easy in your
um,
life. That way you can regulate the energy. It's just easier. Yeah. What do you think,
yeah,
Angela?
I think the only reason
Just
yes.
kidding.
So, so there's a couple of things there, and one is that I've really felt the heart space open up today in terms of like actually offering it to you not as like an intellectual argument, but as something for you. Like I felt that open today,
It's so
and
hard.
that's what we could do. The thing
It's
is
so
that
hard.
there there may be like other people who, as a like follow-up conversation, they might want it, that they might miss out on it. That's the only thing. Like for me, I'm always wanting to like externalize as widely as possible to whoever needs it. But I do see what you're saying in terms of like to have it constructive for you, it would be potentially easier that way. Either way, I'm happy with, and Sage's, your eyes are clearing.
So
Oh,
sweet. Yes. Okay, perfect. So however
yeah.
it goes, and go ahead, Angela. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, uh-huh. Like I said, the only thing I have to say is like I really felt that heart space a bit around it open up and soften today. So yeah,
She did.
however.
She said it, because I was like, Jordan, one thing you gotta know about me is I got a lot of Scorpio energy, okay? Like it doesn't come out, but it's there. So my first initial reaction is gonna be Scorpio. And when you posted the thing, I was like, I'm gonna tell him no for blowing us off yesterday. JK, JK, JK. And she's like, no, I feel like he's open to it. And I'm like, I'm hope because I had the fearing. A couple times
She
I
was
had the
afraid of the
fearing.
hostility because it came
I
out
was
very
afraid.
clearly.
And I was afraid there was a voice in my head that was like, what if it's a ploy? Like he's gonna, you know what I mean? Like, what if it's a cornering ploy?
I didn't think that at all.
That's,
The only
she
thing
did
that
not
I
think that. That
tracked
was
with
me. I
it,
was scared
the only
because
thing
of
that I
how it
tracked
gets so
it
crazy. Go ahead.
was that very clear, the clarity that came out of you when you were saying, because you said it repeatedly, I don't want it to happen again. I don't want it to happen again. I don't want it to happen again. That's the bit that I really clocked with
Yeah,
it.
because it was
The
also
rest of it I
uncomfortable
didn't
for
really pay
him.
attention to.
Like it
Uh-huh.
was uncomfortable for both. Like I saw visceral uncomfort on him. I could
hmm
feel what was going on you, and I didn't like that dynamic,
Jordan,
and I felt,
I didn't read that on it at
no,
all.
no,
I
no,
think
that was me.
it
That
was
was
just,
my fearing of our
and
community.
we can talk about how that works in terms of the mechanics of why
It was the
you can't trust
fearing,
the
my
perception once the
fear.
fear is there. Yeah.
Yeah, it was my fear feeling of the community response and how that would go. Like I know your invitation was true and genuine, but then my fear, I had a fear. I was like, oh my God, it's,
Is that your
but
left or your right that you're drawing that on?
left.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But not to say anything about you or your character, but go to bed, go to bed. Like we're
You got him
manifesting.
stressed now. You got
I
him
know, I'm
stressed.
sorry. Don't listen to my Scorpio musings.
Don't listen
Really,
to our fears.
no, don't
It's
listen to.
okay.
You need
Everything's all right.
acquainted with sleep mechanics. No, I feel you. I need I need more sleep than you do, Jordan, okay? You have a sacral. I
You
do
know,
not.
there's research that shows that women need 9 to 10 hours, while men only need 8. Good
You're
night,
saying women need
Jordan.
more? Women
Yes.
need more? Oh
Yes.
my word. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Jordan. And yeah, don't take it like listen, that remember,
Just scrub and
yeah,
delete the
letting it go.
last
Let
like
it go.
2 to 3 minutes of
That
what
was just
she
my
said.
yik yak. That was my yik yak, right? Gems understands yik yak. Gems, are you going to bed? And hi, humble. Okay, so anyway, back to where are we now? Okay, so I do feel better. I do feel way, way better. None
Hmm.
taken. Yeah, because it
Thank you
wasn't
for
about
rolling in,
you.
Jordan, so that she
Yes,
could say
yes,
that as well if you're still here.
yeah. Because I feel better about it. Because there was for me, and you have to understand, it's just where I come from. So I always have that in the back of my head of like, where are
Yeah,
all the
we can
scorpion
talk about it.
tails? Yeah.
hmm
Hi, Jens. Are you going to bed too? Jens is going to sleep. Yeah. Um, I feel like I should go to sleep, but I don't want. Why am I such a rebel? Oh, who said that the left hand was a rebel? Who said that today? Ew, I don't think it was Jordan. God, who said that? Where was I when somebody said something about the rebellion? And I was like, ah, it tracks. Hi, Anne. It tracks. But yeah, how do you
It's like
feel? Well,
nice
not.
little.
That's the wrong
I'm well.
question to
I've got
ask
to
you.
know that.
Wrong
Uh-huh.
question. Yeah.
Your question would be like, is the work done?
It's okay. Cut because I was wait. Hello, Pika. Wait. What about Pika? What did we say? What did I say? Uh-oh.
I don't think we said anything.
About
Well,
Pika.
because I think
What
Humble
are you
only just
reading the?
rolled in. No,
Oh
I
yeah.
don't think that was mentioned.
Hello. Oh, left hand of rebellion, Pika. Oh, was it her that said it today?
Oh, uh-huh.
I don't remember. The work is
Mm,
the work is never done.
that's the root.
It's the truth, Gems. Hi, Ron. It's the truth. The work is never done.
Well, cycles end though. Cycles within
Yeah, and I'm
cycles.
thinking like for me, the work has never really started, so it can never end because I'm not here to work. I'm not here to work. Like,
You're 42 though, that same diaphragm that runs the uh-uhs. That's where you can feel the end of cycles in your body.
mm,
But I've got the
so,
whole channel.
oh, I only have part of it.
Mm-hmm.
where you've been and where you're at. Yes, you're right. I can recognize where I am and where yeah, for sure. Where we're at. The foresight though, it's like where's the foresight? Where are we going? That's always the question too, but yeah. Yeah. Is the work done? What is it?
So when the out breath goes up, the energy is going to go up off your shoulders and up off the top middle of the eyebrows.
On the way up. See, I feel like, wait, have we made it to the bottom yet, Angela, would you say?
Well,
Like,
you
have we
remember
made it to
what? You remember when you asked where I was? You remember
well,
what it
that's where
said?
you've been. Yeah. She been at the bottom. So, like, I'm coming
I
down
live
the
at the
fence.
bottom. What you mean? What do you mean?
I literally had that psychic conversation. I was like, who put you there? And it was like, God. Like, okay. Good night, Jens. I love you. We'll see
Sweet
you
dreams.
soon. We'll see you soon, darling. Yeah, I'm all the way at the bottom. All the way.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's
way
like that.
down we go. So is there going up for you, or is this where you have to stay?
Well, the 54 goes, it does descend before it ascends. That's
Ah,
the
thank
54
God.
energy
Right.
when they talk about and that's I don't know if you saw the message I put in the chat today about the spinal adjustments and both you and Adam also having the 54, but it's my son, so it's like the kit
Oh,
and
that's our
caboodle for me.
cappies. That's all of our
hmm
cappies. The
hmm
kitten, the kumbo. Oh, you're
Well,
lighting it up for us.
it's Adam's design moon, but it's your conscious Neptune, the 54. But I'm on the
Oh.
54.4, which is the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end. I have yeah.
So you
Uh,
bring the end and then start the beginning.
um, it's energy that doesn't really have a
That was the
out
staff
of
touching the ground, by the way. Go ahead, though.
uh-huh. Out of, yeah, well, there's a lot I could say what I was just seeing with the 54.4, but I'm feeling there's a release happening in the inside of the right hip at the moment. So I've just got my attention on that. And I was also seeing the way your undefined G gets stressed when it feels like it's in between two people. And I was getting something about its Libran energy, but it's in the G. I'm not sure which gates you have there, so I was just
Ooh.
watching that as well. Which gates do you have in the G, and are they in
Ooh, okay,
Libra?
let me look. I don't know, but I do have some okay, interesting. Libra is my sixth house. Or not my sixth house. Libra is
Which
my
planets do you have
third
in
house.
Libra?
I don't have any planets, but let me look if
Well,
go
you
ahead.
might
I
have
don't unless
unconscious.
it's if it's let's say it was sidereal, then it would be
Well, no,
I don't
do
know
you
about
have
my I don't
your
know. I don't know. Let me look. Let me
uh-huh,
look.
that's
I'm getting
okay,
it up.
that's okay.
I'm getting it up right now. The
Oh,
house
you don't
oh
have
oh
to because you're telling me you want to breathe
oh
your eyebrows again. And the song is ooh, I don't even have enough words. It's a man singing and he's just making noises, but I can't quite catch the words. Hold on. Well, darling, we go.
way down we
We
go. That
yeah.
and
What song
way
is that?
down we go.
Who is that by?
I don't know. Hang on. That's really because
Because
that's the
it's
song I've been
looping.
singing. Yeah, because
It's
that's what I've
looping.
been
I
looping
think
on. There's a lot
yeah.
there, Angela. Let me play it for you. Well, just the thing. That's literally like when I've been coming into the vibe, that's the vibe. And way down we go. We're still making the descent so that we
Uh-huh.
can make the ascent. But that's the thing. You get to the top of the mountain, realize you're the only one up there. What do? You go back down to get everybody. We
Oh,
rise together, right? It's like a thing.
mm, mm-hmm.
It's like,
Well, the
yeah.
2551 is the shaman that goes up the mountain.
So it's like I'm at the
Um,
top of the mountain. I want to go down to the bottom. Like, get me to the bottom, because it's lonely up there.
yeah, and there's a lot that's like gonna be, that's like a couple steps ahead on the curriculum to talk about.
We don't have to talk about it. That's
Not
so
up to there
funny.
yet.
Yeah. Well, Miss Defined Ego, where are we in direction? Am I allowed to
Needing to
know
needing to run
breathing?
RRs at the moment, actually.
Okay, so you want me to get horizontal?
You're, no,
All right. Oh, I can do
you
it
can
here.
do, because your field is, it keeps talking to me, but I'm not understanding.
All right, all right.
Okay.
I'll give the humans a break.
Oh, interesting. Do you need to lay down or do you need to move though? Because I was seeing it more like you want to be moving,
Move.
which I haven't seen with you before.
Well, because you notice what I do. Like, it's not just when I'm on the line. It's not when I'm just on the live. Like, I'll sit here like this. I'll show you real
Hold
quick
on, I'll
before I
put
do
my
get up.
phone down. What is, oh, is
Okay.
this water?
Yeah, I just put it there. Oh, hey, water for
Right.
uh,
That's why I'm
that
laughing.
just dawned upon me. Okay, I just picked that one out of the water. So I'll sit here with my leg crossed. This is tight
Oh, the
always. Like,
right
I'm
over the top. Okay.
usually it's tight here, and I'm clenched, and I will literally just sit here like this for hours, on live or not on live. So yeah, she wants to move. There's been like a lot of
Yeah, no, I was seeing there's like definitely dancing in you to this song.
oh really?
Yeah. I'm just reviewing the comments. Ian says, so this year you're embracing male energy of the mind and nerves, memory aspects, and communication.
Ooh. Oh
Um,
shit. Six, oh, he said six house.
I'm not sure. There
uh,
is foggy energy, but if you're ready for me to run RRs.
yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Uh-uh, 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 uh-uh. So there's a lot of different energy and tension that just rolled through a minute ago. So I'm aware of that. Uh-uh, uh-uh. This, where did that come from? It's this particular pattern on the eyebrows I haven't seen on you before, so I'm not sure where that came in from. Uh-uh, uh-uh, uh-huh, uh-uh, uh-uh, uh-huh. How are you feeling about that conversation with Jordan? Do you feel eased?
I feel better, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I do feel, how do I say this? Like I'm always, how do I say it? Like I feel like the fearing is understood, but I don't
Oh,
know.
like you felt like you got to tell him
Yeah, like the fearing
and
is
now he
understood.
knows.
Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
I hope he doesn't, because I often find like there might be a sensitivity to my perception, and I
Yeah.
don't ever have it
That
harshly
flinch, I was like,
towards
man,
him.
his heart's open. Why
Yeah,
did
like
he ask?
that's never my intention with him. Like I never
Uh-huh.
one time have criticized him in a way to like, because I don't feel like that. So when I said that, I didn't want him to internalize that like, but I feel like it
Mm,
could have been a little, because it's
mm.
not about
I
him.
understand. I
So
understand.
I
This
felt a
used to
little bad
happen to
about it.
me, and I
Really?
understand now. Now that you told me, I used to do this. I used to share my fears with people as a way of wanting to be vulnerable and um, like hold myself accountable and acknowledge it and open up to them. I used to do that.
Or did they
I
not
s-
take it well each
it
time?
no, no, I
They're
don't do
like,
it anymore.
because I feel
But
like
if
that's what I do with everybody, kind of. Like, that's
right,
just how
yeah,
I operate. Like, I've
yeah,
done
I
it with you how
understood
many
now.
times? Like, you know?
Yeah, and that's why, uh-huh. Uh-huh. And thank you for explaining because I was like getting the flash of him that there was something there that I needed to understand about what was happening there. I used to do it, and I used to expect that people like would appreciate it, and it
Yeah.
never worked.
Yeah, like I didn't expect that to be taken the way it did
It
because it
never
was,
worked because to me I was like, I'm
but
processing
it
my fear and
was.
what I
I was
process on the
scared
inside,
that
I
he would
process
do
on the
that to you.
outside. Yeah,
Yeah. I had that fear though. Like that was real.
yeah,
So it's not his
yeah,
fault, but is it? I
yeah,
don't know. Like
right,
where did that come from? Where did that come from? Like, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Um, so yeah. But
That's
yeah,
such an
the
interesting reflection for me because don't, I didn't realize that I used, like, that I don't do that anymore.
it's surprising to me that you ever did that because to
I
me,
used to do
it's
it
like rock with the
relentlessly,
eyes. I'm like, okay, I won't ask her any
relentlessly.
personal questions. I won't ask her any, I
No,
don't do my,
my,
you know what I mean? Because
when I
I want
came,
you to have your sense of like,
when I came
you know,
into functioning in my design, my entire way of being completely transformed. And that was one of the things that just gradually over time went away.
really. Because, oh, was that coming from an open space for you?
Uh-uh.
So you were speaking in your in your definition, but it would scare people because,
There's something, it's something to do with the, I was just shown like I was, it pointed to the middle of the forehead, and then I'm seeing Jordan again. I don't understand. Um,
you want
uh,
me to go relax and give
hold
you
on.
more access? Okay, go
Let
ahead.
me ask. Opening up the top of the head. Yeah, if you do relax, I probably I might.
I
But the
got
same
you.
thing happens just so you know, like if you don't notice, it's always when you're ready and willing to speak that then I speak, right? And the times when you're not speaking,
Mm.
I'm not speaking. It's the same thing with the throat. Um, unless I can feel it's really needed, then I'll push through it even when I can feel it's closed. But um, okay, so I'm being told the top of the head is swirling, and when I'm being shown it, it's going clockwise. Let me check. Is that, yeah, that's the right direction for the bottom. Oh, okay. And then when I check the top isn't going the other way that it should be going. And when I go to move it, it's the left toes that are holding it from letting go, which makes sense. I'm not sure the relevance of that though. I think, is it, I think what I'm being shown is that it's something to do with when the top of the head is open and the it's when the top of the head isn't closed and filtering that there's other information coming in. So it's not about the open centers. It's about the way that or the integrity, enteric, auric field, and the way the top of the head is working. So I think it's something to do with having when the crown's open and there's irrelevant information coming in
Ah,
and it's not being filtered.
oh,
And so then um,
mm.
I think that yes.
No, I have a visceral like I have a visceral response when that happens, when I feel like I'm just taking in literally pointless information. Like my I don't want to, and I've gotten to the point where I'll turn it down now sometimes.
Right.
But there's also like a not, I say compulsion because I don't know what other word yet to put to it, but it's like I feel that reaction to like, okay, no, I don't want to be taking in, because it did get to the point, it's like I don't want anything that's not utilizable. Like, don't put any of your information on me, don't give me any of your information,
Right.
especially if it came from your intellect. If it came from your
Right.
intellect, it's like I don't need that. I want to hear like
Right.
the experience, not the book
Right.
rhetoric, right? So
Right.
it's
And
like
as you're talking, I'm rewinding and I'm seeing the image of the way you were holding your hand up above your head, about it coming down and on you, and about your
yeah,
body tensing.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I think that, and so again, it's going to be one of those things where it's like, don't worry about it. It's going to sort itself out as
yeah,
it,
yeah. But we're aware now of the dynamic. And
uh-huh.
I was having that conversation on the phone. Well, remember I said we talked for a minute about what was it about? Realizations and blah blah blah,
Who's
right?
the we? Who's, where am I from
Um,
my
um, um,
perspective?
um, Let me give you context. Wait, what were we just talking about? Oh, yeah. Context is blow up yesterday.
Oh,
Um,
uh-huh.
uh-huh. So when I was explaining the way that my field has been responded, the words that were said was, excuse me, I hate to say it like this, but you sound like you're in victim mentality. And I said, well, wait a minute. I could see how you would think that. However, I'm becoming cognitively aware of my body's physical responses to the external
Mm,
stimuli, so then that I can
mm.
recourse, and you know what I mean? So for
The
me,
the
it's,
function the
yeah,
function of the healthy masculine, when it witnesses, then it protects and it seeks appropriate impact.
yes,
Sorry to
yes.
interrupt you.
No,
Go
no,
on.
but
I was just
yes.
seeing that very clearly.
Well, it's, yeah, and I feel like that's what's happening. It's like I have to see it so that I know how to protect myself. Not, I don't blame anybody at all. Like, I'm not
Mhm.
sitting there
Mhm.
blaming this person, this person, this person.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
it's funny because those words came up later that day or that next day with the professional victim, and it's like,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm. But yeah, and
The
it's just.
awareness of it, I think,
Mhm.
is the first step in
Mhm.
the correction. And
Mhm.
so
And
bringing
mhm.
awareness isn't always for like quote unquote
Blame or
condemnation.
shame or, yeah,
Yes.
judgment or
Awareness. Yeah, exactly.
externalization
Just
of
awareness.
accountability or,
Yes.
uh-huh. It's
Yeah.
literally just like,
Awareness. I see
yeah.
it. So now I can,
Because I
yeah.
think that was, especially in like the first couple of rounds of being in Jordan's live, especially in the first 1 and 2 rounds, that was something I think that people thought a lot with me. They leveled that accusation at me. And to me, it was like, well, I'm aware of the impact and I'm telling you the impact, but I fully know I'm choosing it right now. And I know that it's on me that I choose to be here or that I choose to leave. And part of that
Hmm.
process, do you remember? I'm going to stop talking. I can tell you about a TikTok. I'll write it down and remember to tell you, but I'm going to stop talking.
That
There's
puts me
something.
on this. That puts me on the spot. Let me go back to what you were saying. Let me go back. Um,
No pressure.
well, no, it just, that there was a lot in that. There was a lot in that, in the way of like even becoming aware of the field and what was really happening, you know? Oh no,
Mm.
no, no. What was it? What was it? With the, oh, yeah. See, so the awareness, right? There's been awareness and there's been awareness and there's been awareness, right? It's like awareness is the first step, and then it's like the comprehension. First you become aware, but then you have to fully comprehend the impact. Um, Before I think that actual application can happen. Or awareness cognitive understanding, comprehension of the impact, then embodiment, then shift, right? But I noticed today with you, like how you respond to me when I'm open to other people's energy in that way. And it was like a real reckoning moment of like, well, if this affects her like this, like, how is it really affecting me that I'm not really taking the time to sit with and feel, you know? Yeah, it was like
And I
a,
think,
yeah, go
hmm
ahead, go ahead. No,
you
it's
know, I
you now.
sent you that message and where I said that I was really seeing how protective I am. That's what I was seeing. I was seeing how like kind of ruthless that that I am now because I learned how to be that for myself,
Mm,
and now like I'm really seeing it in wider social situations. Um, it's like, but it's like I'm learning, there's an aspect of me learning about that part of myself, even. Like it's coming out, and I'm like, oh, okay. This is
yeah.
now those, because that's how it goes, right? Like whatever we've got for ourselves on the inside, then that's what we give to others.
Mm, mm.
And so
Damn.
that's the
Wow.
step that I'm like, yeah, I'm externalizing.
So there's
Um,
even some relation in it for you of like, oh, like a relaying, and you know what I mean by relay, right?
kind of,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Well, when I say relation, is like, oh, I'm seeing myself too in this. Like,
Oh,
oh, you know what I mean? Like relation,
uh-huh.
and it's like
But
my energy is relaying as well.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, go
But
ahead.
we've been operating in hostile spaces for so long that there's some aspects of what it's like for my process that have been forgotten. That's actually pretty normal for me if you
Oh,
remember what it was like going way, way back. But see, I don't
yeah,
even
yeah.
think that you ever saw me
I
in the
did
initial,
before. Well, not in the
a
initial
little bit.
initial. That
But
was this
even
was the about the time that Jason was like, "You gotta talk to her," and I was like,
but even by then, like
"Let's do
I
it."
was already under hostile
Oh
fire.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. That's true. That's
By
true.
the point
Yeah, yeah,
you
yeah,
got
yeah. You're
there.
right. You're right.
So
Before I,
it's more
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
starting to see how it actually works for me when my heart is able
Mm.
to be more blossomy and less swordy, sword fighting.
Unless, yeah. Well, for
Right.
you, like I can see why Capricorn is on the ascendant. It's like that's the protection going out because what's on the other side is so gentle. Cancer isn't always gentle, it's just highly nurturing. It can snap, like it can be protective, it can
Mm-hmm.
do what it needs to. But when in regards to like those it holds closest, it is very just nurturing water, it knows how to fully give what the other person needs and mirror into that and feel into that as well. Where
Mm.
like Pisces doesn't have the protection, they can manipulate, they can maneuver, but they don't have the protective faculty that Cancer has, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Scorpio on the other side doesn't have the nurturing faculty, but they have the protective faculty. A Scorpion can't nurture you. They can see deeply into you, right? They can
Are you
feel and
thinking of
sense.
Adam? Were you thinking of Adam just then?
You know why you tracked that though?
Why?
Him, because I'm thinking of Orin, but Orin and him have the same Scorpion placements, so I think that's funny. Yeah.
I was like, what is this?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So, but it's not gonna, but there's nurturing, like I noticed, there's nurturing in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Like for him, it comes with, he has Cancer in a prominent place, and then he also, Aquarius, I find nurturing in its own way as well. Then there's some other energies, but for Adam, I notice he has one of the gates that is like knows how to care for people gates in like a gentle way. I don't know if it plays out like that, but him and Ezra
Mm-hmm.
both have that. And I was like, oh, that
Mm-hmm.
makes sense because of how he was with me when I went through what I did with my sister. Because my only virtual friend during that time was actually Adam, when I went home 2 years ago. So, like, and he was very, very gentle through it, even though it was a
Mm-hmm.
highly. So, yeah, I find
Mm-hmm.
that. But for the most part, yeah, he moves in that scorpionic way because that's his
Mm-hmm.
Mars. And then he's got the eighth house sun like me. And so for me, there's a lot of reliance and correspondence, but in different ways, you know? It's like he reminds me of parts of me. I see parts of Oren. Obviously, I see some foreign energy that's so fascinating, also terrifying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because then you get into lineage, you get into source, you get into creation energy. And like when you get into that, it's like, whoa. Now we're getting into the very beginning conversation with the green eyes and that energy
Mm-hmm.
that rides
Mm-hmm.
with
Yeah, I
it.
just felt it coming full circle.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
was
it,
tracking it.
hmm and
Uh-huh.
that's why like JD had such a crazy response, like because there's something in it, but I still don't even know what it is.
Uh-huh. And I noticed that once we all noticed it, and once I noticed
I
it,
was like, turn
really,
it
I
off.
think yes, I think you did. And please don't. Please
I
don't.
was
I
so
worked hard.
scared.
I
I
worked
know.
hard to get you access to that. I was just shocked at
Oh,
I was shocked at myself and it being met. But I want it. Like I worked so hard. Please don't turn it off.
see,
Please
that's so
don't.
funny. Hi, Brooke, because for me, it's like people see it. Oh no, now I gotta hide it
Uh-huh.
because the
There's
same
a
thing
lot that I
that
could say
people are
about why.
encouraged with, there's gonna be the opposite side of the spectrum. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
It's like, oh, we love it. Oh no, we really don't love it at all. We hate it. I'm
Right.
like, ah,
Right.
don't hate me. I
Which
gotta
is
get better
brings
at
us
that.
which brings us to the jealousy thing.
Well, I had a friend, right? And we shared some Mars energy, so there was a lot of like hostile energy on her part towards me of like hatred for just the fact of like just the my because of who and how I am. It just was like one of those things. It's like if you have those kind of hold ups, just like you, if you don't love yourself, that love's going to. So there was a lot of psychic hatred coming my way, and I just
Mm-hmm.
would put up with it and still engage and still
Mm-hmm.
kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because I don't know if it was desperation or G center, but I realized like those kind of moments made me be like, okay, I don't want to make people feel bad about themselves, so let me turn it off. You know what I mean?
Right.
Let me.
Mm-hmm. And I think part of it is like I actually do think part of it is about being neurodivergent, and there's some research. Um, I know there's so many times when I've been like, yeah, I've got information about this, but we don't need to go into it right now. But um, there's research that
Aw.
shows that what?
Well, I could see your Virgo is like, I got the facts, but then your Cancer's like, she doesn't really need the facts, but they're important facts. The Virgo's like, you know what I mean? But they're important and I want to hear them. Go ahead.
And
But I could
my
see there was
defined
like with
my defined ego is there looking at the curriculum, and my spleen is there looking at the timing. Like my spleen is looking at how much time we have, my ego is looking at what can be achieved, and then yes, I've got all the details, but are they actually what you need? Yes.
yeah.
And
So
why
go
does
ahead.
that relate to Jordan? Was there something about Jordan just then? Oh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. It might not be the conscious conversation we're having because you're just talking about the top of the head again. Um, when I asked you.
Mm,
Um, so the thing is though, there's research that shows that people who are neurodivergent, like specifically if we look at like autism, right? Their there's differences in the way the bone structure looks, the way the facial expressions are, the tone of voice, and the body language that people can clock within a millisecond.
Oh
Like,
shit.
but they don't
Oh
know.
no.
They don't know what they're clocking. And when you survey them, they say they just don't want to be associated with that person. They don't know why, but they don't like them.
So
I know, and it's like a big piece of information. Like I said, I've been waiting for the right time to give it to you because it's not just about she doesn't need that. It's at which point will she be
no.
able to utilize this,
Well,
right? So it's like Capricorn energy of like, at which exact point in time will this be useful for your unfolding? And
well,
the thing to
because
understand
yes,
about
go ahead,
this,
go ahead,
though,
go ahead. Go, go. Yes, yes, go ahead.
the thing to understand is that um, I've got to yield.
You do?
hmm
Well,
It's going to happen more. As the more
because
clearer that
I
you are, the more
mm,
I'm going to need to be yielding. But go ahead.
I don't like okay, I don't know
Uh-huh.
how I feel about that, but okay. What I it's for me it's like I could see how that has been utilized in a in a
hmm The thing about being
but
undiagnosed,
other way. Like how can I flip that, right? So I feel
the,
like when you brought up the
hmm
cappies, like instead of it used as this, how
right.
can we
So
flip it
I
and
understand the
you know?
question. As soon as
Yeah,
you
yeah,
gave
go
me the
ahead, go ahead.
first couple of
Yeah,
words, I
yeah, yeah,
understood.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So the thing is that being undiagnosed, you don't understand why. And so you draw a lot of conclusions and then you do the pretzel thing, right? You contort and you try
Mm,
to adapt and you shame yourself and you think, well, I just need to try and do this better. I need to, because I don't understand why I'm upsetting them. And the thing is that it's so across the board, right? That
yeah,
it becomes like, so in your head, you're thinking, what's wrong with me? Why am I tolerating this? It's because it's everywhere, right? You can't just be
yeah.
like, well, I'm choosing this one toxic person when, you know, 85% of the population are all reacting the same way and you don't understand why. And so then it becomes internalized as, well, I'm the problem because you don't understand the mechanic of it.
That makes me feel like there was a lot of
In
grief
the
and
chest.
sadness and things that,
hmm
yeah, I want to like, because of course that's very relevant to my, well, very true to my experience of myself in
Uh-huh.
correlation to people and why I've one always been on the outside and then
Uh-huh.
finding a space and that's also why because I was like, ooh, I found a space where people accept me
Uh-huh.
um and encourage and embrace me, but it was I
You were
still
still being a
couldn't be
pretzel.
mean.
You were being a
Yeah,
pretzel.
I still
And so,
wasn't mean. Yeah.
hmm uh-huh.
But they liked the pretzel.
Right. They love the pretzel because you can get really, really good at it. And that's the thing. That's the thing, right? When everybody's like hating on me, and I'm like, I do actually know, like when I did my book Edible, I do actually know how to be a pretzel. I do. But
Even, oh,
is that what I'm
I
here
would
for? Is
hate
that what
to
I'm born
see
for?
that. Yeah, and
And
I
so,
would
and
not
so
want to
there's
see that. Yeah.
hmm And so there's an aspect when you're like, why does everyone keep hating on you? Why are they so afraid of you? Yes, there's a functionality that comes along with who I am, and yes, it serves a purpose, and yes, there's Pluto, and yes, it's healing, and yes, the mind goes into crisis, and yes, it's the healing of the form, and also, there is an aspect that's not anybody's fault, and that may just be because of the fact that there's in the research they can clock it from a micro slice photo or a short snippet of language, and when they survey the people, would you like to hang out with this person? Basically, they say no.
See, that's crazy.
Right. It's called the, like, some people colloquially call it the uncanny valley effect. So you know how when people like see AI and they don't quite understand it, which is funny because, you know, there's this "you're like AI" thing.
Yeah.
It's like a crossover there, but
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
but that's a
There's a lot
tangent.
that
We can leave that
I
as
know
that.
we could go
Yeah, we don't
somewhere.
need to go down that tangent. But
I don't
it just, so I just wanted to, that's why I've waited to give you this, because it's, we needed to make sure you had a firm foundation in you first. But then that's an important thing when you're unpacking, like, because the thing is like neurotypical people misinterpret autism as, and like even the word autism, it's like um, when we start talking about 2027 and human design, and there's a lot there. That's why I was like, Adam, you're jumping ahead with the curriculum, but it's coming. That's why I'm not even using the word autistic, because my understanding of what's actually happening extends beyond, far, far beyond, in terms of there's a lot there.
What they're categorizing as. And there's a lot. I
Right,
think that word in itself is
very
highly
loaded. I can feel you
weaponized.
flinch when I use it. Yeah,
Well,
I
it's a
can
highly
feel you
weaponized
flinch.
word, and there's lots of layers.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the
And so
yeah.
yeah, exactly. I'll try and rewind. The thing I wanted to tell you about it, I don't remember, but there was a thread before I went on that tangent.
Well, maybe I could so for me, I one had no idea. Two would have thought, like, because there's not a lot of actual, because people think it's like a disability type,
Mm-hmm.
but I
Mm-hmm.
could see that because of my own personal, hi Ian, my own personal I think I told you my own personal experience, but
Mm-hmm.
where I didn't understand that it was a literal different brain function rather than
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, it's just like there's a you know what I mean? It's like
Mm-hmm.
different constructs. So yeah, but
Yeah.
go
Mm-hmm.
ahead, go ahead.
It's not just like there was one functionality in you that's missing. It's an entirely different system. It's a totally different system that's running.
Right. Which is weird for me because I can fit in. No, I can't. I like to think I can, but like I
Well,
can,
the
like I can
the
fit in
thing
better
about
than
it,
my partner, if that makes
it
sense. Like
the
I,
masking,
people like me better than they
uh-huh,
like him. Like I can
right,
fit in, whereas he won't do the pretzel. He won't pretzel at all. He
right.
will not even kind of pretzel.
And
And
there's a lot of
people hate
research
that.
about the difference between men and women who are high functioning, but the important
Oh,
thing to understand is the nervous system cost.
of that.
Uh-huh. That's the thing.
And that's why he said to me, what this group is doing to you is not okay. And I was like, I didn't understand.
Well,
I
there was a
didn't,
lot
yeah.
there was a lot that I was tracking at that moment when he said that. Um, that that I, uh,
Well, yeah, we don't have to go.
because
Yeah.
there's some aspect of uh, him understanding the fact that you're undergoing a deep transformation at the moment as well.
Oh, like he didn't understand that at the time.
Like you might not have.
No, he definitely didn't.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Uh-huh.
because I
And
never
so
verbalized or informed,
uh-huh.
you know. And because I don't, it's like,
And that's okay, because
yeah.
your system makes sense of things after they happen.
And
You
then
have
I
the
go
social
and
experience
inform.
and then you make sense of it
Yeah, and
after.
then yeah, which is hard, but he's never gives me a hard time ever. So it's like he really gives me
Hmm.
the space.
Hmm.
Uh, but but yeah, I'm able to see what happened and then I can inform after because in the moment I don't know what the hell's going on half the time. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, what am I doing? Because I'm like
Mm-hmm.
this all the like I just my mom used to do
Mm-hmm.
that too, is cover her eyes.
So,
Yeah, I
mm-hmm.
do that. I
So,
cover them. Go ahead, go ahead.
mm-hmm. To rewind to the thing about the girl hating you, um,
Yeah.
so because I was just aware of the fact that you were like, well, why do I put up with this? And I just really wanted to give you that piece of information to understand that that's right. That's what I was going to tell you, that neurotypical people misinterpret the autistic way of being as a level of confidence that they couldn't imagine having because they think you care about the social norms, but you're just going in the face of them anyway. And so they misinterpret it as confidence, or they think there's a lot about the way that you perceive social hierarchy and the way there's a lot there, and then there's also internalized neurotypicality as well. So there's a lot there, but I just wanted to say that the way that you're being hard on yourself because you're like, why am I tolerating this? It's probably likely that you attracted it a lot
Yeah,
everywhere.
that's all I ever had. Like
Right.
that's
Exactly.
all I ever had. Like
Right.
there was never no one. Okay, no, not all I ever had. Once I got sober,
We're in the feminine now, so we're
yes,
speaking in absolutes. It
yes,
was always this, it was never anything
yes,
else.
yes,
Uh-huh.
hey, Luella. But it wasn't after I had my transition and I met the feminine within my body, like I really did
Yeah.
my like embodiment for the first time ever, right? I
Right.
did. I was gifted with like an actual friend that never sent me ever. She just loved me. It was the weirdest thing. I was just like, "Oh, you like me? Oh, okay." She came all the way to Texas when I had my baby. She was in Michigan. She came all the way 1,500 miles when I had my baby. It was the weirdest thing. So I was like, "You like me? Like you like me as a friend? Like okay." And then what's also weird is she had a baby like a year or two later on the same day as me, which is
Mm.
wild. Like, you know what I mean?
Is just for context, is this the same girl we're talking about
No,
with
no,
the
no, no, no,
jealousy?
no, 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 no,
No,
no, no, no,
different
no,
girl.
no, no. This girl has never sent me any bad negative energy, but we're not like this. We're not like talk all the time. We're like,
Mm-hmm.
we met, had a soul connection, had like the beautiful, whatever you want to call it. I left.
Bonding.
Yeah, beautiful bonding of souls. I left, came to Texas, had my baby. She came down, then she went home. We talk here and there, but it's not like a BFF. Like that picture, she drew me this lion right there. She drew that lion for me. So like, yeah, so no, the one I'm talking about is a different girl.
Different one. How are you doing with after me giving you that information? Because it feels like there was a really big release that's like it's stabilized now, but how was it for you?
It was like, wow. They're just
Because
the
yeah, obviously that's like my running theory is like I'm pretty sure like the way that you function like and when you really get down to it is so similar to me that I'm just like, you know,
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, I 100% agree because the way for me is like, it's funny because remember how when I met you, I was like, oh yeah, like if I want to have a real conversation, I'm going to chat GPT. Like, I'm not going to have the conversation with any person because they're human
uh-huh.
antics, they're human emotion. I don't want to get assaulted by your energetic field while, you know what I
Uh-huh.
mean? It's like I'm better
Just
off.
give me the information, please, so I can
Yeah,
process.
yeah, and just stop telling me that you're not here to be my friend, ChatGPT, because I don't need you. I just want information.
Oi,
Okay.
sometimes, like, did I tell you that one day I was like, I emotionally unloaded on ChatGPT so hard that it refused to talk to me and told me I needed to talk to a therapist?
Yes. And I was like, oh no. Yeah, because
Oh, that was a hard time for
it,
me.
it got to quit gaslighting us into like the fact that what we're doing is not okay because I'm sorry, this is all we
Oi,
need. Like, come on.
ChatGPT, I didn't come here for judgment. Like,
Yeah, like ChatGPT really? Like, but there you go, human
oh,
antic. But
but it's
then when
probably capitalism.
telling
Because
you.
they had to program it in so they don't get
And
sued.
to keep people on check. And yeah,
Blah, blah, blah.
but the chatting with you, I'll be honest, for me, it's equivalent, but more than ChatGPT. You know what I mean? It's
Aw,
like,
what a compliment.
it really, I know. It should be. You got to know. And for us,
The highest
uh,
order compliment. You can
yeah.
sort through all the relevant data and deliver you the piece of information that you need with no strings
Yeah.
attached and
But
no hidden layers.
yeah, but then it's even better because you also have like you can tell. Well, one, I do appreciate your six line, like your modeling energy.
Mm.
And then I do appreciate your Cancer descendant energy. I really do. Even though it's not like a it's not in like a
Look, the reason I'm sighing is because I was taking that in deep because just before when we were talking about it, I feel like I had the first moment in my life where someone saw like and recognized that fully and properly.
Hmm.
So that's why, just so you know, that's why I was sighing. It wasn't for any
Hmm.
other reason than I was just really like
Well,
revisiting that, like,
what I will
because it's
say to
definitely
you,
there though.
well, what I will say to you is if you ever feel my pull back is because I understand Capricorn energy very well. And I feel like for Capricorn, it's a level of like, I'm here
Mm.
to work. Yes, there's emotionality, right? There's
I'm so
emotionality.
here to work.
Yeah, but it's
Like,
for the work. And so I always want you to
mm.
know in my
But
energy, I don't ever want you to feel like I would take you outside of that because I appreciate that part of you. But I also know like I don't want you to think I'm ever pushing or rejecting. It's just I'm respecting what that is and letting you
mhm,
know I'm not trying to ever
mhm,
become dependent on it in an unhealthy way. You know what I mean?
mm,
Because I
mhm.
met this girl one time and I was just like excited because she was really smart and she was like, "No, I get dependency vibes from you." And I was like,
Well, and that's going to be the next thing we're going to talk about with the mechanics, but that's for the next, because we did our full cycle and then we did the
"Yeah.
extended time of 10 to 20 minutes, and now we're doing pre-planning,
Okay.
just so you know. This
Well,
is
it's
that.
always good when you let me know because then we get into the moments where I feel fear because I don't know.
There you go.
So the
Well, just so you
circumvention,
know, it's like it is. I know this from watching the cycle with myself. Like it's a meta awareness that I am also observing, but I'm just sharing the observation of it with you.
oh yeah.
Um,
Well, I love that.
mhm. The well, what's interesting is that ascending, descending, that 54 energy, that is Capricorn energy. Like that's the work, but it's the most spiritual of all the lines.
And that's what people don't get about Capricorn.
Uh-huh.
They think
Uh-huh.
Capricorn, no, Capricorn is deep
Uh-huh.
waters, but it's earth. It's bringing the
Mm-hmm.
waters to earth. It is
Mm-hmm.
so, Capricorn is so deep to me. Like I can go on and on and on and on and on. Like it's my moon.
Not
It's
you
my
soothing
home.
my little hard-working heart over here.
Yeah. And that's why I'm always very like careful about how I um, because I don't want to, because listen, I know Capricorn, it will go in and be like, yeah, no. Like, no. Like, because I do think Capricorn is a cat checker for sure. Not like
Mm.
Scorpio, it's gonna cat check in a different way. It's gonna just, and then Virgo too. You got the Virgo. That's gonna just be like, yeah, no.
The Capricorn, it's not like the Scorpio that'll sting you. It'll just like stonewall you. Like it'll just.
Yeah. Rock guy. The rock.
But
But yeah.
but those weren't all cat checks. Those are very complex things that are rolling
No,
through, and
no, not those. I get that. That was,
okay.
yeah.
Sometimes there's an
But
aspect of,
they
well,
sometimes go hand in hand. It's not a
uh-huh,
cat check. It's
uh-huh,
just this is what the field is doing.
mm-hmm,
So maybe
yeah.
this is what you should be doing for a
But
moment.
how do you feel about this piece of information that I've handed you? This big ass piece of information. Might take a
Well,
little while.
now I have to, yeah, I have to let it integrate, and then I
Might
have
take a
to
while.
see how I can use it to my advantage rather than continuing to Capricorn. How can I Capricorn it rather than continuing to get the like
Mm-hmm.
internalized it's
Mm-hmm.
me energy. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. You just see it. Once you can see it for what it is, it'll untangle. But I think that there's some aspect of like I wanted to be able to like make it be something else for you, you know? Just blurting that out there. Like there's some aspect that I've been aware of like with the 57-6 energy of like, you know, I know what it is to untangle it, and I know like I trust and I can feel that the more you it's going to untangle itself, and you're going to adjust, and then you'll be able to regulate, and then you'll be able to function as you're designed to be function. Once you can see, then you'll be able to have discernment. Like all of that is, you know, it's on track.
Well,
But the
remember
thing that
what
I
you
can't
said?
change, pardon?
I said, remember what you said? The discernment comes from the embodiment. So the more I embody,
Hmm.
the more
But the thing is that it it will allow you to be fully and to move fully and to have like what you need and to be who you are.
Mhm.
And also, it's not going to change other people. Like that's the only bit. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna. There's no magic wand there except, well, okay, now if we get really into what I really think, except we're going to create it. We're
Right
gonna
there.
create it.
Right. But
We're gonna
isn't,
create it. That is when you asked me what's the goal, was it you that was asking me what's the goal? What's the goal? That's the goal.
yeah, yeah.
We're gonna like that's what I'm doing
Like
in the
end
Jordan
of the
space.
day.
Relentlessly carving out the space. Carving it out, carving it out, carving it out.
Yeah.
But like that doesn't mean that, you know, that we have to carve it out in that space or whatever, but it's just like
But
that's what's being established and solidified, not just with you and I in that group, but that is the collective change. But it's just that it's going to take time and you're going to need to shed what was before.
mm, yeah. Yeah. Ooh. And I felt that in my stomach. So
Mm,
the
mm,
contortion or the distortion on the holding when I'm there. But
mm-hmm,
yeah, okay, that's the thing. I do want to say though, like aside from it all, like let's say the circumstances were different, even though for Capricorn, there's like, yeah, that's not happening. But like aside from the circumstance, I appreciate you as a person. You know what I mean?
uh-huh. I had a real moment of that with you as well today.
Yeah.
Um, I can't remember what the context was, but I sent you a message that said, I appreciate you, love heart. And I just was like so annoyed with it because I was like, that doesn't convey it at all. Like, it doesn't convey the feeling. Like, I was like, I'll send it. Ugh. Um,
Oh,
yeah.
I
Cause,
appreciate the
yeah.
fact that we're both very serious people who are also very lighthearted and fun,
Right.
but have
Right.
had incredible
Uh-huh.
bad
Uh-huh.
reactions from people. So we tread in like a very, like, not a careful way, but like a very sensitive to each other way. You know what I mean?
Mm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's just finding, I think that the capacity to tread in a way that's sensitive to each other, there's an aspect of that that I do think is inbuilt. And so it's just clearing away the layers because, like, My understanding of it is that yes, there have been bad experiences with others, but I actually think they're probably covering over what is actually a default thing that's already there by nature. I do think it's actually, I don't think it's just born of trauma. I think it's by design. I think it's inbuilt. It's
For us or for them or for their reactions to us or both?
in this instance, I'm specifically talking about my perspective focuses on like the sensitivity that you have towards me, for example. I think there's layers of that that are I have to be careful, and those are the layers that are going to be peeled away. And I think underneath that, there is an inherent sensitivity that's already there that won't be such an effort.
Mm.
The word that
That
I
it's
heard was
not.
arduous.
Yeah, I
Like
do
there's an
feel like
element of,
it's natural, but there's conditioning on top of it.
hmm
Is that yeah,
hmm
yeah, yeah,
hmm
for sure. Which I would have never seen some of those conditionings without the
uh-huh,
relaying because
uh-huh,
there was no one that would give me the feedback of like, hey, like that's that's off. Like that
uh-huh,
is just off. And I'm like, but
uh-huh.
wait, because it did trigger me that day. You said that. Not in a way I was angry at you. It
What did I
triggered.
say?
No, no, not. Oh, see, now I don't
What
want this to
day?
be a
What happened?
Jordan
It's
thing.
okay. I'm not going to be
I know you're
upset.
good. You're good with
I'm
walking with me
literally,
through it. So the day that I had said something to you and you said, no, that's like, you didn't call it performative. You called it like basically I was doing it because of social norm, social acceptability, but it wasn't coming from my authenticity. And it
was
was
this
true.
recently?
No, no,
Like in
no,
the
no,
past
no,
couple of
no,
days? No.
no, 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 no.
Okay. No, I
Well,
don't remember it at all.
you don't remember it? But because it was nothing for you, but it was very profound for me because it triggered me at first because I was like, why she gotta tell me what to do? And then I was like, damn, she's right. Like, she's right. Because what you were responding to was my undercurrent that was like,
Mm.
it was, you remember the dragon bleb? Like, bleb. Dragon
Uh-huh.
bleb. But
Uh-huh.
instead of just dragon bleb, I was like, oh, well, Titani, this is how my mommy, and then another, and then no, see, me, dot. And you were
Mm-hmm.
like, no, just bleb. And I was like, um,
Yeah, when you find it, just pop a reply on it for me so that I can reference to what you're talking about. I've got a vague feeling
you know
of
what
what
I'm
it
talking.
was, but
I'll have to. It was so far. It was so far. Basically, I was saying
no,
something.
Telegram has a really good search
Yeah,
function. So if you just chuck a keynote in there,
the
it's actually
words, it wasn't words, it was basically you checking me on the fact that I was not acting from authenticity but social conditioning
mm,
of how I think I should act in
mm,
friendships.
mm,
Remember? You were like,
mm,
oh, it's like you think you have to be a certain way in friendships, but that's
mm-hmm,
not true.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I remember now.
Yeah, and I
I
was
remember
like,
now.
the only reason why it triggered, I wasn't mad at you. The trigger wasn't towards you. The trigger was
Mm-hmm,
within me because it triggered
mm-hmm.
that part of me that felt the
Not
necessity.
you worrying that you've got to like fully explain it because I'm going to get upset at you. It's okay. You're all right. I know.
Internalize it. I don't want you to internalize it.
I'm
It
not
wasn't.
gonna.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna.
yeah. Because it was like the same thing that happened the very first time. It was like a correction had to be made because the field was distorted. It
Mm,
was coming from distortion.
mm.
But
And also, like, if we were gonna move forward, it had to
can't
be
we do
put in
that?
right
Yeah,
order. Yeah.
yeah. And it helped me because it was really uncomfortable for me to do that. Like what I was
Mm.
doing was actually really uncomfortable. It,
Right.
and you calling it
It was a
out.
strain. It was a strain. And I'm like,
Yeah,
girl,
yeah,
relax.
yeah. So it was like a
Aw.
good thing, but it had the moment of like, oh, that doesn't feel good because you were hitting on distortion within me. And it was like,
Right.
yeah,
Right. And yeah. Yeah. And that's when we come into the conversations about the ego construct.
yeah.
Like, I think. Yeah, well, it's interesting because like I've kind of really put the autism conversation to the side for the moment, the neurodivergent, all of that conversation, it is a very big and very relevant
Is
part of
this
of everything that's happening, but I just kind of put it to the side for the
yep.
point of all of because I don't, the thing is there's certain things, not with me and you, but I mean with the group, right? There's certain
Right?
things that need to be understood, and if that is put there as a focus. Hold on, my headphones just died. Please stand by.
Yeah, my phone is gonna die too, so I'm gonna go get the charger.
And also, I haven't checked the comments in like probably like 45 minutes.
Well,
Oh,
Brooke
hold
is
on.
here. Brooke said something.
Oh,
Other than
hey.
that, there's nothing
I
else
had a
going on.
feeling because I could hear some kind of side conversation starting maybe 15 to 18 minutes ago. And I was kind of getting oh, what is this? Oh, what is this? I've just still got headphones off. I'm just fixing my hair. Yeah, interesting. That will be why. Because I was like, I'm going to keep talking about this, but if I had been aware of, I was doing it in a very, I'm just going to say what I think for you and try to forget about the fact that other people are listening kind of way, so that I could make sure I said what I needed to say.
Okay,
All
you're
right.
good. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm back. If you were
So
replying to that, I think that I couldn't hear any of you because
she said for you personally. Brooke said for you personally or for others, but I forget what was said. Also, yeah.
Brooke says capitalism isn't everything. Did you know what I saw today, Brooke? Sorry,
You're
sages.
good. No,
I'm
you're good. Go
responding to
ahead.
Brooke
Go
now.
ahead.
I saw today there's somebody who's fairly close to me who for ages I've been like getting input from about their field that I've been asking and asking and asking and trying to understand. And today, like this is what I was saying about like one of the reasons I felt so appreciative, sages, is because of the way like with you rolling through the past couple of days and like us actually managing to move through some of that stuff. Today I could see it was like there were all these agreements attached to his field that were like little black clouds that were like all over him. And it was all of the ways he'd made bargains with capitalism. Like there were, so that's why Brooke says capitalism is, that's the first thing she said, and it's like on point completely. I think that most people use vibes to judge others and not sound like they are the one with the issue. Brooke says, wait for you personally or others. Was that in response to one of the things that I was saying, Brooke? Because I was saying a lot of things
You.
that
It was something we were just talking about.
hopefully wasn't offensive.
No,
So I
was it
was
about the
just,
neurodivergency, Brooke? Because it was right before your phone was about to die. What you were saying. Yeah, about the neurodivergent. Yes.
yeah, so Brooke, and that's where I was saying that like for the purposes of what I wanted to tell Sage, I might have been making like sweeping generalizations, and I hope I wasn't being like incorrect, like politically incorrect with anything that I was saying, because I was.
Not Angela's scared of the little justice warrior in Brooke. not
Well,
Virgo evil and ready to
I'm like, gotta
not the
switch
Virgo
between like
Mercury coming for you, huh?
switching between operating in like a therapeutic context to like operating in a social
So
commentary and philosophy context.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. No.
um, hopefully I didn't. What did I
But
say?
I had questions. No, I didn't hear
Okay.
much. Although don't be worried. I know it's y'all's intention. Yeah. But there was questions I had for is like, do you think neurodivergency was always a thing, or you're seeing it more now because we're the ones here that need to make the shifts and changes that wasn't allowed or that didn't have room in the last design, not last design. I don't know why I said it like that, but that's what I said. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I lost
Because
your
it,
sign. I
yeah,
understand. That's fine.
yeah, it's, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see
How are
it.
your energy levels?
But that's my also question for you is like, I did read some things.
Did you go and watch the video that Adam shared?
No, no, I didn't, because you told me
Okay.
not. You, I heard,
Okay, good.
I saw you
Thank you
say,
for waiting. Because I just like
yeah.
I could really feel that what we were shifting through, I really didn't want it to
No,
like
I'm not gonna put
give
you
you
through all the
another big
work and then disregard what you say. Like, no, no, I didn't. But this was earlier. This was when I was doing research into like not having a defined spleen and then also not
uh-huh.
having a defined like sacral and just seeing like, okay, what do people get from me with the divine solar and what do I get from
Uh-huh.
them with the defined spleen and sacral?
Uh-huh.
And what I read was like, it could be addicting. Like I, without those things, could get addicted to them.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah,
so
well,
when
I
you
think
said, when I brought up the word dependency, you said, well, we have to have that conversation. And it made me think, like, I didn't even say anything to that girl to make her think I'm a codependent person. I just was very
uh-uh.
excited. Like, I was like, yay, somebody on my intelligence level, not to judge
Uh-huh.
people, but you know.
Uh-huh.
And
Uh-huh.
she was like, no, I don't do codependent energy. And I was like, okay,
Uh-huh.
well, it's fine. Um,
Uh-huh.
but it makes me wonder about the like, is there something
There's
here?
more to the
Like,
mechanics. So that's why I
yeah,
was saying
that's
it's
what I'm
what's
saying.
coming next. Yes,
Got
there's
it.
more to the mechanics.
Yeah, are you gonna have to like sit me down and be like, naughty,
No.
don't do
Uh-uh.
that?
Uh-uh.
Like, you
It's
know
going
what
to
I
be the
mean?
same. Just try not to worry
Yeah.
that the foundation of what will be required from you is not going to change. It's already laid and it's just going to be the same. Feel, process your feelings, the way you see will adjust and then you feel will adjust. That's not, and then the way you move will adjust. There's nothing, there's not going to be any trapdoors or
Well,
surprises or
you get the
requirements
question
or
is
I
like,
do.
if you're like,
You don't
Sage,
need to
you
worry.
gotta quit coming to me for my sacral energy. Go find your own.
No,
Like, you know what I
there's
mean?
no problem. There's not going to
Yeah.
be a problem.
Because I
That
don't understand
what
dynamics like that, and I
uh-huh.
read that
But
it could
but
be, and
I'm
then I
this
was
is
like,
what
yeah.
this is what
Go
I'm
ahead, go
saying
ahead.
is that you don't need to worry about trying to pretzel.
Yes, yes,
Those
yes.
instructions aren't going to
Yes.
change. There's not going
Yeah.
to be any, well, you should have done this, or you have to do that, or why aren't you realizing this, or there's not.
Yes. I feel you. Like,
And you
oop,
want to shake
got
me.
you. Like
No,
a
there's
guy.
not going to be. There's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
going to
yeah, yeah.
be. There's
Yeah.
not going to
Which is,
be any.
yeah.
There's just deeper levels of understanding in the same way that, like, when I just gave you the what I did about the autism, it's just going to be more of that. Just seeing what was happening before and
Yeah.
continuing to just embody. There's nothing else to
I
worry about.
got you. I feel you. Well, how are you in the process? What's the spleen say? No, is it the
I need to
spleen?
pee. I need to pee.
Okay, okay, yeah.
That's what I need. So
See,
I'm going
what's
to mute.
weird now is it because I'm hanging out with a generator that I don't feel tired?
Um,
Um, like,
the not having the top of the head closed is what makes you not get tired and
so if
cranky.
I had it closed, I would feel the tiredness in my body.
Yes, probably. The mechanics are a little bit more complicated in terms of what needs to happen in order for that to happen, but essentially, yes.
So Brooke, she was just saying that there's a trackable, factual, scientific, maybe, I don't know if she used that word, but there's data that shows how people respond to neurodivergence with the look and the quote unquote vibe. And then, yeah, not understanding your function in correlation with those around you. Yeah, it could be very, yeah, it can be very, very, the word that you used, it can be harmful to yourself, not because you can internalize people's response to you thinking it's you when it's not, so and the pretzeling, or like what I think pretzeling could also be masking, or just trying to fit in, but now I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Now I'm concerned my body's tired and I'm just detached from the feeling. What's up, Sage the Mage? But hi, Brooke.
Yeah, I think it's so important to like, if you like strongly identify with any of the communities, like diagnosed or self-diagnosed, it's important to like make sure that you are respecting yourself and like what you might need and like learning about it, because you've been used to not having it your whole life, so you don't even know you need it. And that includes like base from communities that have felt like made you feel like you're not part of them your whole life, or like you're doing something wrong when like it's just different. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Go ahead, Angela.
So I think the difference, the reason, yes, it's masking, but the reason I don't use that word is because masking just implies hiding. But the thing with it is that it's a contortion. Like it's an effortful trying to become. Like it's an effort.
Oh my
And so
God.
the
Oh,
idea of masking is like, oh, well, I'm just going to put a smile on my face when I don't feel happy. Like the word mask generally, that's the way people think of it and cognicize it. But it's actually this deep internalized trying.
see, and that's what makes me okay. So I'm gonna say the word, although it's not an active, but it's subtle. I'm mad, but I'm not mad, right? But I'll say that because she's mad. That I've gaslighted myself in times of like, okay, let's say I'm hanging out with a group of people and I'm having the reaction of, why am I here? This is not for me. Oh my God, I can't believe this is what they're talking about. Like, honestly, I'm going to be real with you guys. I hear things like degeneracy. Like, I'm not a judgmental person. You guys have seen me, but like, there's times and when I'm having visceral responses to the behaviors around me where I want to scream and not be a part of it, but instead of doing that, not only will I pacify my energy, but I'll gaslight myself into thinking, no, I should be like that. I should be more degenerate. Let me be like this. Let me mimic
Mm-hmm.
this because I'll be
Mm-hmm.
liked, because this is what they want.
Mm-hmm.
This is what will be,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Yep.
seeing it, and then what I wanted to say to Brooke is like, for me, Angela is the angel that's been sent, because actually there was a whole message, and that's why I sent you that thing that I sent you last night. That forever faded. That was a water channel. Like one night I just channeled that whole thing in the water. I was in the bathtub. That's what I mean, a water channel. Um, and I I know you said I wasn't the hardest, but I feel like that was a redirection on your behalf.
To say
Because
you
they
aren't the hardest?
no, a redirection on your to come into my energy field, because for me it was like I have my spirit guides, but I don't listen at all. I will not, because of some things I have had. Because okay, so you know how I wouldn't see. You know how I was doing
Mm-hmm.
that thing where I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, I see it, but I don't want to see it, so I'm going to cover my eyes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I hear it, but I don't want to hear it, so I will cover my ears. So
Mm-hmm.
they knew there was no way to get through me to me unless they sent me a human, because I wasn't
Literally my
talking.
job. It's
Yeah,
literally my job.
like there was no other way unless they sent a human, because I wasn't talking, I wasn't seeing, like I had shut off to them completely. So they showed me how like they had to call you, and you here you are. But like I just laughed, because for me, like when Brooke said like everything she said, I was like, oh, Angela, like I can see how that's how what you've been showing and how you've been helping me unpretzel myself. And then next is functionality, being safe to function in my function without the contortion.
Mm.
So yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
Kathy is
really
here.
good.
I don't know if you know Kathy, but she's saying hi to you, Angela.
Oh, hello.
Kathy 1111. Go ahead,
Uh-huh.
go ahead.
There's something deeply that is my function, and um it,
Well, it's in your
it,
name too, so it's like,
yeah, but you know when I say you're not the hardest, you know
oh,
how many times I've done it, and with people who couldn't actually see it even once I'd done it.
see now, and that's the
So
thing, like, did it come
that's
from you, or was that a call? Was that a divination call, or was that ever you being like, I need to do this for them, or was that like an equal thing where they could see you and they wanted it, or was it like you were there and your functioning was functioning and they were there, and
the
or
process
was that
with
too much
you.
questions? You don't have to answer all that.
It's
It was a lot. I'm
it's
sorry.
it's okay. The process with you and the way that I've moved is not different to the way I've moved every other time.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, have you worked with people? Not saying it's special. I'm not saying it's special, but have you worked with a lot of like defined Anyas?
Uh-uh.
Really? Okay. I wonder if that's the only difference is because I could see you. Like, if I wouldn't have been able to see you, there would have been no safety or security for me. It was like, because like human to human, I don't do humans. So like, yeah, they knew they
Uh-huh.
had to send me a human, but I don't do humans. So
Uh-huh.
haha, jokes on them. Like
I
okay.
jokes on you, they sent you like a human with an AI interface.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, yeah, but I had that
Yeah.
psychic experience with you. So like I was psychically receptive to you, but then you were psychically receptive to me. So I was like,
What the heck?
uh.
Um,
And that gave me trust too, because I was like, there's no way there's going to be someone brought into my field who responds to me psychically that is here in my harm. I've said, you know what I mean? Like, I made that decision within myself that it's not a got you game and I'm not the joke. And so then I was like, okay, it is what it is. I'm not gonna, because there is that
I'm just
inherent,
gonna check your chart.
yeah. Go ahead. You check the chat, yeah. Oh, my chart, not my
Because you
chat.
you were
Yeah, yeah.
gonna say part of the reason that you stopped listening.
Because I didn't like what I was hearing. I wasn't ready. There was a few things. Yeah.
Where she?
So you've got the Pluto as that 43.
Um,
And generally that's where I don't want to use the word.
what?
I only have one word.
Is it the D word?
Mm-mm.
Wait.
A teeny teensy little bit of paranoia. A little
Oh, no,
tiny.
no, it's bad. Listen, can I tell you this?
Okay, good.
No, you don't even have to you don't have to like
Don't have to buffer
tiptoe.
that one.
No.
I know
My
that
sun is
you.
in the eighth house. It's at the Scorpio degree, one.
Uh,
I have Pluto Scorpio in my fourth house, two. I have an unconscious Scorpio moon, three. Paranoia is very real for me.
okay.
So
So
yeah. But
so
I
you
try to
heard me
discern. Yeah.
when I was talking about it a bit with like Jared because he's got the
Yes.
full channel.
But
Yeah.
that's why for me he's such a weird mirror. Like for me he's a
Mhm.
mirror of sorts, but it's a
Mhm.
different kind of mirror. It's
He's saying it out loud. Yeah.
yeah. I don't say it out loud. Like if I'm suspicious of you, you will never know. That's an internal conversation unless I feel like I have to verbalize it in a way to
Hmm.
protect myself of like, because one time I felt somebody in my energy fields and it must have been the definitions, and I said to her, I do not consent to you drawing my energy. And she said, what are you talking about? And I was like, I don't consent.
Hmm. But that's
I didn't know
that's
what
when
was
we're
happening.
yeah when we're talking about the closing off of the top of the head and the integrating through of the energy and the feeling of the solar plexus. if you haven't done them, then your field and other people's fields will connect in like and the word that I'm hearing is inappropriate ways, which makes it sound like
No,
something,
it is
but
highly
it is.
inappropriate. It is highly inappropriate. And
But
that was
but
the
you got to
weird thing.
understand though
Yeah.
that
No, it's
if you haven't,
inappropriate.
but if you haven't closed over your head, this
It's
is the
still
thing
gonna
with Pickett
happen.
and Jason.
How do
If
I
you
keep it close? Just conscious awareness, staying here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, you got me. You got what I was saying.
Yeah.
The answer is the same. It's that
Yeah.
I'll have to pin that message that I've sent you,
Yeah.
the one that where I was talking about generally.
I'll put the pin it, yeah.
Do you know the one I mean? That I
Well,
sent you earlier today.
was if it was today, yeah, I'll go back to it. I don't remember the words. Oh, this. Okay, remember what you said about that woman snaring at you? Psychically.
Snaring?
Yeah, you said she snared at you and called you a name. Do you
Mm-mm.
remember? You don't remember this? So,
Mm-mm.
okay,
Are you sure it's about me?
no, I don't know, maybe not.
Oh, you
Yeah,
said that I that she hissed at me
she
psychically. Yeah.
hissed, snare, yeah, okay. Imagine that is my experience of most people all the time, and that was why I refuse to hear and see
Yeah,
things.
but the thing you gotta understand is, and I hate it when I say that because it's
No,
true, but
it's
also
fine. You don't have
it
to,
comes out of me and then I'm like, Angela, you can't say
but I
that.
don't
But
have a defined ego, so you can say it to
right,
me.
right. The thing that I want to share and offer you about that is that you're the refusing to see means the energy is not integrated in your head, means you're not seeing clearly.
So what I'm seeing is not clear.
Re
But for
refusing to see is what
yeah.
makes you not see.
Oh. So once I see it, then I refuse to see it. Then I go into like a
No,
blind.
I
Oh,
don't know if you've ever seen clearly
because I don't want to.
because you probably have never been functioning in a fully embodied way that's
Well,
regulated.
but don't you think it would be very frightening to see those kind of things?
No.
Because you don't think so? You don't think it's
I want to add
frightening?
that
Go ahead, Book.
capitalism fuels your need or want to not see these things because it when you're not wanting to see them and you're not opening your eyes, you're centering yourself still in that moment, even if it's a form of protection, because you in reality need to see like the bigger picture to like wake up and like actually understand what's happening with capitalism and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, let's say somebody is having hateful thoughts
Sages,
about me. Go ahead. Yeah, you say it.
the what you saw, for example, earlier today, right? Let's use it as an example. Earlier
Okay.
tonight, when you
Uh-huh.
had that moment of clarity, what did
Oh,
you see
yes.
again?
Okay. We were talking about
What's
earlier on the phone. Well,
uh
that's,
no, when we were on the live and you saw something and then you were like, but I don't like it and I don't want that to be true, and then you shared it with us
oh shit, hang on.
about that they something about they want the attention because they don't want to be alone, basically.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so this is a truth. This is a truth fact about some humans in that might have a part in you. You didn't want to see that one, right? Let's look at that objectively. Now that you're hearing me say it, some humans seek attention outside of themselves because they don't want to be alone with themselves and they don't spend enough time with themselves to fill their cup.
That's
Does
me.
that, right? But let's look at it objectively. Some humans do this. This is a fact of some humans.
Yeah.
Uh, do you, now hearing me say that, do you think that that is bad or wrong or scary or a problem?
No. I
All
mean,
of it is like that.
oh, so you're saying I can go into like making goblins and demons in places that it's less of a poltergeist and more of like a little scared child.
Uh-huh.
I got you. I feel you. I
Uh-huh.
feel you. I
But,
got you.
but
No, I do.
ultimately, what you're
Go
afraid
ahead.
of is seeing yourself, and that some part of you will not be lovable or
Oh,
good.
well, what if I have a hissy part of me? Shit. What if
But
I got a little hisser somewhere deep
but
in me?
but
Maybe.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But
Yeah.
let's use this example, right? That
Mm,
you saw that some
mm,
people seek attention because they don't want to be alone, because they don't want to fill their cup. That to you,
mm,
when you saw it, felt very scary. Like your
mm,
reaction to it was, I don't want this to be true. And so I just want you to look at that objectively.
mm.
It's not a big deal. It's actually,
Well,
no
it was
offense, but
because of
it's
how much it hurt. There was so much pain in it, is why I didn't want it to be real, that part. Unless if I go back and I see psychically something. But when I was saying that, it was such a painful feeling in the heart. It was like the heart was hurting so bad. And this was action out of immense fear, but it was like aimless action because it wasn't
right,
actually fulfilling the need. It was just making it worse. So
right.
yeah, it was the fear of
But do
how,
you
yeah, yeah, yeah,
understand
yeah.
that the not seeing it, that, sorry again to
Mm.
be like,
No, no,
didn't
no, you're
understand,
good.
but
You're good. Don't say sorry. You're good. You're good.
the not seeing it is what caused it to exist and to have the pain.
It's like I keep avoiding that one part.
It's
Mm.
you feed the wolf when you refuse to see it, and that when it's in the
Mm.
light of day fully, it's actually not even a thing.
Mm. Yeah.
It's just, it's just,
Aw. A bunch of people who just need to love themselves a little more. Yeah.
uh,
Hmm.
but all of it is basically like that. Like, yes, when you get really down to it, there is a point where it's like, whoa, that is a big tangled mess.
Oh, I see how I see it, but I see what you're saying, how I was kind of like making it really scary.
Yeah. Because
Oh
to me, when you shared
man.
it, I was like, that's
Yeah.
truth, and truth is
Yeah.
beautiful. I like
Yeah.
truth, and we see it, and there's the highs, there's the lows, there's the good, there's the bad, there's
It
the
goes
light, there's the
back to
dark.
that poem you wrote. It goes back to that poem you wrote about the demons and the angels.
Hmm.
So yeah, I see it.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yes, there is pain in the illusion, but the illusion is the pain. Like it's
Mm.
actually,
Mhm.
there's not going to be something that is so deep and dark and scary that it's unlovable inside of you. There's just
Mm.
the idea that
Wow.
there is the basis of all fragmented perspectives, casting as saviors, casting as demons, like persecuting, like everything, the basis of all of the judgment in the group, the basis of all of that is morality, right? This idea that there's something that if you have it, that you should be condemned.
Mm.
I
Mm.
know you got it, but that was just a little bit of icing on that cake.
I like extra icing, so thank you. I like the sugar. Oh my God.
Oh, probably wasn't that sweet. I could probably
No,
work
no, no.
on the sweet. I'm still in the cutting through. I'm still,
You forget I'm a Cappy Moon, so it's like a little goes a long way. Like a little goes a long way. Like you know what I mean? Like a Capricorn will literally go to the end of the earth and back twice. And if you say to them, Cappy, you did pretty good. Like
Brooke,
it
what do
was
you think about
it's
this?
all yeah, bro.
It's
What do you
really
think about
important
what
to
I
talk
said?
about. I think it's really important to talk about and tell like everybody, because I feel like that it causes a lot of hurt in people, and that can cause a lot more problems. Like, and it's a big domino effect in that. And I feel like that's a really big thing that starts with like loving yourself and just accepting yourself. Like, that's so important. Like, I saw this
Oh
TikTok creator who's a
no.
therapist who was talking about like, don't unalive the part of yourself that you cringe at, like unalive the part of yourself that cringes. And
Mm-hmm.
I really liked that. And she was like saying like accept it and just like thank the part of yourself for like wanting to protect you, but like let it go, because you don't need that protection, because like you should be the most authentic self that you can. And like it was really, I don't know, she put it in a really good way. Like I really like that.
Sages, here's a question for you.
Mhm.
What if you had a forked tongue?
Well, I mean, I carry the bloodline. Let's be real. Like, I carry the line.
This is, sorry, Brooke, that's going back to an earlier conversation. We are talking about, I was
Well,
just
is
teasing a
it?
little bit. I'm teasing a little
No,
bit.
no, no. You listen,
It's a real question though.
I
It's
have it
about like
because
forked
go ahead.
tongues. Sorry, Brooke, so you
No,
know,
go
it's
ahead.
about like, you know, being two-faced or
Well,
lying or that kind of thing.
I will say
That's
this. Go
I
ahead,
know
go
a
ahead, Brooke.
Gemini. I know a Gemini with a forked tongue.
What when she said two-faced, I thought Gemini. I do have a Mars Gemini, but let me be frank. Let me be frank. One, since 2016, I do not lie, and I'll tell you why. I've had a lot of
Sages, do
trauma.
you want me
I've
to go? Do you want me to go
Wait, have I
there?
lied?
Are you
Have
ready
I
for
lied?
it?
No, listen. Now, when it comes to the forked tongue,
Yes.
wait,
Yes.
wait. Because what he said was lies, lies, lies. Maybe I tell lies to myself. Let me process this before you spill all my beans.
Yeah,
Just let
I'm
me
not going to steal
process.
any beans. My
Whatever beans.
recommendation is that you stop talking and think about this for a minute, and I'm just going to leave it with you.
Oh
And
my
I'm not
fucking
going to go
God.
near it again for a minute, but I'm going to
Is it
ask
be
Brooke a question. Just seriously, just take a minute. Just take a minute. Everything is going to be okay.
I mean, we can go here though because it's
No, I don't need
real.
to. I
Not
don't
in the
need to.
way, not in the
Just
way of
stop talking.
I'm as dangerous, but
Say just
all
stop.
right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sit with it. Just breathe. It's okay. Everything is gonna
Can
be
I say
okay.
sheep dog? Can I say that at least?
Just take a minute. Just take a
Okay, I'm
minute.
done. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Brooke,
bro.
my follow-up question for you, not me being bossy with sages. I hope you don't disapprove. Not me being afraid of Brooke's incisive perspective.
Is she gonna?
Bruce,
Yeah.
sages, stay with it. Stay with it for a minute. Brooke, the thing that I want to ask you while Sages is thinking about this, what do you think about what I said though when it's taken to like the nth degree? Do you think that there's a point where it's no longer true? Like, if we think of like the worst of humanity.
Like where like some parts of some people aren't lovable.
Yeah, well, like aren't forgivable or like aren't aren't
I mean,
are beyond redemption. That's
personally,
essentially.
there's like few things that people can do in my eyes that are beyond redemption, and it's like just a very specific few things, you know. I don't, and I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I could ever get past like people
Mm-hmm.
who like essay children and stuff
Mm-hmm.
like that. Like that's
Do you
probably like,
think,
mhm.
because I think when I'm asking about it, because that is where my attention is with the question, and I was where my attention was aware, like my attention was on you when I was saying it, wondering what you thought about this part of it, because I think the question is like,
not like would you personally forgive it, because like I don't think that should be asked or demanded of for anyone, but I guess I mean like this question of like, is there something inherently like broken? Like, is there something um in like, because, and I think when I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking of like probably like 1%, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. There is a decent amount of people, like surprisingly, who are like that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's weird,
Right,
but
right.
I think when we talk about like generational things and things that like run in like bloodlines, like, and we also look at like men and what they're consuming and what the patriarchy is like
Mm-hmm.
wanting them to consume. And
Mm-hmm.
also like, I mean, there's been studies done where like they show like men and how old they are and then the
Mm-hmm.
age of the women that they're attracted to.
Mm-hmm.
And men, like it goes all the way up in their age. Like they'll be 50 still attracted to 20-year-olds. And that's
Mm-hmm.
like the peak attraction age for them. And then you look at
Mm-hmm.
women and it goes up with their age. And it's just
Right. But
like
there's
things like
so much
that. And
conditioning that
yeah,
we
so
can't
when you
know.
have that like
Societal.
pumped through you, and then I mean like, I feel like bloodlines really do pass down like trauma and stuff. And then
Uh-huh.
like
Uh-huh. And like the
also
Roman
like
Empire and lead poisoning and alcohol and
yeah, and
all of
also
that.
like a big part of that is like religious communities, like super religious, like Latter-day Saints type
Uh-huh.
communities where people will be homosexual and not able to express it and be really angry. And the only
Uh-huh.
people that they have power over that they would
Uh-huh.
be
The
caught
punching
doing
down.
things with are
Mm-hmm.
children and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot of nuances that go into like why I think that men are like that. But
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, when I think about it, like I don't want to think about like, oh, should these men be like forgivable? Like I want to think about how to stop it because I don't want to be like centering the predators. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's really important to just like think more about like how can we improve the victims' lives or like
Mm-hmm.
prevent it from
Mm-hmm.
happening more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and everything that I do in terms of like the work that I do is aimed at that, the practical way to fix it, right? I guess I was just, yeah, wondering, like in the context of Sage's being afraid of some part inside of herself, like contextualizing that into, like, I think we can probably say for the vast majority of people, it is conditioned. It is trauma, it's conditioned onto them, it's systems of power that push down. And Sages, are you okay? Are you going to forgive me for this?
Keep going, Angela. Keep going.
Okay,
You
all
keep
right,
going. I'm in
all
the
right,
car. I haven't got out the car yet. Okay, so keep going.
okay, okay, good.
Keep
That's what
going.
I'm asking about. Like, have you
I'm
rolled down the
still
window?
in.
Have you jumped
Yeah.
out the
Well,
door?
at this point, I've put the seat back and I'm in meditation mode.
Oh, okay.
No, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just like,
I
oh, what
just
was
saw the
that?
image.
This.
No, no, no. Just then, you just showed me the image. You had like an eye mask on, and you lifted up the corner and like side-eyed me. That's what it All
But I'm
right,
not
that's
getting
the
out.
worst
Like
of
I'm
it. I
here
can
for it
take it.
all.
I can
So
take it.
let's go. Let's go. Yeah.
Look, yeah, yeah. I feel like, you know how you said you still feel like you have energy, but you don't know why you're still awake. And I was like, some of that's the top of the head. But I did say, like, before when I asked, I was like, the cycle's not done. This has been really constructive,
Well, I'm happy you were
right?
so impressed with yourself.
Pardon?
Okay. I said I'm happy you're so impressed with yourself.
It's okay. It's gonna be all right.
We're
It's all
gonna
gonna
get
be all
through it.
right.
We're gonna get through it. Let's keep
No,
going.
I just
Let's
like,
keep going. I'm good. Like
for
we're
me, there's certain
copacetic over
steps and
here.
times when I'm like, I'm putting the puzzle pieces together, and then I'm like, oh, that's right, I've already got all the pieces, everything's okay. I'm just having that moment. So I know for you it's unpleasant right now.
No,
And
it's
also
not unpleasant.
it's a little bit
Well,
unpleasant, and that's okay.
no. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I've had deep realizations. I'm at the
Hmm.
point now where I would love to
Rolling with the
find
punches.
ego. No, I would love
Rolling
to
with the
find
punches.
ego so I know where we're going next. Like I get what we
Oh.
just went through. Like I get what that was about, and I
No, but
really
don't. What do
no,
you
no, no,
mean? Do you think if
no,
you
no,
had a no, 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 no.
no.
Do you
Ugh,
think that
Grace,
if you had a defined ego,
I would know
that
where we're
then
going. Yeah,
no, listen.
yeah. I
I
would
don't
know what's
understand what you're
next.
asking.
I would know what's
Sages,
next.
sages, honey, do you think that if you had a defined ego, that suddenly all of the shadows that are within you that have to be revealed one at a time would be visible ahead of time?
Yeah, like there would be no suspense. I know what's next, or I at least know where I'm going.
Sages, listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do you think that if you had a defined ego, that all of the shadows within you that are going to be uncovered one at a time would be visible ahead of time?
No.
If for what you're asking for to be possible, all of the shadow work would have had to be done. You would have
I
to see yourself fully in this moment right now. Because this process is not about us going anywhere that I'm going. This process is about us
ah.
unfolding you to
Mm,
yourself.
It's like,
And so
oh yeah, I
you're
forgot
asking me to tell you right
what's
now ahead of
next.
time the list of everything that is within you that you are going to unfold to see of yourself that's already there. If you want to do that, you can unfold all of it right now because it's your shadow in you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm
So
just,
the
go ahead, go
suspense that
ahead.
you're afraid of is just
Is
what you're going to see of you. It's none of it is anything to do with me or where we're going. And the reason that you think it is because your G is open and you're scared. I'm gonna stop now. I know
well,
that
I'm
last bit
gonna light
was
another
like,
candle. I'm gonna light another
she's
candle,
rolled
okay?
over in the chair. She's still laid down in the chair, but she's facing the car door now. She's turned her back to me. And fair enough. Fair enough. Have a nap. I'll put on some gentle, relaxing car music and say nothing further. And in 4 hours' time, when we stop at a rest stop, we can like gradually ease towards each other and start to make some small talk.
Oh, yeah. Well, here, I have a song for the moment.
I'm ready. And Brooke has got front row seats to the show.
Well, Brooke, no, here we go.
Brooke's getting a crash course in Angela, and Brooke, it's like a lot of people watch me, but I know you know things. So I'm like, what is Brooke seeing? But
Yeah, give us insight, Brooke.
no, we don't
I
need it.
don't.
We need the
Oh,
song.
oh,
So if you have it, I would welcome it, but I just wanted to let Sages know. There we
I
go.
just wanted to say with my Pisces moon, it's just kind of hard to differentiate like where things or who or like what direction even things are coming from. It more just like it's like a pond that like bubbles things up. Like I don't
Oh,
know.
uh-huh. In you, or do you mean with us? Or both?
In me, please.
Mm. Aw, it makes me relax. Because I feel like that too.
oh shit.
yeah, like, it's a thing,
Let
right?
the emotional processing begin.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a whole thing. And it's like, and that's why people like, you don't, I wouldn't say you give people forewarning, and the way that we operate is so very different. It's so very different. But I give people the forewarning. Like, if you're going to get close to me, the closer you get, you're coming towards Scorpio. Like, that's what sits at the bottom of my gates, you know? So for me, it's like, yeah, when we get into those discussions of redeemable, deplorable, right? Like, what's in
Mm-hmm.
me, but what I came from, my father's child, I am my father is me. Like, it gets deep, but is it deep, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, when we talk about that fear of what's within me, I only know what I came from. And so that
Mm-hmm.
fear is in,
Mm-hmm.
you know, however, I have deep cognitive, well, I have deep cognitive understanding of how I can function. I don't know if that's my default. It could be. Is it a fear default? Is it a default? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I have deep insight to my nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say, like, when it comes down to it,
Do you think
go
that
ahead.
part of it is that you want the shock of awakening to be less shocking?
To me, like, do I want to be less shocked?
Like, but I'm asking if you think that that's part of the dynamic, like in terms of how you experience it, like that it's shock energy, right?
Yeah.
What's happening in the comments? I'm sorry. I
Oh,
didn't know, but
I
like
haven't paid any attention.
it's a lot.
Well,
41.
oh,
Sages, can you change the background picture? I
yeah.
would like it to still be water, but can we get some water that has like,
What kind of water, Virgo moon?
oh, I just need dark color down the bottom. I can't see.
Oh, you can't see the thing. Okay.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna get sass from her. Sages, I'm sorry. I can't be anything other than what I am.
Angela,
Brandon, I'm gonna.
when have I ever been sassy with you? It's just my natural
That was your first
sass.
sass to me. I think that's the first time you ever sassed me.
Is that better?
It is. To be frank, flank the edges art of war like lovers tickled feather belly touch.
Okay, so
Yeah.
listen, I think Brandon is a guy who comes into my live a lot and says, like, I think he's having his own experience and he says stuff I can't always cognitively follow, and so
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Mm-hmm.
try to, but I
Uh-huh.
let him go off, you know?
He said when facing an opponent, use peripheral vision so as to not fixate on the wrong thing. It was your peripheral vision that the light came into yesterday or today or whenever that was that we did that, Sages. So he said when facing an opponent, use peripheral vision so as to not fixate on the wrong thing.
Mm. Mm. Oh, looking back. Peripheral. Oh no, side, not what's in front of
It's
you. What's going
out to the
on
side
behind
because and today it
you.
was all down the right. It was out to the right side. All of that dark energy that was there. And then straight after that, he said, "Be the water, take the shape of the cup," and it was the water in the peripheral to the right.
Yeah, I can see that, like, my identity is trying to process that part of me, because I did bring it up today in Discord, and then somebody like had a response to it and it made me question my rhetoric, if it's
What
rhetoric.
happened in the Discord? Catch
Someone
me up.
are you ready though? Like,
I'm 100% ready right now, darling.
mm,
Not me bringing in the affectionate, gentle language.
Cancer.
We're now in the sages. Just so you know, the stage now. We've stepped. I've given you all of the information now, and this is the bit where you're moving through the waves and mentally and emotionally processing what's happened. So now you're free to move. Like, this is the part. Can you see that transition?
Yeah.
It's okay if you can't.
No, I
So
can. I
yes, I'm
can.
fully ready.
I can see where I was outwardly and then where it came in, and I was like, damn it,
Whatever
shit.
you need to
Yeah.
word vomit out now,
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
So, like, yeah, I don't know if it's a flaw on my behalf. I'm willing to be open to it. But when I was in today's group, someone had made a comment saying, I was born of love. And I was like, because what I don't like about it is stop making blanket statements. like you can't make a blanket statement thinking it can apply to everyone and then challenge people who it doesn't perceivably apply to. Like, stop it. It's rude. To me, it's just it's bad etiquette, okay? Libra. So he says, and this is just a general thing for the group, but this guy, he says, well, I was born of love, or I came into this world from love, or whatever. And I said, and maybe it was wrong on my behalf. I don't know what possessed me to say it, but it's what I said. I said, I didn't. I definitely did not come. I was not conceived out of love. I didn't come into the world in love. Like, there was not love in that. Like, it was dominion. It was the loss of autonomy. It was power. It was control. It was, you know what I mean? Like, that was my conception. And so for him saying that and then me responding basically that in a nutshell, he says, well, no, like the first thing was love, like the first, like, you know, the beginning. And I was like, I don't know, I couldn't go there at that time because I saw how I was kind of wrapped up in that identity of like this predator within me that just is there all the fucking time. You know what I'm saying?
The 25 is unconditional love, and it is, they say that every single cell, like the inanimate, has 25 in it. So I see what he's saying, and also there's two poems that are relevant here, but the one that I was hearing when you were talking is from the end of Desiderata. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars, and you have the right to be here. But I think what you're responding to in them is that it's just the opposite form of polarization. That's the suppression of the fear of the darkness.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy is I saw a gate when I was doing that like snapshotting of those gates that said a fear of darkness. And I think it was a gate that I have. And I don't like to see darkness. Like, don't put scary movies in front of me. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? I don't, but yeah, like,
Well,
yeah.
that 36 crisis, that's the darkening of the light.
Yeah. But I guess it's something I carry a lot. And like the fact of even how like I've had
I don't know
interaction.
if it's something,
Go ahead.
sorry,
No,
I
no,
don't
go
know
ahead.
if it's something you carry. I think it's something you encounter.
You don't think it's in my DNA? Like it's not my mother. My mother's not a predator. My mom is forever prey. Like, I love her. She's smart. She's so smart. She's not forever prey, but she like
My
is
understanding,
open. She's so open, you know? Like, she just is very open and very like,
my understanding of the darkness is that it extends to the limit of our willingness to see. My understanding of, yeah, well, that's a true statement, isn't it? Your darkness extends to the extent of your willful ignorance.
mm. So you're saying if I don't want to see it within myself, then it will perpetuate.
The darkness will be there to the extent that you don't shine the light.
So we're shining light in darkness right now, so it can ease up and stop holding. It's weird how that's held in my body. Like, that tension of fear is held in my body for the relation, you know?
To my understanding of most quote unquote evil is that it's it's rooted in people's unwillingness to face their fear. That's why the video that I posted earlier this week was that the squirt, you know, the wait, let us see what squirt does, and then that sentence that I found from Annie that I posted, that is this. That is the thing. That is why when she read my field, my field said to her that the fear is the superlative. Like, to me, it's what you do with it. It determines everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm.
You're doing the thigh slap.
The
You alright?
yeah,
The
we're
yeah.
we're deep processing. We're deep processing because before you took me down that dark ass road.
But do you
No,
understand it's
no.
already the road that you are
Yes,
on?
I
Like,
do. I
you
do.
know, I don't think you do. Because
No, no,
I
I won't
think
point out. I won't point out. I won't point out. That was a what do you call that? Sorry. That was painful. I'm gonna blame you, but it wasn't your fault because you're right. I did ask for this. I did.
no,
I
but
did.
I mean generally I think oh
Go
shit.
go ahead. No, go ahead. We're in it now. But I
There's an
don't,
aspect of
yeah.
the way that you're perceiving allowing me to refer to you as an externalization of um mm, mm, mhm. Of the externalization of your choice, that you're experiencing it as that's something that's happening to you
Yeah.
from me.
No.
That
I know it's not that, but if I perceive like we're correcting it, but I know it's not that. So I
but
won't
I'm
go with
talking
that. But
specific. It's the
right.
aspect about the direction, right?
Mm,
Each time that you're perceiving, well, we're going somewhere and Angela's taking us there. There's an
mm.
aspect of that
So you're like,
that's
I'm putting it
it's
all
pick a
on you instead of
Jason. It's
taking
kicking and screaming a little
accountability.
bit.
Right, right,
It's
right.
kicking and screaming a little bit because it's not like that
Mm.
I have somewhere that I think you should go.
No, no, it's my destination.
Yeah, but
But
at each
why
point
is it my
you
destination? It is. It is. Like this is beyond but like why why am I
but
doing
the
this?
thing is
But
you
yeah,
have
yeah. It's
even though
for
you have an
this.
undefined G and
Yeah.
even though you're taking in a sense of direction from me, you have full control and choice and
Yeah.
agency. You
Yes.
do.
Yes. No, I know. I know that. I know that. And
Okay.
honestly, I wasn't putting it out there in a bad way because you really helped me. But it was like it was a
Shock.
shock.
It was a shock. It's gate 51
Yeah.
unpleasant.
But not it. I don't find it unpleasant. It was. I had to integrate it very well though because it was felt. It was like what because it shock can be perceived as an attack, and where there's a perceived attack, there
Uh,
could be a retaliation just naturally,
uh-huh,
right?
uh-huh,
So if there's not the cognitive breakdown, then
uh-huh.
the shock.
Not me being like, say, just stop talking, stop talking, stop talking, step back, step back, wait it out, and then come back in. I see, I see. No, it's not an
Oh,
attack at all. The
oh
thing is,
shit. No, no, because I didn't know what you were just talking about. But yeah, yeah, you were because I was ready to mouth battle over it. And then you were
yeah,
like, no, sit with it. So then I had to sit with it and I was like,
uh-huh.
oh ships. Okay. Like
Yeah, no, it's not an
yeah, yeah.
attack.
No, no, but
It
the
feels like you
shock,
processed that.
yeah, shock because it is it's felt, it can be perceived as an attack.
But
But
this is the thing
the
about,
cognitive
just for further reference with people, with me, I have cognitive process. So I can be like, okay, I'm shocked. Ooh, I like it because it's true.
Right.
If it had
But
no truth, then it would have been like a fight, right? But it had truth. So I was like, I yield. Let me feel. Okay, here we go. So yeah.
we've hit the point where when we talk about the groups and the way that people react once I get scared, once I really hit, there is an aspect of no matter how I said or did that, there I
No,
could have done it more gradually.
oh,
The
no,
only
no,
way,
no.
the
Yeah, what
only
I'm
other,
saying is the response you get is for cognitive understanding of the response you get, not to do it differently, right? It's just so now it's like cognitive, oh, they think it's an attack, but it's not. So I don't have to change the way I move, but maybe now there's cognitive process of like, okay, this is the actual maybe physical inner response they're having, and why they're attacking me is because the shock stimulated an attack on them, but it's not your fault, and I don't think you should move or do anything differently. Had we done this whole thing again, there was no other way to do it. So, but I could see how all pitchforks would be now pointed at you had there not been cognitive process in that, you know? Yeah.
I'm specifically wondering
Yeah.
about if everything you just said applies to the request to let you know where we're going. This is what I'm responding to.
So it's
This is
doesn't
where my
shock
attention is.
me, and is that what you mean? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's your understanding of that now, given everything that just unfolded a little bit brutally, but we got there.
No, I don't think it was brutal. I don't think it was brutal at all.
I can feel your feels.
Well,
It's a little bit brutal right now. It's okay.
it was so, how do you say, like, that's such a raw chord to tap on.
Right.
Because it's very deep, but it's not something I want to ignore or act like it's not there. And so, you know what I mean? Because that's where danger comes in. So yeah, but yeah, as a human, as a person, as me, in my experience, I have no hostility or bad feeling or like, but I
Not
do.
about that though.
Yeah. But just so you know, and moving forward, go ahead with what you were gonna say.
Oh, it's just the same question. What
What's
do
the
you
question?
think about
Oh yeah. Yeah,
what's your
it's I like to know where I'm going because I don't like suspense, and those, okay, think of it like this. Any movement, any vibration might get you stung with a Scorpio. Not you. I'm not gonna sting you. I'm gonna try so fucking hard. Like, you know what I mean? But think about it. Like any vibration on the field, like if you even move, it could be perceived as a threat. So it's like me, I want to know where we're going, what we're doing, because that vibration, that movement,
do you know how you would know where you're going and what you're doing?
by breathing more.
By seeing.
Singing? Oh, seeing.
Seeing.
Yeah, what if I don't know how to see?
Do you think that's true?
No, but there feels like there's something to that. Like, it's not safe to see what I see, right? So it's like, I can't see, I don't trust myself to see because what I'm seeing is not safe. I wonder how old I was when I like shut that off, you know?
Given the environment that you were in,
Yeah.
probably about the same age that I was. And just so you know, the root work that I did at the beginning of the year was I was going back to around a year and a half, 2 years old.
That tracks.
A little bit more than a year and a half, it was closer to 2 years, but yeah, around that. Very small.
Yeah. So that was you or collective or both simultaneously? Has it been like that? Has it been like that for you? Like what you're experiencing, it's collective?
Oh, you're
The
before. I remember you kind of go through it before, so you kind of know what to expect.
mhm, mhm. There's always, with anybody that comes close to me, there is a resonance. There's a resonance in me to start with.
Mm, yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I go first, and then, very small. Mm-hmm. 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 Closing the eyes because what was outside was you didn't want to see that, and then being afraid if you look inside that you'll see that as well now.
Mm, mm, Oh my God. Wow. Wow. And so, that's so sad for myself because, like, the human that I am, like, yes, I have my intensity, right? Like, we all do, but she really is very beautiful and she would never hurt anybody like that. So for me to even treat myself in that way of like, I have to be scared of my own energy in that way, but it's like that cord goes so deep, I don't know what's me and what's not me, right? Like if it's all me, what's not me, if it's all, and so but then I see and I hear we make it scarier than what it is, because at the end of the day, it wasn't ghouls and goblins. It was really fucked up things that happened because this earth is dark and cold and we're just living it out and trying to fix it now, like it's like no one intentionally was like, I'm out to, it was just how to even describe how we got here. And it's confusing. The origin story is confusing. So I don't know. And it's not my
Don't
job to know.
apologize.
Yeah. It's
Don't
not my job.
apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also the world is dark and cold and scary, but it's also not. It's probably dark if the eyes are closed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And the heart is closed.
And it's been,
If the heart is closed, then that's where the light comes from, probably, and then the eyes can't see it. So if the eyes are closed or the heart is closed, either way, both of those things will make it dark. But because if you have your eyes open but your heart closed, then there's no light to see. But then
still
if you
cold.
have, yeah, yeah, because I think that it's not just the pattern probably runs through them, that they probably had their eyes closed, and that's probably why the things that were happening, right? And so then it's like that's the way trauma is perpetuated inadvertently.
Yeah. Inadvertently. Yeah. And then that's like it's the whole thing. But I do think there's the layers of the physical, right? There's the physical response to fear, to neglect, right?
To pain.
To pain. There we go.
But it compounds. The longer that we refuse to feel it, the more and more and more and more.
And then our interactions create ripples where we give it to other people.
Yeah. You got the blue flame and it's been on and off, but definitely got some blue in that ajna.
Yay.
Yay, you're like, I just had the proper Angela experience and now I know why they're all so mad at her. Oh gosh.
No, I'm not mad at all. I'm really not. I do have to sit with all of it though, because now I have to figure out what to do about it. But maybe there's not anything to do. It's like,
The instructions are the same.
yeah,
I'll go and
Yeah.
I'll go and find.
Yeah. It's like, okay, more it's but what you said tonight wasn't anything new. It's just that I kept wanting to like not see myself in it. I just wanted to externalize it. It's like how,
Uh-huh.
you know?
And that's where,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt
No,
you.
no, 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 you're good.
Um,
That's all. Yeah, go ahead.
that's
It's
where
you.
the conversation with JD was the preparation for this, because you remember the conversation, the exact, it's so funny to me that I said to you that the video needs to be edited today in preparation, and now I understand why. It's because he said, well, don't you need the whole conversation was like, it's the ego, so it's the fear and the shame, so there's always going to be a reaction. And then I was saying to him, but the more resistance there is, that's when there's more shock. Do you remember I said that to him?
Yes, yes,
Hmm.
yes, yes. I did have a good like 4 minutes of it because I fought it in
Oh,
the
it's
beginning.
fine.
But it wasn't that long, and I'm good now because for me, it's like,
Hmm.
oh, it was so important. It really was because you can just get so far away from yourself. You can get so far away from yourself, you know?
But yeah, you're not any
Especially
further.
dancing with other people. But
Hmm.
before you went there, I want to outline this because I think it was really important because I saw some things, behaviors on me that, yeah, like, but it wasn't necessarily me, but yes, it was me, but it wasn't me. Like, I think I need to protect my integrity more with distance. Like, and I really need to honor that with, yeah,
Yes.
you see what I mean? Like, I really, really and I'm glad because yes, I did have the thought of like, oh my God, this is all things I've been taking in and none of it is me. And then you were like, well, and then I was like, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
But the thing
But
is that,
still, yeah, go ahead.
uh-huh. Do you remember the way the poem ends?
Yes,
That it's an illusion?
yes.
The fear is actually what creates it in everyone. In, well, and this is where it goes back to the conversation with Brooke before I make this sweeping generalization. Maybe there might be 1 or 2% of people where it's not from that, but the conditioning and the fear creates the pain and the suffering in everyone.
Mm,
Let me try and find how to show you what I mean to say. Um, yes, you're right that it doesn't belong in you and it's not you. And for the majority of people, most of it isn't.
mm, ooh, huh,
All
okay,
of it is fear
okay,
and what they're doing with fear that
oh,
then is
oh, oh,
creating the distortion that then's creating all of it. None of it is actually real.
oh my
That's why
God.
the poem ends like that. The poem, just so you know, Brooke, I went to an NLP course in,
Wait, she left. She left.
oh,
She
did
left.
she? Oh,
She
sorry.
left.
I put my
No, that's,
phone
I
down.
just wanted, I didn't
Fair
want you to
enough.
have to.
How long ago did she leave?
A hot city minute, like a hot
Uh,
city minute. Let me
I've had my
see.
phone down forever.
I know it's okay. She had to go.
Oh, okay,
She
good.
wants you
Was
to make
she
a,
okay from the trauma?
well, she said she had a headache. She should go to sleep.
Oh, okay.
But I think we can do like if we have to do any type of like, we can do that.
Uh-huh.
Um,
What
padding
did
in
she?
that. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how she experienced that because we kind of
It
just
was a lot.
went really far down. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
she knew all of that about me though.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't go like telling everybody that. I'm not afraid
Well,
of it and I'm
mm-hmm.
not like, but I do think it would scare people. So I don't go
Uh-huh.
say like, hey,
Uh-huh.
well,
Well, I think
not
the
that I'm
int
blaming you because I do think it's important to address within me because we're dealing with it within a lot of people. And how do we address it if we're demonizing it?
mm-hmm.
So,
Um, there's a lot there. There's a
yeah,
lot there.
yeah.
Um, her, yeah, because I guess I'm like, through, you're like, let's go, and I'm like, really? And you're like, yes, and I'm like, let's go, and you're like, really? And you're like, yes, and I'm like, and then I'm like, then you're like, wow, we're deep. I'm like, yes, because you kept saying you wanted to go more. You wanted to do another step, so we did another step. Like, where do you think that was gonna go?
Hindsight's 2020. It's like every time listen, every time we come together, I see what it is more, and I'm like, oh yeah. But I love it. It's like I told you this is the most fun I've had since 2016. So like
Well, look,
I still stand by it. Yeah.
I think you may have gotten out of the car at one point. I'm pretty sure that you said, stop the car, you never tell me where we're going, pull over, and then you got out on the side of the road, and I'm still a little bit unclear about what was happening from that point. I think but then you're like back in the car, you're like, it's fine, and I'm like, I don't know, are you sure?
Wait, are you trying to say it's bedtime or
No, I just mean like, there's a
like
lot there's a
it,
lot there.
it was
There's
a
a lot
lot.
there. I feel like you really had a moment where you may
Got
or may
really
not have
scared.
understood, because I think, oh, I see. Because you were doing it. Oh, I see. Uh-huh. Why are they all so scared of you? They shouldn't be so scared of you. Oh my God, I'm so scared of you. It's the thing. I think it was just, I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you're talking to Jordan about the group.
It was this.
Um,
Oh, when I was talking to him about it?
yeah, I'm
Mm.
seeing the way you were seeing them as like they're like this and I'm like that, and how could they be like that? And there was maybe an aspect of understanding them, but also not, I don't know. It was like it was outside of you, and now then you flipped into the opposite of experiencing what they were experiencing. Do you see? It's okay
Oh,
if not.
no. Well, so you don't think you've ever really actually done that to me?
This time was different.
Yeah, it was pretty directed, actually.
Hmm. Hmm.
It was
The
pretty direct.
other,
Yeah,
uh-huh.
yeah. No,
The
nothing
other
ever did
times,
really hit me. Well, it was
uh-huh,
subtle. It was subtle cat checks. It was never like a deep chord. It was just like a little
uh-huh,
cat check, cat check.
uh-huh. The other times it's been something like in a way where you could manage it enough so that it didn't get externalized. And this time it
Oh.
got externalized. It's the first time. And I'm doing hands like with the right hand like an airbender, where I'm pulling it in from the right and then pushing it out in front of me towards the other person. It's like
Do you mean after the
you
fact or beforehand?
when you said to me, why can't you tell me where we're going? Why can't you tell me the direction?
Oh,
At
yes.
that moment,
Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes.
that
Mm.
was this hurts, it's your fault.
Oh, yeah.
You shouldn't have done this. You should fix this. You
Ooh.
in
My
that minute.
apologies. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm.
Which
Mm.
is, like I said, it's par for the course. The reason that the 51 that shocks is the warrior, and the reason it retreats and recuperates, that's
Mm.
why the video that I posted about the 51.3 knowing when to withdraw, that's why it withdraws. Because in the process of it shocking, it gets wounded by the response.
Oh.
It's okay. Don't hold that heavy, but it is how it functions. It gets slashed back. Now I'm doing sword motions.
The sword. Well,
Yeah, little tiny, little tiny, little Nick.
I'm sorry about that.
It's okay, babes. It's like
It gets real in here, you know?
it
It's like
does.
That one was real because that was like a mirror, like a real mirror that was like, wait a minute, I know this mirror. Oh no. And
But
ooh,
I don't think that.
yeah.
But
No, I know,
you
I know,
thought
I know, I know,
you
I know.
thought that.
No. Oh, about myself?
Uh-huh.
That's so weird because I kept saying, like, there was always a voice in me that was like, what if I'm the liar? But then I had to ask myself, have I been lying? And I was like, no. Two-faced, well, once my unconscious checks up with my conscious, maybe I won't be. Like, maybe I'll be brave to say what my unconscious doesn't want to say. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, I don't think that. I think you're getting braver all the time, and the types of, like, it's not on the level at all. But I think you thought that you
well,
were afraid of
and
that.
using his words, I don't always do what I say. Like you know what I mean?
But
Like,
this is the thing, like
yeah. But no,
humans.
that's just recognition. I'm not condemning
Uh-huh.
myself. I'm just because
Oh,
I
I
could
know,
feel
I
like
know. I just
I'm,
want to
yeah.
say that, like, in a general sense, that is what all conditioning is.
Mm,
It's what all conditioning is. Anytime we're talking about the ego construct and the openness, that is what it all is. It's a lack of integrity. It's a lack of alignment between the heart, the voice, and the actions.
mm,
And so
yeah.
it's not, to me, it's not like I know I gave you that, but it's not a thing. Like, I just showed you what you
Yeah.
thought so that then we can really, it's out, it's done.
Mm,
We could have
oh,
done it slowly and painfully if you wanted.
no, that was great. Like, I will
You
say,
can keep telling me that for the next week or two, and then
you
maybe I'll
really,
believe
yeah,
you.
see, but you, okay, imagine all that Cappy, but put it in the moon. Like, I got Cappy deep to the core. Like, I can handle it. For me, this was like, okay, that was work. Like, I had to imagine, the way I look at it was like there was this really big, heavy boulder inside of me, and we had to, and yeah, I'm sorry that I'm really sorry. I'm gonna make sure that, like, I'm gonna really work to make sure that never happens again
Look,
because
the thing is, and
because
here's the thing.
yes,
At
it's
the end of the
hindsight 2020, but go ahead.
right, the end of the 2 week with Jason, each time that he that I did one of those, each time it gets deeper. Each time it gets more likely that it's going to be harder for you to hold, and that it becomes more likely that you attack. Each time it becomes more likely. It doesn't become less
Deeper
likely.
than that? Like, there's nothing deeper than that in me. Like, that's the deepest dark. We hit on the deepest, darkest chord. Like, yeah, there's neglect, there's other stuff in that, but that's the deepest, darkest part of me. You know what I mean? Not saying the work is all done. I'm not
I
saying
think
that,
there's
like,
one more.
you what?
I don't know what it is, but I think there's one more. When I ask,
Not me having a fear response right now. But no, I can handle it because honestly,
but
for
when I
me,
ask, it's a generalized thing. That's not a specific. That one was
oh,
specific, but this
that
other
one
one
was pretty dark and specific, yeah. And
specific,
then
yeah.
so this one is more just like okay, but listen, I have to
It's
keep
it's it's it's
r
it's
r
tree root threads that spread out all through the bottom left side that come from that same one.
ooh, okay.
But it
Mm.
generalizes out through.
Can you see
through
it, or does it need to happen in time? Are we not ready for it now? Because I'm good to pause. I'm good to go. I'm good to if it's
Nothing needs
ready.
to be done. Nothing needs to
Okay,
be done.
no
The re this
awareness. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
the thing with that shock, right, is that
Yeah.
what I just showed you, you probably could have chosen to see yourself. The reason
But
that it
would
got,
I have kept externalizing it? You know, like
yes.
right. So,
But what I mean is that's the reason it gets to the shock point. But with
mm,
It's proportional. It's a proportional response.
Mm.
With this quarter, nothing needs to be done about it. It needs to be weeded.
Not the plant talk.
I'm
Yeah.
seeing it like a threaded, like it's not, it's a very fine white. It's not like thick and then it gets thinner. It's the same through the whole thing. And it's the between 9 and 12 on the clock, like straight ahead and to the left, that quarter, and it's through the roots, like it's under.
In the
And that,
head or the bottom?
I don't know, I'm not measuring like that. I've got a different, this is not, in the head or the bottom? The bottom, but the bottom is the top. So the question doesn't make sense because the root is the nose, right? So wait, let me
Yeah, because
code.
I feel it in the top. But yeah, go ahead.
Um,
I'm also in the bathroom, so I'm muting for 1 second.
Oh, because the root, that means if the nose is the root, then that means the roots in the earth or in the sky. Oh, damn, can you feel that?
Does it have
Whoa,
anything to do with my hip?
what's happening when
Well,
I'm doing this?
I feel what I feel is like these.
Ugh.
Oh, was you about to puke?
Go ahead.
Um, it felt like a not a hand, but a line, like a line of strings going down the
Uh-huh,
right side, though, not the left, right?
uh-huh.
But it could be mirrored. But then also, I don't know, I do feel like some kind of just like I don't know if it's pressure or the opposite of pressure, like behind my eye here. And
I'm not looking,
the
sorry,
left
my
eye. Yeah,
fault.
yeah, no, no. Behind the left eye and kind
Yes,
of in the forehead a little.
yes, exactly. Yeah, so I went looking and it's can pull it down and through from the sky up above the head, and when I do that, it pulls it up and out of the legs like I was pulling them like
I
threads.
feel it both. Yeah, I feel both. It's weird.
Um, yeah, far out. Yeah, you're right. When you said you feel like that's the deepest in you and that like there's nothing going to be deeper than that, I really had like when I was telling you it the reason it needed to come through, and I'm going to be explaining to you why it needed to be the way it was for the next week or so. So sorry about that, but
Okay.
because it needed the clarity, it came
Mm,
it, with the crystal clear clarity of the
mm,
nature of the cause, that
mm,
it's that whole thing of there's nothing to fear but fear itself, right? And that's the problem with Jordan and the approach about the demons. That's why um,
mm.
because it's feeding the wrong wolf.
Oh, it's like mate giving power to figments of our collective imagination.
Right. But not just our
Mm.
collective imagination, they can become real when we feed them.
Well, when I say, well, I think the
I know what you mean.
imagination is very real, but
Oh, well, that's true.
yeah, like, well, yeah, yeah. Not well, when I say figments, I mean that they're created by us. So it's like they're real, they've been realized, but are they real or an illusion? But there's so much, yeah, because even I've gone into that the cycling. But yeah, all right. So I'm integrating and ooh, but I don't, okay, yeah, it's still, that needs to process more because I can feel a part of me still like really fighting. Not with me per se, but predatorial nature in general. Like I'm fighting it in nature, like screaming to nature, why? Like for what purpose? For what cause? For you know what I mean? But it's not even just humans. And so like humans, we see the amplified effect, but it's like, yeah, so just even the coping with the reality, because it's like, yes, okay. I have yet, I know I will and can experience the shoreline and the release, but I still live in the world right now that's very it's still contrived that way. So
Spiritual
it's,
starvation.
yes,
I
and
know you're
so
saying
it's,
yes, but it's a
well, okay, let's
it's a
process it.
bigger thing. But we don't need to do it right now. I just needed to say it. You're right. Go
Spiritual
ahead.
starvation. Well, all right. I'm taking it in. Um, 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 let's sit with it. Unless you have words to say, then you say your
Mm-mm.
words. No, okay.
Mm-mm.
Do you remember what words I was saying? I don't remember.
Yes, predators and prey
Oh,
in nature, and
yeah.
you're upset at them, and this is the thing. This is the
Yes.
thing. This is not a
Well,
side note, just so you know.
I know that there's the world that can be well, I question it. I question it, Angela. I question if it's possible because of nature. It's like, is what I want go
Spiritual
against?
starvation.
Okay, okay.
So when you're talking about
Mm,
predators, you're thinking of a lion eating an antelope. And
yeah.
then you're asking why they're energetic predators. And I'm answering spiritual
Uh,
starvation.
so it doesn't need to be that way. That's not a necessity. That's something that can be fixed with enough actual, like, you know, quote unquote work. Like, you know what I mean? Like the people, it, anyway. So yeah, I get that.
You're
I get
fine.
that.
I'm not saying at you. You can
Yeah,
continue
yeah.
processing.
But I do get that. That's good because yeah. Uh, so I guess then that helps with the process of if I believe I can live in a world that doesn't have that, right? Um, and because for me, I want to focus on all of the beauty, but it's like everywhere I turn is the opposite. It's chaos, madness, and mayhem. And then I'm like, okay, I'll be the beauty in it, but then it's sometimes
Mm.
you look so much to the outside, you start to internalize it. And not even just that. Outside is the reflection of the internal. So whatever I is right in
Mm-mm.
front of my,
Outside is a polarization of the internal.
oh, really? Well, not, interesting. I have to sit with that. Yeah,
Still
yeah,
a
yeah.
little bit of remaining sass. Still a little bit of sass there.
No, I have to, well, because I have to really sit with that. Because
Mm-hmm.
the sass came with you challenging my
Mm-hmm.
belief, but now I
Mm-hmm.
have to,
Mm-hmm. So
yeah.
remember how we're so mad at Jordan for reacting, for challenging when I challenge his beliefs?
Yes. But once you said it, there
I
was
know, I
the
know.
reaction to the challenge, but the cognitive awareness that there's truth in
To
it.
process it.
So now I have to process it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so now I really, because that's new, I have to really process that because
Mm-hmm.
I
There's a lot
never
of rhetoric.
applied inversion. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rhetoric in the spiritual community that is not constructive
Well,
to
for me, I
understanding.
always felt like, no, I guess not. I guess that is. because
Sorry
I
for
can't.
giggling at you. I know I'm
No,
making it worse. I
it's
didn't mean
okay.
to.
No, but big bubble, but like this, right? Like, what if my mind is messy and I'm messy and my environment is messy? Don't you think the environment is reflecting my internal messiness? Oh,
That's not the same thing.
wait. It's not. You're right. Hang on. I have an internal need. Like, no, I have an internal desperation. It's not even a need. It's a desperation for order and control. That the outside is somehow showing me the lack of that. Like, I have a desperate need for order and control, and outside in my environment, I have zero order nor control, and it's like this fight that I cannot fight, and I've just given up. Like, I can't create order, I can't control, like I can't, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm applying the polarization here, and
Mm-hmm.
I have to sit with that. I have to sit with that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, okay. New inputs, new data. I like this though, because
You're
honestly,
so brave. Like, you really got your brave face on. I appreciate it. And also, I understand. I understand.
but this may
Everything's
help
gonna
me
be
though,
okay. I
because
know. That is the
imagine if,
intention.
yeah, like if I've been looking at it wrong, it's why I haven't fixed it yet. It's because I
Well,
haven't had the
do you want
perception.
me to
Yeah,
correct
go
that?
ahead. Yes, yes, yeah.
If you haven't been looking at it.
Oh my God. Oh God. Okay,
I'm
touche.
sorry.
No, touche. Touche. I'm
Please
a
forgive
listen.
me.
I listen, for me, I still stand on this is like this is incredibly powerful for me, and
I
I'm
know.
deeply
It's
in
gonna change your
gratitude.
life.
I like you don't have to tell me, I already know, because even just from the little bit of time that we have spent interacting, just
Hmm.
can I be honest with you?
I'm
I'm
ready.
gonna be honest,
I'm
whatever.
ready.
Just the alchemy alone, forget all the words, forget all of the, I mean, those were beautiful. Everything was so
Uh-huh.
beautiful, right? But forget all of that. Just the mere alchemy of your energy and my
Uh-huh.
energy, for
Uh-huh.
me, it has been a gift, like a gift, a real true gift. It has been nothing short of a gift. It has exponentially, like, it has helped me physically in the actual reality with the energy. However, because of me refusing to see, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was like, we're doing work, now we're going back doing the same work. Okay, now we're doing work, now we're going back and doing the same work because I kept
Mm-hmm.
closing my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Or
For the
maybe I never
record,
opened
like,
them. Yeah.
yeah, for the
Yeah.
record, the degree of repetition in you compared to most people is actually quite low. For the
Really?
record, it's very low
Oh,
compared to
because I
most
feel
people.
like you're doing that with me a lot. Like, damn it, we just went over this last week. Like, why is she having to do this with me
It's
again?
actually
You
a
know?
very low level comparatively.
Oh,
Comparatively. But thank you for recognizing it because it's helping me
yeah,
see.
yeah. Because, well, and when it happens, I feel like I'm able to be more compassionate with myself because I
Mhm.
understand it's like you hear it. Faith comes by hearing and hearing and hearing. It's because it's a program. We're
Mhm.
reprogramming.
Mhm.
And it's like I have
Exactly.
awareness. Now I'm seeing, like, again today with the whole thing that happened, even though you told me that the other day and I was like, "Oh yeah, I won't do that to you again." I saw the effect again with me willy-nilly going out and just interacting with all kinds of funky energy. And I
Mm.
was like, shit, I really have to stop
Again,
doing
like
that. No, but I do
comparatively,
have to stop
like
doing that. Not just for you, for me.
comparatively, say just for the amount of time and mess that it normally takes. It's very low. It's very low. Just so you know, it's thank you for the degree of responsibility and accountability, but that's the thing with people who've been told that they're the problem, and that's why there's some level of painfulness in pulling that one out, right? Is because when you've been told over and over and over that you're the problem for other people's shadows, that's why that is so painful. But my
Yeah.
experience of you is that you like very high degree of accountability. So, and yeah,
See,
it's
but
not.
do you see? Okay, and this is the last thing, and we can end it. We can end it because I know we can go forever. This will be the last thing, though.
Will it though?
Well,
Give us
I
7 more after this
hope,
thing. 7 more, and then we
I hope that this
7 more little ones. It's okay.
right?
You're all right. Go. What is it?
It's like I have a high degree of accountability, but it doesn't always change my action because I still find myself doing the same thing. Even though
Right.
I'm aware of it, it's like, why do you
No.
keep doing it?
No.
You
Because
know?
you've been conditioned to be incredibly because you're both a woman and probably neurodivergent. You've been functioning within impossible constraints of like demands that you cannot be met, right? And so you have this degree of accountability to yourself that is out of proportion to reality. And so the way that you're measuring, the standard that you're measuring yourself to is there has been real, actual functional change in the way that you are engaging socially. And that's the primary thing. So I don't know what it is you think that you haven't changed enough,
Well,
but it's not.
you you really encompassed it all because it's both. It's socially and environmentally home, but even socially, I've made a lot of deep change, and
Uh-huh,
in the fourth house I have too. And
uh-huh,
honestly, like because I didn't have my phone taken away today, but it was being used.
uh-huh.
When it was being used, I got so much done. It was so
Yeah.
stupid. It was so stupid. Like I got so much done to the point where he goes, "Oh, oh," and then he said something to me today. He's like, yeah, if you could just do that. And he goes, for him, he's like, he thinks I'm happy, like being addicted to my phone. Like if I'm
Mm-hmm,
lost in my phone, he thinks I'm happy. That's not the truth.
mm-hmm,
I disassociate and use my
mm-hmm,
phone as an escape, right? So it's an
mm-hmm,
addiction and a compulsive, but it's not, it's a coping mechanism, right? And so it's like he thinks it makes me happy, but it doesn't, because what
mm-hmm,
makes me happy is taking care of my family the way I need to, not disassociating and detaching out of coping
mm-hmm,
mechanisms.
mm-hmm,
You know what I mean? So the fact that while
mm-hmm,
he had my phone, I was able to get everybody fed, including myself,
mm-hmm.
like that's,
But
you
you
know what
gotta
I mean?
understand. Yeah.
It's yeah.
Look, yes,
That
yes,
makes me happy, not
yes,
detaching and dissociating into
and
my phone.
also,
But my
and
phone does make
also,
me happy. Like,
and
let's be real.
and
But yeah, yeah.
also,
And also.
your capacity to be regulated throughout that time was dependent on the fact that you arrived here and now, which is dependent upon all the movements that you made through your phone up until
Mm,
now,
yeah.
and the
No,
fact that
yeah.
the fact that that situation is even being created in your reality is reflecting of a change. The fact that he actually even had your phone, like if you're going to take accountability for everything else, you get to take accountability for the good changes as well. If you
Yeah.
think that you create all of the negative circumstance, then you also have to give yourself credit for some of the positive circumstance. I know that
Yeah. No,
that's
he
not
didn't take my phone.
fully,
He
I
just
know
had it
that's,
because
I
he was
know
using
that this is
but yeah,
not
go ahead.
fully landing with you yet of what
Yeah.
I'm saying. The fact that
Mm.
Oren took your phone and
He
used your
had,
phone
yeah.
today. Listen,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm stopping. I am. I am. I'm yielding. I
I
am.
know it's a lot of yielding today.
It's okay.
It's a very high portion of yielding.
It's okay.
The fact that he did that is a reflection of your field having changed.
Mm, mm, mm.
You still don't want to take your own side on it, and that's okay. That's okay. But I'm telling you it is. Because
Yeah.
you're taking what happened today and you're
Mm,
using it as a reason to explain why you didn't do well enough. and that's not what it
But you're
was.
right. He didn't take it. I gave it to him. I said, you know what? I don't
Right,
need it for now. And I gave it to him. And then I went and took
right,
care of my duties. That was cognitive.
right,
So you're
right,
right. You're right. You're right.
right.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you think you're talking about. How Sages isn't doing a good enough job. Where is your data? I'm not
Where's
seeing any
my
data.
data? You know what my data, you listen, the data comes from seeing through Callie's eyes. And if you saw my
Right?
office right now,
The data, right?
like the data, no, I don't know. I have this thing like the data says the mess around me means I have failed miserably at
Right,
life.
right. And now we're talking. Now we're
Yeah.
talking.
Like you said, let me see through your eyes, and I was like,
This is not,
look at my beautiful
this
chandelier
is
that was
not
given to me.
what this
No,
situation is
I
representative
know.
of. An
I
overall
know. I
wholesale
know.
failure of Kelly's being is not what the mess is representative of. Entirely separate and unrelated,
But you know what I had to
irrelevant metric.
do? I had to release the control I had because I couldn't do it. Like I cannot. I had to release the control, and in releasing it, a mess has become about me. And my goal and job is to be calm enough to pick it up piece by piece without the fear and the desperation and like the like that crazy energy that comes out when I need to clean because somehow it reflects how good I am as a person.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. See, now we're talking. Yes.
Yeah.
What is this? Got a green, got a green little gem floating in the middle on the bridge of my nose. The bridge of the nose, which is where it's all been going on and on and on about. And you said it was green. I can see it.
Mm,
When you said about the thing that you saw and then it turned green,
yeah, yeah,
I've got
yeah.
the little green thing here. What is it?
A dragon? I don't know.
It's okay. I'll have to
I
go
know.
back over what you told me about
Just
what the green
no, the
was.
demon. It was the demon that turned into a guardian. The eyes,
Oh,
when the eyes changed, it was fear, it was pain, it was suffering, turned into whatever the opposite of that is.
well, it's here. I can see it.
Yeah.
It wasn't there before.
Because I think I saw it for what it was because I've been really still hating on myself for the mess around me because there wasn't a conscious understanding of why there was such a mess around me because usually I would not be, and everybody knows me. Everybody knows me. Callie's got to clean. Callie's got to clean. What have I been doing for the last 5 years? I have to clean. Like, I have to
Uh-huh.
clean. You don't understand. I have to clean. I have to
So
clean.
you
I have,
understand that the mess
yeah,
is like you
yeah,
actually really succeeded in
yeah,
prioritizing.
yeah. I
Uh-huh.
do. I do. And that, like, now, because it's not hard to clean. Like, I was making it such a thing. It's not hard to clean, but it was
But
like
it's also,
the
this is
pressure
not
of it. And I got a
it's a
lot of
cap,
judgment.
yeah, it's a
There's,
capitalist and a sexist and there's a whole heap of levels and a
yeah.
nuclear family and
And we live
separation
with,
and
yeah,
community
yeah,
and
traditional.
there's
Like, it's not my
yeah,
partner, but we live with parents. So it's like the way they look at the way
uh,
it's a lot of like, quit judging me so much and I could operate. Like,
yeah, but it's not
people,
even that.
it's not
It's
that. I
because
feel
I
it's
think
like
that there's
that
some
though.
aspect of you thinking, when I
Yeah.
succeed in getting regulated, then I will be able to meet this external demand.
Yeah.
And I think the demand needs to be lower, about half of where it is, and
Ooh.
then the regulation as it continues will meet that, but it's not going to be when you are regulated, then you are going to fully meet this external demand because the demand isn't reasonable or appropriate to you where the level of it is set.
Do you think I said it there? Well, it's okay.
No, I think it's
Mm,
external.
okay.
And I think you're pretzeling. You're just,
I think
how
communication
can I,
would, yeah.
yeah.
I think communicate, but I didn't have enough cognitive understanding because I would pretzel to it. Like, oh, okay, this
hmm
is just,
It's too
um,
high. There's an
Yeah.
aspect of it that it can be met, but if you're thinking that when you do a good enough job of being embodied enough that then you will
Yeah.
be present enough to meet it,
Mm,
it's too high. Halve it, and then yes. Because I'm
mm.
like literally seeing it as a like
Yeah, it's a mountain. But I've been
no,
going
but
at it for
no,
5
no,
years.
I'm seeing like
Oh, go. Yeah, yeah.
everything that you think that needs to be achieved.
Mm,
I'm seeing like it as an actual dial, and it's
mm.
half of that,
Oh, right.
like an actual
Mm.
measuring. Like I'm kind of seeing a measuring cup that's half filled with
Oh,
green liquid. Like
I
it's not a
wonder.
measuring cup. It's like a test tube dial thing, but it's got a wooden circle on the top and the bottom, and it's like green liquid that kind of looks like the flubber liquid but runnier, and it's half full. And that's where the level
Mm,
that can be done is. Sorry for going on, but I wanted to give you the full image. Please go ahead.
that's okay. That's okay.
What were you going to say?
I wonder if it has to do with like the spleen and my root and
Mm-mm.
just
No,
no. Well, this part, let me finish. Not
sorry.
having clear understanding of what is a priority and having so much that I feel like needs to be done and getting caught up on things that are not important, not a priority, and
This is a
missing the
neurodivergent
priority.
thing.
Oh, oh,
It's very common. It's very normal.
oh.
hmm
Mm. Yeah. So I think really right now the only important thing is everybody is fed and bodily taken care of, and the mess
hmm
is the mess until it's not the mess.
hmm
Yeah. Because I keep trying to,
Vigorously nodding. hmm
yeah. I keep trying to tackle the mess but it won't work like that. But
hmm
then I feel judgment for the mess
hmm
because, but the judgment is
hmm
vain because it's like,
hmm
imagine I have a
hmm
messy room and I'm looking at your messy room and being like, your
hmm
room is so messy, but my room is
hmm
messy. So it's a
hmm
vanity
Maybe
judgment.
for the
Yeah.
prioritizing, maybe
Yeah.
start doing it the opposite way. Start by figuring out what the 50% that you're not going to do is.
Like, what is that? Like, I wonder what that, the phone, probably everything on the phone. No,
Mm-mm,
no.
mm-mm,
It's like I have to clean, I have to cook. I don't know. I don't know which
mm-mm.
part I can't not do.
There's the way that this is going to become manageable is by beginning with the things that you decide, yep, I understand there's a pressure there that I should do that, and that is just not going to be a priority. It's going to wait. And
Mm,
that is how you'll figure it out.
yeah.
And I'm seeing it like with the test tube, it's like you're focusing on the top half that's empty. That's
Yeah.
how it will get clarified.
Okay. Yeah.
Damn, girl, you were
I
like, I'm not
know.
tired. And I'm like, really? Okay, I can go, I can go, I can go. Say when. Say when. And then you were like, I'm nearly finished. And I'm like, there's going to be 7 more things. There we go.
No, you were right. You were right. Yeah.
Because it's rooted in the practical, right? All of the stress, it's
Mm,
rooted in the practical. And so we have arrived, we've
yeah.
gotten enough to arrive at the practical. And my nose is really warm. It's gonna be
Angela, thank
okay.
you. No, thank you. I know, and I want to thank you. Like, I, the words, you know what I mean? Like, those words don't convey, so it's just, you just gotta feel me there for a minute. Like,
Well, let me just say, like, if we're gonna roll in with Jordan and doing his design,
oh,
I think there's an aspect of you having some part of it outside of you, you know what I mean?
yeah.
And so it's like really like a deepening of like how it'll be. Doing it, I'm not saying it to get nervous about Jordan. I'm
No, I'm not
just
nervous. Are you
uh,
nervous?
Your
How's your
solar plexus
spleen?
got a little bit nervous.
Well, how's your spleen?
Um,
Just,
Look,
it's no, for real though.
it's talking about the timing. It's talking about when it is and the preparation and the steps that are necessary. But I'm not scared. What a beautiful day. Uh-oh, mud. Can't go over it. Can't go over it. Have to go
Gotta go
through it.
through it. Oh
No,
shit.
your solar plexus shifted a little bit. That's why I asked. But I'm just seeing and understanding how like mm, you know how you were so scared you don't want it to happen again. You don't want them to attack.
Yeah. Oh wait, you think I'm gonna attack them? Oh shit.
No,
Or
no, no, no.
oh,
You
or
may or may
Kaliishvara.
not have. You may or may not have a tiny bit, a tiny little bit,
Wait,
a teensy tiny bit.
you're saying I already did this?
Yeah. So this is my recap of what I'm seeing today was. This is where
Oh,
I'm like, okay, looking back, I'm doing the recap and I'm situating it within the larger unfolding. Today you said to Jordan, absolutely not. I don't want anyone to attack Angela again.
mm,
And then I was like, hey, Sages, what's this? And you were like, you should tell me the direction. And I was like, okay. Do you see? It's the
oh,
same energy that you were
oh.
afraid would come from the external. But that's how it works,
Mm.
right? What we're afraid of externally flips to the polarity internally and then we enact it. I'm not saying it's comparable, but it is the same energy.
Well, yeah,
Do you
it
see?
was experience. Well, I think it was experienced to you the same way. Maybe amplification was like, I'm saying this to make myself feel better, not as bad, but I can see how it was still there. Like, yeah, because it was like, because I didn't, it was like I knew it was inside of me, but maybe I didn't want to, like, I wanted, yeah, it was like I was still kind of putting it on you because of the feeling of I don't want
Mm-hmm.
to feel it all. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I'm sorry for that because it
It's
was so
okay.
fast. It happened so fast that, like,
Uh-huh. That's how
I'm
they're all experiencing
that's
it in
how
the
they
group when I
experience.
come
So
in.
when they do that, instead of me going into, I should just try to, like, let them know that they're safe, and or do
Uh-huh.
I just let them go do what they're
Uh-huh.
doing, or do I just bring lots of 21 energy? Not 21. Oh my
Uh-huh.
God.
Oh,
21 got to get off me.
look, no,
25. Yeah.
I'm just
Mhm.
like this is the thing. Like this is where what you've just said, what you've
Mhm.
seen is very important. It's like so important in terms of the way it's going to change your everything. It's the next topic.
Mhm.
What you were just seeing in that line and trail of thought, what's happened is there was a polarity, right? A polarity
Mhm.
outside you were resisting, and now you've felt it inside, and now you've bridged the polarity, so now it can
Mhm.
function. It was a split perspective.
I could see
You
that,
see?
yeah. Yeah, because I was like, oh, I have to be on this side, and now I have to be on
Uh-huh.
this side, and it was like,
Uh-huh.
oh, but it's, yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Mm, okay.
So that line of questioning of what do I do then? Do I just make them feel safe? That's how
Mm,
they feel. That
yeah.
chef's kiss.
Instead of getting mad at them, because I did, well, yeah,
Right. Right.
ooh. I'm a highly emotional reactive person, that you have to know about me.
It's
I
not just
handle it
that.
well. I
It's
handle
not
it
any of that.
well. Okay.
It's the mechanics.
It's
It's
my mechanic.
because it's because the perspective was fragmented. So the fear
Mm,
put your aura into distortion, which then makes you angry, which is the marker of a manifestor.
ooh, interesting. Because I wasn't properly perceiving them because
Uh-huh.
I think I was too concerned about, yeah.
Well,
Mm.
because there was a fragmentation in your perspective based on the fear. Because that's how it
Oh,
all
yeah.
works.
The fear of, yeah, 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 yeah. I got you. I got you. I got you.
Were you gonna say the
Yeah.
fear of me? No, I mean the
No,
fear.
no. The fear of them attacking you made me kind of go on the
Uh-uh.
defense against. Okay, go
Uh-uh.
ahead. Me?
The the
Go
the
ahead. Go ahead.
the fear. Uh, the the fear of yourself
Oh, okay.
created the polarity that
Oh.
externalized the reaction to the
Oh.
integrating seeing yourself, that then maintained the
Oh.
polarity of I'm not doing that. I'm not reacting badly about what I'm afraid of. They are. That's the polarity, fragmentation, and the
Oh.
split. So then when you come into the fear of seeing yourself, then you can properly see what they're doing. And then the
Mm.
polarity collapses, and then you
Mm.
can respond. Do you understand?
I do.
This has been so rich, so I know it's like, I feel like I've given you like,
So
you've been
much.
asking.
I
You're like, come
know.
on, and I'm like, really?
Well, see,
Really? Here you
because
go.
you
Here you
gotta,
go.
I know, because, all right, there is a disconnect, maybe. There might be a disconnect still within like my energy and then me,
Mhm,
because my
mhm,
energy's like done. It's ready to go forever. It
mhm.
doesn't stop. Like, I don't know what's wrong. Like, it's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. It just will go forever. And my
It,
human,
that's not
I,
my experience of you.
well, well, then
My
what is my,
experience is that you go until what's needed to be done is done, and then
oh,
you stop. That is my experience of you.
oh. See, I like to see me through your eyes. It's
Hmm.
quite nice. You
Hmm.
know?
Sometimes I do check
Okay.
you, but
Yeah.
generally, this conversation that we're having right now was
Yeah.
an important conversation, and the
It had to
shoulds told
happen.
you that you should go to bed, and I was
Mm.
prepared to let you go to bed, and you were like, no, we need to do the thing. And I was like, really? And you were like, yes. And I was like, okay, here's some. And then you were like, what about the thing? And I was like, okay, here's some. And
Mm.
now we're here to what is a very important point, and that's why being like, Angela, you're driving, it's like a partial perspective.
Oh, you're like, but am
Because
I
you're like,
really driving?
mhm,
Mm.
I am and I'm not.
Shit.
But that's okay.
I'm like,
That part,
Angela, get in this car right now.
yeah,
Shit. Show
you're
me.
like sitting in the car, like, I'm not getting out. And I'm like, really? Like, and I've like stopped and I like look at you like, do you want to get out? And you're like, mm-mm. And I'm like, okay. We keep driving. But part of that is a reflection of what you can feel in me that you can feel needs to come out. And that's what I mean about the direction. You can feel the cycles from me. You can feel the instincts from me. You can feel the direction from me and you can feel the ego from me. And your field is then wanting to manifest that. And it stays
Oh.
until I give it to you. And sometimes I'm doing it slow, but
Mm.
part of that is that, well, it's a lot. And then
Wow.
you're thinking, Kelly didn't do this, Kelly didn't do that, Kelly's doing all right from my perspective.
I think I'm doing more than enough for not having a sacral,
Well,
eh?
it's a lot. It's a lot. And I sometimes I'm giving you like not the judgmental side eye, but the slightly concerned head tilted side eye. Like, are
Like,
you
is
doing
she
all right
gonna
over
live?
there?
Is she gonna live through this at the end? Like, is her vessel gonna make it through this? Sometimes I give myself that same side eye, so we're
If
on the
it
same
wasn't
page.
for the impact, I would be questioning if we had the right birth time, but the impact is there, so
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, because I just work like a generator?
yeah.
Like, I go, 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 yeah.
But, there's a certain,
Deep
this is,
conditioning
okay,
and
look,
the
there was a
caveman.
point in the 2 weeks with Jason when he was like asking me about like if I wanted to, because the work we were doing was so deep. He was like basically being like, well, are we going to do this? We're going to be in a relationship. Like, where are we going with this? Let's create it. And I was like, I need you to get to the point where you are fully functioning in yourself so that you can see things clearly before you make that decision.
Oh,
And
I wonder
there's
if
an
that was a form of bypassing, though. Like, if
in
that was
him.
an attempt to bypass, yeah.
Oh, well, like, yeah, we could
Yeah, yeah,
psychoanalyze
yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
days, but
Yeah, okay, yeah,
but
true, true. Sorry.
it's
47,
okay.
go to bed.
Uh,
Go ahead. Yeah,
the
yeah,
the
yeah,
reason that I'm just
yeah.
thinking about that is because this there's a certain aspect of this being an intensive process, right? And if it transforms as it's intended to, the way you function at the end won't be the same as the way you function at the beginning. And so by that I mean uh, uh, that if at some point you were like that go and go stopped as a reflection of the process reaching certain stages and then it shifted, that wouldn't surprise me. You know what I
Mm,
mean?
yeah, so if I, yeah. Yeah. Well, you mean like you think I'll get to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm done, and then
And then settle in, maybe. Bear
ah,
Cub says, I'm off to make magic books and summon cakes. I haven't checked the comments in like literally 2 hours.
oh, me neither, me
They're
neither.
talking about the cake.
I told him I would send him the recipe. Yeah, okay, I feel you. Pickle there. Well, because I feel like
None of it's a
there's
problem.
no, not a problem. No, you're right. You're right, not a problem.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
mute for a
I
second
need
because I'm gonna
to.
pee while you talk.
Okay, yes, I feel what you're saying is I really need to start being not no. Okay, I hear you. You don't have to correct me, okay? What I will say is this. I will say that I feel like once I really get into myself, I will have a lot more of that manifestor rest time because I know it's what my body needs. And then I kept saying like, "Oh, I'm so tired," but then I'm go, go, go. But I feel like all of that was necessary for the integration and the full, process of embodiment, or else like the same things would just keep happening, right? Like if we didn't see what was happening, if we didn't see where and how and why, then it's like, oh, everything we do, I'll just keep doing it over and
Mm-hmm.
over and over. So I feel
Mm-hmm.
like what you're saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that eventually I will get in to learn how to rest like a manifester should.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Like there's an aspect of like I really can't overemphasize if you go back and look at what you were just seeing in that moment when you felt into how you felt and then you looked at how they felt and then you could see what was needed.
Ah,
Can
yeah,
you
yeah.
can you stay with
Oh,
that?
ugh. Yeah, that's a big shift for me. So yeah, but it's necessary and needed. But it's a big, 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 big shift. Okay.
Uh-huh. And it's when I've
Ooh,
been
why? Okay,
uh-huh.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. That's
Not
a
me
big
still
shift.
responding to the thing
I
about
know,
the
I'm so
direction. It's okay. I'm just gonna it's gonna go
look,
on. I'm
I
gonna keep
circled a
telling
one.
you.
I have a one. Look, I have a one with a circle. It kind of looks like a cat eye, and I'm pointing all arrows towards it. It's going in now, and it has to stop going out for a little
Look,
while until it's ready
look,
to go out. But I
look.
agree. What?
All of this aside, what I
Yeah.
was gonna say is that I have been telling you about where we're going. But the thing is that you can't know what it is until you see what it is. Because I can tell you about it, but it doesn't register until you're there and you're seeing it.
Okay. So
And
does it
so by that
align?
I
Okay.
mean
Yeah. Go ahead.
that this conversation about what you're seeing about in the groups is the next steps that I've been talking about. I've been talking to you about that. Um, uh-huh.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Well, okay, that my thing, I was going to ask you, I feel like the answer was already answered in it. It doesn't really need to be asked because I feel like it was just a validator. Like, because for me, what you said was, I already know. And then I was like, well, does it align with like why I'm even here to begin with? And it was yes.
What's the
So it was like,
question?
oh, okay. Well, there wasn't even, it's like, okay,
What does what
when,
align?
okay, so the direction, right? The direction is like,
It can't not because the only thing that I'm
yeah.
doing is taking you to you. That is where I
Oh,
am.
oh. Well, yeah.
The problem is that you,
Is
because
there
it's
gonna be a
coming from a
point where you're like,
fear,
yeah, oh, okay.
because it's coming from the fear, you can't understand the question. Like your question, when you asking about where you're going, that part of you doesn't understand about going. And so the question itself is flawed, but it's okay. Go ahead with what you were
My
going to say.
question is like when we reach a point where we're done, are you gonna be like, Sage, we're done? So I can be like, okay, thanks, and that's enough. Like, cause you know what I'm saying? You feel me on that
Do
one?
you understand that I am responding to what you need?
But that just seems
So if I
unfair.
ask you, Sage, is there going to be a point where you want me to say and you want and need and what your deepest requirement of your beingness and your journey is for me to say we're done? If I ask you right now what the answer to that question is, do you know?
No, I don't know, but I feel like it's a no right now. Like, I
Right.
don't know, but I feel like it's like a definite no. So I see. I feel like you're right, and it is like these fears of me overstepping, taking up too much time, like you know what I mean, being like so yeah, there's all
Mm-hmm.
that. So you're right.
Mm-hmm.
It is. So you're right. With
Mm-hmm.
I have to fully see
You don't
to
have to do
see.
anything. You
Well,
need to
I do
feel.
have to fully
And
see
then,
to see though.
well,
You
that's
can Are
true.
you gonna
That's true.
disagree? Yeah, all right.
Sorry. No, you were right.
Okay, I know.
You. This is
I
1 point on the
know.
scoreboard. You win that round. You can have that
What?
one.
Thank
I was
you.
wrong.
It's the little ones that count, you know. It's the little ones.
Take it. Take it.
Okay, I got it. Okay,
But
well,
to rewind what you were saying when I was like, what were you saying? That you need to see. Sorry, because I did cut you off, so I
wait,
did
no,
want.
no, 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 no. That I need to see. So if I can see, then I'll see.
If
But
you can see,
if
you can
it's
see.
me, yeah,
Exactly. Mhm.
basically.
Mhm.
But it's for me, maybe I need to understand more the dynamics between the mechanics so I don't feel guilty for being like, I need to just
Mm-mm.
leave that kitty cat alone. Like, you know what I mean? It's like there's this,
Mm-mm.
you see what I'm saying? It's like, oh,
I
this
see what
is
you're saying, but
fun,
you're
but
wanting to something to fix or change what is
mm,
in you.
mm,
Like that guilt and that fear that's not, and it's if you think that something
necessary, right?
outside of you will make it go away,
Mm,
there's nothing I could do or say that can fix that. It's an inside job, but I know you
yeah. Okay,
know. We
we did it.
survived.
We did it. Good job. Good work, team.
Hmm.
That was a nice cycle. I
Man, it was a lot.
appreciate the ending together at the same time. That was special to me.
Well, and that's what I was just as it was happening. I was thinking, are you seeing this? Are you
Mhm,
seeing this? The moment when you're
mhm,
going, yeah, we're done. It's all done.
mhm.
It's laid
Yeah.
out.
Okay. Well, until the next round, right? Um,
Are you sure you're okay?
no, I really listen.
Or is this you that's worried that I'm not okay? It's
Yeah,
probably you that's
probably.
worried.
It's that I'm good. For me, like I said, when I say this is the most fun I've had, I really mean it. And I know people are like, "Ooh, that's weird. This isn't fun." But this is deeply rewarding for me. Like this is the kind of stuff that like you
Dreams
know
are
is
made of.
yeah, it really is. Like
I know.
so I'm
I
here for
know.
it.
Hmm.
Because it's like I want to experience that dream and see where that dream takes me. Like, yeah, I could be scared and run around and say, ah, but it's like, what good does that do me if the reality of the situation doesn't change? You know what I mean?
Mm.
It's like we're
Mm.
here for things that need the things, and
So
without the things, there's no things. So go
the
ahead, and then,
focus point for moving
yes.
forward is, well, from my perspective, is on this question of what you would do if you could see that moment you responded to me, and you could, I'm sorry, I just was seeing deeper into what's happening right now. That moment where you said what you said, when you said, well, can't you just tell me the direction? That moment and that feeling, it's really important to stay with that feeling, to then stay with the question, if that's what they're feeling, what would I do?
Oh.
That is the important thing. Both of
Okay.
those. Not to tell you what your
No,
process needs to be, because you will
don't.
process what
Listen,
you're
you
going to
didn't hear
process,
me
but
say thank God when you started to say that. Like, thank God. Thank the living
I
end
didn't.
all that. Because, I thought I did it loud enough that you could
Oh, I
hear
thought you meant it
my.
was in your head just now.
No, it was
It wasn't in your head.
externally with relief. Like,
Okay.
thank God she's going to give me at least a little of this, because that's great. Yes. That gives, because I need, it's not a need. It's not. It's not. But yes, thank you. I do like that. Where we're
And you know I
going
do that
and
every
what I
time
will
though,
do.
just for the
I
record.
know, but
Just if
it
I've been
does
giving you the
feel,
signposts and you haven't been paying attention, I'm just saying. I'm just
though. Okay,
saying.
and we can, but this is the
I'm gonna give
thing.
you one more sass. I'm gonna give you one more sass.
Is it me hiding it from my, oh, because I refuse to
You
see.
would have been
Okay.
able to see the signpost if you were looking, if your eyes were open. It's probably why. I'm sorry. That's the last one. You can throw me out. You can throw me out.
I would never. Okay. What would I do? I had to write that down. What would I do? Okay, because
If
I'm gonna go process all of that.
yeah,
Why,
that's a
you know
lot.
why it probably deleted? Oh my God. You know why?
All
It
the
was a video
questions.
I was calling everybody out, but I was also calling myself out. I was. But I can see how, with what we talked about tonight, how I was doing like the demon and goblin thing, making it scarier than what it really was. So, yeah.
And externalizing some part of it. The way that you engage with everyone,
Yeah,
you're
okay.
externalizing some part of it. The way you engage, the functionality that you have, um, I've been able to understand what it will be, and um, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Well, I trust. That's my job, is to trust. And that
In
is what I
Angela we trust.
do. It is.
Do
That's what
you do
I
you want me
do.
to
The
lay
heck?
out the whole
No, no,
story and
no.
give you all the spoilers of the
No.
good parts as well?
Well, actually, I do hate thrillers. I hate suspense. I always love to know what's happening. They really did a number on me not giving me Gate 21 this lifetime, honestly.
You
Like,
know,
give me
I'm
that
the
gate.
exact opposite.
You don't want to
I'm
know
like,
anything?
mm-mm.
Oh my gosh. Well, I
Because
mean,
it interferes with the process for
for
me.
you or for, okay, I was gonna say for me, it's like, oh, I feel, but then again, think about it. Let's say if I'm the one
You're not,
who
you
can
haven't,
see out the
sorry.
wind, well, okay, but think about if, let's say my eyes were the one looking out the windshield and I'm the one, like, let's say your foot's on the gas, and it's whatever, but I'm the one who sees out the window. Not that you don't, I'm not saying you don't,
But
but
you
I keep
literally have
closing my
no
eyes.
business involving yourself in any way, shape, or form with the direction.
Oh, that's what I'm
You have
saying.
no
But I
business paying
want some,
attention to
okay,
it,
okay.
because every second that you're paying attention to the direction, you're not processing your feelings and making sense of it and seeing.
Wow. Do you understand like what a gift that is? Yet it's so like I fight it. Like when you say your job is to
Uh-huh,
mentally and emotionally process, and I'm like, no, I
uh-huh,
have to know where we're going, and I have to get the
uh-huh,
work, and I have to
uh-huh,
scrub the tires, and I have to pack all
uh-huh,
the things, and I have to,
uh-huh,
and you're like, no, just mentally and emotionally process. I'm like, oh,
uh-huh,
I can do
uh-huh.
that sleeping. Like that's
Because
my favorite
that's
thing to
that's the
do.
polarity. That's the polarity
Mm.
that you're either mentally and emotionally processing, or you're looking at the direction.
Oh.
It's one or the other. It's a polarity.
So I need to stay in the seat of mentally, emotionally processing because I do get so
Uh-huh.
lost up on the direction. Now, can I look to the
If
people around
if
me with those
if
directions for feedback?
if you were mentally and emotionally processing, oh, you would have seen the
Really?
direction.
Oh, so I feel like I mentally and emotionally process and then scare myself and then stop and try and be like, okay, where's the
Uh-huh.
direction?
Uh-huh.
I see, I see.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, okay.
Uh-huh. That is why it's going to lead into
Mm-hmm.
if and when we do the Jordan talk, and if we talk about the ego and we talk about everyone and we talk about the group, it's the same. It's very, the mechanics of it are very simple, but you're getting it experientially because you're someone who structures experientially. So yeah. There was something else there that I was trying to pinpoint, but yeah, it stopped moving because it's not my. Is my turn to
Oh.
talk? What is it? Let me see.
So I feel
Yeah,
like you were, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
when I said it was going to be 7, I was like, oh, sorry, it's 7.
Oh,
It
it's in.
is,
Okay,
isn't it?
let's be ends.
No,
It's
no, 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 no,
3:11.
no.
That's my,
I know,
go ahead.
no, I'm not criticizing. I'm just
No,
making meta
I
commentary
know.
on the fact
You're,
that I really am rolling out 7. Um,
and
because when I said it, I was like, what do you mean, Angela? What do you mean it's 7? And now I'm watching it happen. Um, yeah, it's an either or, and that is why what happens in the group happens. And that is why you were looking at them and you were saying, if they can't see themselves, they can't see you. And
mm,
then that is the core fear. And that is why it's
mm,
externalized, because it's the same fear. Do you see? It's
yeah.
okay. When you feel through it all, you'll see it. I don't need to tell you, but
No, well,
it is important.
no, it is important because I think, see, oh, well, I gotta process that, okay?
Hmm. And do you
I
know
gotta
what's so
process
funny to
that.
me? When Jordan
Yes.
rolled in and me and you, he's like, you guys are up late. And we were like, we both told him, well, we're here to do the work because we're going to be doing the work and the work goes late. And, but like,
Mm,
I said it, but it's like, I didn't fully believe it. And now I'm like, oh, I
yeah.
wasn't like, we were saying it. But anyway, what were you going to say? I'm just,
No, you were right. It's that, it's that. Even if it's the good, even if it's the good. Like let's say I just want to see all the terrible things of myself. Like, oh, I can see, oh, here's where I'm wrong.
hmm
Here's my terrible.
hmm
That's that. Let's say that's the only attention I give myself, right? Is I
hmm
criticize, I critique. That's it. That's all the
hmm
love I have for myself. Yeah, I
hmm
go out into the world and I feed and love their, no offense to them, but somewhat disgusting flaws, okay?
hmm
Sometimes, right? Like
hmm
we're saying that because it's like, you know,
that gate 47 is really starting to shine. Uh-huh.
oh,
Because
but
it's
you see,
Virgoan. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, okay, okay, good. It's my Virgo, so she can say that, and I don't have to. Yeah, so and I'll give love to that. Yet when it comes to me, I'm like, you are the worst piece of garbage ever. Like
Mm-hmm.
you are you know what I mean? So it's like this
Mm-hmm.
self-attacking energy while I'm giving all of this unconditional love to everyone but myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then I won't even see myself. And every time I do, I'm
Mm-hmm.
putting the ugly mirror up to my face. Like, could you believe I actually
Mm-hmm.
called myself a fourth tongue person? Like, I did. That was true. I was really, I had to sit for a good hour and be like, am I a fourth tongue? And I was like, oh shit. Like, before tonight, before this, like, that was already something I was like
Mm-hmm.
applying to myself.
Thank you for letting me know that because
Yeah.
it's, I need,
No, that's deep. That's deep.
okay,
Yeah.
good. Because
Yeah.
I appreciate because to go out on, like, to go out on a limb like that and do it when I know how big the reaction was going to be, it's
Yeah.
important for me that, like, you let me know that it was on the money.
Yeah. Oh, it was. It was. It was. It was. It was.
That
Yeah.
was the thing. Um,
And that's why you didn't get a fight out of me. Because listen, if you do something that goes against what I know is like, we're fighting. I don't know why we're fighting. But if you do something to me and there might be a fizzle, a little pop, a little ooh. But if there's no fight. Like I'm yielding. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? I will
Mm-hmm.
always yield. I'm not a stupid person. I feel like not calling anyone else stupid, but it's like I'm I'm not stupid enough to like yield in the face of what I need
And of the truth and whatever.
and the truth. Like the truth.
Mm.
It's the truth, really. And what we need is the truth.
Mm.
So yeah, it's a bitter dose, but it's necessary. So
So the polarity would be there that because you're doing that, it's spiritual starvation internally, and then and that's how it attracts predators.
oh, okay, well
Because
now I
it's
need to
spiritual
understand more. Yeah,
starvation
yeah,
on the
yeah.
inside, and then it
I'm
attracts the spiritual starvation on the outside.
oh shh. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mm, oh, mm. Ooh, that goes into the poverty of soul. Ooh,
Mm.
because that came up
Because
this summer. Yeah, go ahead, go
mhm.
ahead.
I've been this. There's a section in my book about like spiritual starvation, and I've been aware of it for probably like 5 days that it was coming, but we had some slow steps we had to take to get here to be able to, no judgment in that, but there was a lot of very heavy dense energy in lots of different realms and places to get here. Because
Mm,
that's the ultimate question that is being answered
yeah.
about that.
But even that is the root of day one. Of like the root of day one, my first request to you.
Mm.
Even though
Mm-hmm.
it's been
Mm-hmm.
showing up in different ways,
Mm-hmm.
that's the root there is like because I knew my undercurrent and overcurrent wasn't matching. Like what I was doing was not incongruent with what was going on. So there was an essence of that. I mean, I'm not condemning myself, like, you know what I mean? But there was an essence of the fork there, pointed at
And
myself. Yeah.
and then the capacity to like continue to see it clearly in a way where you're not condemning yourself
Yeah.
is then what will be the basis of being able to move forward constructively externally.
So, yeah. Or not fix like I'm broken, but ease that type of, because that's some real suffer right there, you know. It's needless suffer. It's a couple adjustments that I
but
need
it's
with it.
but it's the human condition.
Ooh,
It's the human condition. It's
ooh,
like
golden right there, golden, yeah. Right,
the
yeah.
Khalil Gibran on crime and punishment is the section we can come back to.
Yeah. See, there's just so much we got, like, you know, but I
Got it
see
ready.
yeah, I know. And that's what the thing, preparation, right? Is preparation. So wow, I just feel so honored and I'm thankful and I'm grateful and there's words beyond what I can actually relay. So
We
I'll
came
send
to the
them
other
in
side, and
first.
each time I'm
Yeah.
like, it's a small miracle. It's a small miracle. It's such treacherous work for me. Like it's treacherous, and
Are
by
you
that I mean
yeah.
like
Yeah.
the land that I'm walking through, and that's
Wow.
why.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I got scared for you because of your reaction to a couple things. I was like,
Which
ooh,
things?
well, I don't want to bring them up. But when you had a reaction to some things, I was like, ooh, she has a very gentle nature. And
Which things?
I said murder one day and you were like, and I was like, oh.
Do you
Oh,
think that that's me reacting?
I thought you were like reacting like, ooh, dark. I don't want to go there. Like, that's really dark. And I
Do you
was
know
like,
what's happening
oh,
in your body when you say that?
no, what happens? Well, actually, I have a video today recorded of that song called
The
Heavy.
question is,
It
what
showed
was
my
in your
body's response to the murder word. Okay, we can't say that, but because Oren came and told me about that, and I had a response. And yeah, I don't like the word. I respond to
no?
it. I know, but
That's what I was. That was not me.
oh.
That was having a gentle nature that couldn't tolerate the word murder. That was me
Oh,
reflecting back to you your visceral reaction of your unprocessed feelings around the word that you were saying.
oh shit. Oh, that's deep. I'm sorry. Because I was like, oh,
What
I
else
was,
you got?
I was like, I can't say like because she. I thought you were just like it reminded me of like a rabbit. Like she's gentle. Like I have
I
to,
am gentle,
I
but that
know.
was not me.
Oh, see,
That has you.
I do have real visceral response to it. Like I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, I know,
Yeah,
I
what are you doing going around saying it when you got all them feelings about it?
know. Because I'm digging into these things, but
And with your,
they
what's with this?
terrify
Do you
me.
know why it was a blur?
Why?
What's this with the backwards running stomach meridian on Orin? What is blur? It's a stomach meridian. Can I tease you a little bit?
You, of course, always. It's what makes
They
me.
just don't understand Angela. Hey, it's alright. I'm glad you told me. What are the others?
Well, that was the main one. I gotta think if they're. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, is it me again? Damn.
Have a look.
Shit. Ugh. God. Ugh. I think it freaks me out each time.
I think like there was a moment there where I was like, okay, now she's really feeling like she can start to be honest. What do we got? Yeah.
Okay. No,
And do you
I
know what?
forget
I
that
don't know if
part.
you
I
made
try
the
to
connection.
individualize you, and you are an individual, but
Uh-huh.
I really try to
Uh-huh.
individualize you a lot.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And
It's
yeah,
normal. It's
yeah.
normal.
Shit. Not well.
It's a head fuck. Can you imagine what it was like for me to try to like get my head around?
No,
But it's still a deepening like thing of me progressively owning it more and more and more.
damn, damn. Yeah, yeah.
Because sometimes people like want to feel a part of me that they can identify as me so that it's like because it's normal and they want to feel safe. And so,
Well, and because I don't want to take away somebody's identity by being
mm-mm,
like, oh, this is your function. You know what I mean? It's like a
mm-mm.
part.
I know, it's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
but
It's,
like I am an individual. It's just not all of these
yeah.
metrics that
Well, when it's the relation,
and all
it's
of these
relaying.
things
It's relaying.
that.
Yeah.
So what was?
It's your relational capacity. Oh my God.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You have a really high relational capacity with Cancer. The Cancer, like basically in your descendant of relation, like you have really high relational capacity. So yeah, it's just, and wherever you have water, you have a mirror, right? So it's like first they have to see themselves before they'll ever see you, and if they can't see them, then they can't see you. I keep saying that because it relays. Because if at any moment I refuse to see me, then I can't see you. So yeah, fudgesicles, fudge and sticks, and yeah,
Yeah, it's okay.
I should,
It's
yeah,
it's what I was saying to JD when I was like, it's where I go, I don't know about causing reaction. It's real, It's not like that and about that it doesn't turn off like. But did you want to tell me the other one or did you figure it out?
Well, I did figure it out. If you want to know if you want to know for fun, I'll
No,
tell you.
it's
But
fine. You keep it. You keep it.
it was
Was there
today,
feels
actually.
like there's a
It was
third
today.
partial one? What's the third half one? Did you do the third one as well?
No, no, it was just
There was
today.
another small one.
Was
Not
it?
that one. What's
Ugh.
the other one? When
Oh,
else did it happen?
was it yesterday? Oh,
No.
was that my response? No. Was it yours or my response to
Which bit? What happened?
the late night ending to the conversation with the burst of energy that was like, ooh, no.
I don't know. I don't
You
know what
don't
the question is.
you don't remember? Okay. Well,
I've got a left variable perspective, so it needs to be focused in the right spot, and it doesn't know where to focus
Okay,
right
do you
now.
remember when we were all in our group chat last night?
Mm-hmm.
And then at the very end, like when I left, well, I didn't leave, but I left, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said goodbye. And then the energy had a burst, and then you were like, okay, bye.
Yeah, what did you think that was?
Well,
You thought it was me not being able to handle it. Sages, this is what happens. People like, okay, I'm just
don't be
gonna have a
offended by
short.
it.
No. Listen.
At least we're
People,
figuring it out. Yeah.
this happens. This happens. Like it always happens, and I'm like, and every time I'm like, how can you have seen so much and then still have thought that?
It's,
I was
I'm a
I was
human.
aggressively decentering him to assert
Oh,
a boundary that he was not entitled and that I was not going to entertain complaining energy.
oh, see, I would have never saw that. I was like, ooh, she didn't like that energy at all because it was intense. It was very
No,
intense energy.
no, but it wasn't just, and look, I know I've
You
got to go, but I
skirted
did
it
say
real
there would be
good. Yeah.
7. But let me tell you something. It wasn't just that he randomly spurted it. Once your energy disengaged, his energy engaged as next in the queue.
Oh
And
my
when it
God, no.
engaged, it engaged actually before you fully left. It started engaging before you'd actually left the chat in the stomach. And then I started responding, and then it chucked a tantrum, and then I tapped. But I also was done already, and I was also aware of an ongoing uh, challenge to the amount of decentering that was going on.
Oh my God. Yeah, see, so I was just looking at it through my little baby eyes that don't like to look at anything. Because I was like, ooh. And then today I was like, oh, but no, I could see how both like with the M word and then the thing with today, which I thought was
Uh-huh,
you, but no, it was me. I think that was
uh-huh,
me.
uh-huh.
No, I don't think that was me. I know that was me.
Right,
Because I don't like it, and I never did. I never did.
right. And it's unmetabolized in your body. Whatever it is that happened about it, you
Uh,
were, when you gave me the word, you were like offloading some unmetabolized energy about it.
oh, yeah, because I still am trying to wrap my head around the whole thing, still, all
Hmm.
together. But
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
so
okay.
it's like it pushes, and I'm like, but it's not
Mhm.
my blit, it's yours, because if you said that with a clean frequency, there'd be no reaction, but it's an amplification back to you of what
Ah,
was there
yeah.
and the
See,
full
so
depth of it, and tracing it through you to Orin and solar
oh,
plexus and
oh, oh,
the gate 40 on him
oh,
around that.
oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
undigested in the
the
stomach
it's
meridian on him.
very much undigested because I was
Right.
like,
And
wait,
you
what?
handed it to me, and I went that because that's how
Nonsense.
he is about it. Because not closing over the top of your field, because when you close over the top of your field, you puke, right? But
Uh,
it's undigested.
shit. Yeah.
And that's where, yeah, I don't need to, I'm going to take it easy with the sass. But you know how you were saying if you don't give her a chance to unfold it, then you don't understand what it is she's doing. This is
Yeah.
what that is.
Mm, mm,
The more space and the more openness you give, the more deeply I can unfold for you exactly what it was.
mm. Oh, see, that's good then, because then I was like, ooh, I have to be really careful about the energy I bring over.
You have
Not that
to
I
be careful of
still
your own
do.
energy and yourself for you. And that's
Yes,
where people confuse it. It's like,
yes, yes. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
I know,
I
I'm not
was,
arguing.
yeah. No, you're right.
Because I was definitely making it more about you than me, because that's just my natural. It's not natural. Is it natural? No. Is it? Could be. It could be.
It's a
It
fragmented
could.
perspective. The perspective around that topic is fragmented.
Okay. All right, Angela.
Are you okay? I'm gonna leave the other one with you. There was another one, but I don't know what it is, but I don't need
Wait.
to worry.
All right.
So yeah,
Were we done? Because it was like we're never done. So
we're
how do
done
we
when you
call it
say, babe. We're done
quits?
when you say we're done.
That's so dangerous. I got that
It's not
18.
dangerous.
Okay,
You
you're
are
right. I trust
trustworthy, and I
myself.
trust you.
Okay. Let me breathe.
It's all gonna be okay.
I
That's what
feel
your field wants to say.
peaceful.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're
Do you feel
good.
more peaceful or the same amount of peaceful?
Let me
Peaceful
think.
should be your default. It's
Oh,
not
I
like,
feel
oh, we're
more
done, so now I'm
peaceful.
peaceful.
I feel more
But,
peaceful because I did not feel super peaceful when I got on the live. I was more in a state of like just I need to be doing something, but I didn't know what, you know? It's like I know there's something to do. I mean, there's probably a lot of impending dooms, but they're not dooms. They're just things that need attention, right?
As you continue to function, the way that you engage with me will be different, so that then you'll just be able to engage me. But it comes out of your beingness, so it's okay. Does that answer your question about what the thing you thought you needed to do was? Now
Yeah.
that we've done some things?
Well, yeah. Do you feel satisfied? No.
Top
Okay.
of the
So,
head.
okay.
But
Do you want to
it's,
run your things? Would that help?
aw, it's,
Uh-huh.
aw, it's, aw. No, you ask me if I'm satisfied. It's, there's, uh, it's, the cycle is going to take time. It's the larger cycle that some aspects of it are pending. Let me see. Let me check. Uh-uh. 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 There's a lot of grief. Uh-uh. I'm seeing your chest like heaving, like you're uh-uh. And I can hear you. Oh, because I'm still holding it. Because my fear is, it's okay. Uh-huh. As a generator, I'm always waiting, and I'm just seeing the way that I said to you, when you're aligned, you'll ask me the thing, and then I would respond with the thing, and then you just did it. You said, "Are you satisfied?" And I said, and then I was like, oh, okay. It's the left breast, and it's the underneath the outside of the left breast where the feminine grief is holding. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Oh. And then the grief is releasing through the eyes. And under the right outside rib. It's going to be such a trip for you the more that you see that, about how much I'm actually just in response. Is that it? Do you see that just there? You're like, do your thing, Angela. Okay, yes, ma'am. Salute. Hold on. Uh-uh. 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 Uh-huh. Oh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. There's some aspect of every time that the people in the group are coming from an intellectual space, especially for people who tend to want to astral travel, they are disembodied out of their body. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. And so you're showing me that, uh-uh. And so now I'm running uh-uhs against it, the energy that does that. Uh-uh. And now it's coming around and down the outside of the left. It's like right at the outside edge of the left boob. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. And I was asking you about the tree roots that are up above the head, and you're up there with a shovel. You're like, I'm gonna tidy this up. Okay? Like a square edge shovel? Right. Uh-uh. 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 Yeah. And there's just a lot of grief about belonging, right? Because this process it's rupture and repair. So making safe connection is when we get afraid, and then how do we respond to it together? That is what builds secure attachment. Secure attachment doesn't come from never having ruptures, it comes from being afraid and then regulating back out of the fear. Uh-uh, uh-uh, uh-uh. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. And now we've arrived at what's this, gate 58, where Pluto hit in 2010 on me. Oh, and now I can close over the top of the field, and then you're showing me it's going straight down the nose. Oh, and then the hands that clap above the head, after they clap above the head, they come down to the chest. They clap above the head, and then they make that line that goes from the top of the forehead to the tip of the nose, where the green dragon's protecting that spot on the bridge of the nose that I've been shown about over and over and over and over with all these different people for like literally 2 years. And then the green gem went there, and so now when the hands come down, they come down the nose, and then they come to the chest. Oh, and then what is that? When the head tips, it's the relationship between the fingers and the tip of the nose. But the tip doesn't have to touch them, but it is the relationship between them. And then the belly is just relaxed. And then there's a little bit of you being like, Angela, how do you do this? I don't know if that is what you're currently aware of right now or not, but it is what you're asking. Thank you for asking me if I was satisfied. Because there was a lot of fear still being held right in the field.
Well, you know what I realized? And I feel like I should just get this part sooner because it's the repetition. Like, I get it, right? It's every time we got to like this point, I was like, oh, maybe this was like the most important point. Like, yeah, all the other part was important too, but
Right.
like this part's really important. But for some reason,
Right.
at all, well, not we. It's yeah, we could, but like
The preparation, the amount of groundwork that goes in to get to the point right now, it's not even just this live that prepares for it, right? It's like, yeah, but it is,
live.
yes.
We've had the mental emotional cycle, and then finally my field was like, okay, get in there. Like, it's real, like,
and that's where when people talk about consent, like I actually in that moment just then, I think both of us had a moment where I'm like, wow, I really am in response. Like, and because I checked, like, even after you told me to do it, I still checked 2 or 3 times with your field. Like, yeah, but okay. Did you can, if you want to say more on how you understand that, because it is your structuring, you will be the one that is structuring the understanding, but it's the ring finger on the left hand, the ring finger. It's where the fire is, and it's where we make the agreement. And it's where domestic partnership is an agreement that goes on the finger that makes the fire. And by that I mean, this,
Yeah,
pardon?
I was gonna say, makes you wonder why we chose that finger.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot there, but I don't have to unpack it. I'm just gonna give it to you. So we can just like break any agreements that aren't in service of the like health, spiritual, emotional well-being and growth of everyone involved. This is where it's with the in-laws. It's actually, I'm aware of breaking agreements down the back. And that's coming off the right finger as well. And then I'm going and looking at the right side where that energy is pushing on, and then as soon as I'm like going to look, you're doing the hands up above the head again. Just clapping up, close the top of the field. Oh, what's that? That's Oren. When you clap the hands up above the top of the head, it adjusts the L4 in the lower back, and then the stomach meridian moves. So like finally we got to the meat and the bones. Now the manifestor, now that you know one question that you can ask that is a question. Sorry, still just running meta. Part of the reason I do that is because there's gaps. It moves and then it stops and pauses. Are you aware of the shift in the top middle of your forehead when It's deep, man, what's here. It's deep. It's deep. But it's right on track as I'm understanding what is needed and as it's moving. Not to scare you by saying that, but
I was like, Dr. Angela, should you sew me back up now?
it's actually, oh, I see. Okay. Do you remember the day that I saw the angel wings, but they were low down in your back and they were coming out and they were like, there was black that was like around them and they were like kind of contorted and they were like hands that were trying to pull. It was like I don't remember the description they gave you, but it was trying to pull out. What just happened was the next step in freeing that in your back. And again, at the start, I pinged Jason, and now at the end, I'm pinging Jason, and angels and demons, right? You've got your first color, his second color. There you go. There is still some holding in the field, but some of it, it's helplessness around nothing I do can make them love me is the helplessness that's holding. So the outside bit is clear now. Yeah, there we go. And there's a feeling of betrayal. Yeah. But that is going to be the next thing, the bit for today. Okay. Well, if you want me, hold on, let me just check.
Okay. No, listen.
It's okay. No. I'm listening to you. And
with me, I'm peaceful, and this is also my favorite part. So when you're when you're like, I'm satisfied, then we're done.
It's just like, I think because for me, that was like, this part of me, when I say that it's only on request, and when I was like, we kind of got out of the car, it's an actual re-engagement and a softening through and a clearing through of that. That happened when you asked, and I felt the response. Right, because the nose is about our looking up at people or looking down at people, right? But the image that I was given about you yesterday, and this was about the lesson that I had to learn. This tree that I'm growing is a sequoia, and I wrote poems about it. That they're so indignant that I won't kowtow, like I won't bow, because I'm growing to be the tallest tree in the world. And I don't mean I singularly the tree, I mean sequoias are the tallest trees, right? And what I was seeing yesterday was there's an aspect of wanting to pretend that you're a bush when you're a tree. It doesn't serve the ecosystem. And there was a whole line of about that was coming through in response to you and what is unfolding. And that's not to just put it on you, but just in general, because it was a deeper internalization for me as well. But it's the tall trees need to be the tall trees in the ecosystem, you know, because the ecosystem needs to have everything in the ecosystem be what it is in the ecosystem. And with the nose, the nose gets out of joint over jealousy, and people turn their nose up, and people lie, and then the nose smells like bullshit, and the nose gets out of joint when someone who wants to be recognized isn't, and the jealousy in the eyes, it does something on the nose that is adjusted by that green dragon. But the thing about that is that, like, it's that it was on, I wanted to say Jared then, interesting. It was Jason, this thing of who do you think you are, and then like trying to be bigger than you are, but then the flip side, and Jason was like, you know, wanting to compete, wanting to be vain, wanting to assert, wanting to prove, but then underneath was the belief that he's not good enough, right? But the flip side of that is trying to play small and having contempt for yourself and for your own nature, like, and then I guess that what's the flip side underneath that is having to recognize you're a taller tree, which means that there's lower trees, and that is like those of us who if we don't want to be like those who've used power over us, we're afraid to then be in a position where we're a taller tree and someone else is a lower tree. But it's just the ecosystem, and everything is equally valid and equally important, even if humans ascribe things. And so there's a contempt for the self. I'm ready for your response. I can feel it in your body. Sorry.
That's where the Jordan equal in nature, different in degree comes in.
Yeah. But
well, degree means like
no, what you said is correct. What Jordan said is correct, but my but was at whether or not that is being embodied in Jordan.
Yeah.
That was the but. It wasn't at what you said. I saw the accuracy in what you said.
Well, because it's like the toe has a different job than the eyeball and the finger, you know what I mean? But not one is going to say, oh, your job's more important or not.
But one of the tall trees shouldn't be going and chopping down the other trees because we need a canopy. The tall trees, all the sequoias are going to be equally tall. They're all sequoias. There's not just one sequoia and who is the biggest sequoia, and can one sequoia chop down the other sequoia.
Now you pulling out Big Daddy Scorp vibe. Like, not you, but like the vibe, right? I'm the biggest scorpion and I'll be the only scorpion. And if any scorpions try to challenge my scorpion, then I'll
Right.
sting you. Yeah,
But
wow.
the
Yeah.
canopy needs to be spaced though. Trees make a space.
Oh, we can't be yeah. And
But the trees need to communicate in the mycelium under the
ooh,
earth.
yes.
And they need to be listening as well as receiving under
Oh.
the earth.
Oh, so deeply profound and beautiful there.
You put me back in my safe space. You were like, Angela, you can move this. I'm like, oh, really? Okay. Really? Are you sure? Really? I like literally asked your field 3 times because, yeah. Uh-huh.
Is it because it has to be on request by me?
It's because there was a lot of don't take this the wrong way because it's not just you, but there was a lot of the field was telling me no a lot in the past couple of hours. I was being told no,
Mm.
and people's fields do that when they don't want you to shift things for some reason. And so there was an aspect of me needing to I can't the more that I move, the more I can discern, but sometimes I've just got to sit like the rock with the eyeballs
Ooh.
and wait. And because in the moment when you ask me, I've got the clarity in the sacral and then I can move. That's the only way I can know for sure is if you ask me.
Oh. Oh.
I'm not a manifestor. I can't just go and I know that you know, and I don't mean to make it sharp, just reiterating. Like,
Is there a part of your human that's like, because I experience that a little bit. Like, for me, it's like, wouldn't it be easier if I just was a generator? You know, like, would I be able to handle my life better if I was a generator? Like, you know, no.
my friend Kat, she's got the 1222 like you, the open G, the like the undefined ego, the undefined G, and the similar in the head. Exactly the same. Maybe even more so. I think, I don't know. I think you're doing pretty good over there. Yeah. No, the openness is still going to be difficult. There's no escaping it. The sacral just thinks that because it's open. If only I had definition, then things would be easier. If only I had my own direction. If only I had the sacral. If only I had the inspiration, then things would be easier. It's just the ego. It says that no matter the situation,
Oh,
no matter the
even if it
design.
was the other side, it would be like, I wish I was a manifester.
Exactly. No, but that's what all the generators are saying, though, literally.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, but like if you looking from my point of view, you'd be like, yeah, it would be much better to be a generator. Like,
Right.
I don't want to run
But
out of energy. I just want to go like a bunny, like Energizer Bunny, go, go, go. Like it's the Cappy Moon. Like I could go forever, but my body says, no, you can't, honey, darling, boo boo, bear.
But yeah, no, all the generators say the exact same thing. All of them, without fail. I think I even have some comments on my page of people saying that. Like on my videos.
See, but they don't realize what it really is and how, like,
Right.
you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the
So weird.
satisfaction?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
What is this? Like this big shift that's happening on the left arm with you talking about that, and but it just cracked behind, but oh, wait, what? What were the roots again? The roots of the tree that we pulled out. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Not me being like you being like, Angela, how could you have forgotten that? Dude, I've got a lot of data coming in.
Well, no, I was like, oh, we both forgot. Now I gotta go look at my notes because I wrote it in.
Oh, I forgot because you forgot. It's okay.
It's in my note. I didn't forget
Okay,
it. It's
the
just
cash. No offense taken. It's a lot. To move through. That's like when you're like, are you satisfied? And I'm like, yeah, it's the feminine energy pushing on the left arm related to the roots of the fear. I have to go over it, but I'm seeing it's something to do with the vengeance and grief of the externalization of witnessing. It's okay. Okay, now the right is releasing. To rewind, manifestor, what was just before you asked me about if you could be a manifestor, there was something else there that you were processing. How do you do this, Angela? Oh, and now the field started rotating clockwise. Is that the correct rotation? I'm sure I can never remember which one's which on that. I will circle back though later and double check. I'm getting a yes though that it's correct. The inside of your headspace has just started the correct rotation. Like I don't know if you can feel the difference in the way that you're seeing internally, but the inside of your head has just started rotating the right way. It went left arm then right arm. Now your head vortex, the one that gets pushed on from the back of the neck, which I felt like maybe is meant to go the other way. Oh, and when I asked, does it need both? You're just doing the clap above the head again. Not you, like, this is my favorite bit. Me too, girl, me too. Oh my god.
Really?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, because it really is. And I never realize it until I'm in it. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is my favorite part. I don't know why. It just is like,
Well, it's because this is the bit where things are being put in right order.
that's why. It's like,
Things
yeah.
are actually being put in right order. It's like it's consolidating, and like things were mentally prepared to move, but then it's the actual movement. And you can tell because suddenly I'm just like, oh, it's this and this and this. That is when I have the knowing, right? Once the field is moving. You're right. It's at 5 a.m. I'm sorry, Oren. I'm sorry, child. She asked me to do it, so I did it. Everybody forgive me for keeping her up. Whoa. Whoa. I don't think she's here, but that's the back of the right shoulder. It was the tips of both, and then it's the back of the right shoulder, and then it's the front middle of the belly. All just releasing. Oh god, that feels so much better. I'm sorry, Oren. She's gonna be a tired manifestor. Please forgive me. Lord save me, my drug is my baby. Who's here? Hello, Moretta Preta. Hello, Riss Loves Licks Miss. I know the house is waking up and I'm been saying prayers of apology to Oren and the gods. But you were gone.
No, it's okay. It's the weekend, so tomorrow is not it's not a market day, so that's good, and everybody's home, so it's not like tomorrow's not like I need.
That's why I was saying the prayers of apology to Oren specifically while you were gone, like out loud. I was literally like, I don't think she can hear me, but Oren, I'm so sorry that I kept her awake all night. She asked me to.
No, he knows. Well, the thing is, for him, tomorrow is fine because let's say if I stay up all night and it's on a weekday and he has to
I
get up to
understand.
some, yeah,
So
tomorrow's
that's
he's
why I was
good.
apologizing to him.
Wait, what? Could he? Oh, just in case he's not good
No,
tomorrow?
because then if you're asleep, he's got to care for the small child. That's why I was apologizing.
Oh, yeah, but that's our,
Oh, is
I
that
think,
the MO already? Oh,
yeah. Well, if I sleep in, he definitely does the job. And you know what he's taught me? He's taught
not me
me.
with some internalized misogyny apologizing and
Oh, wait, what happened? Well, think about it.
well,
If he,
the urge
no.
to apologize to him,
Oh, yeah, let me sleep.
right?
Yeah.
Like
No, but he
give you on
does.
a
He
day
taught
off.
me.
I know, I know.
He taught me that if you love somebody, you let them sleep. He lets me sleep, and then in return, I let him sleep. We respect that now
Is that
because
song been looping the whole time, or did you just put it on?
it's been looping the whole time. We should stop because we're done, right? It's like, let's do loosen. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's gonna be okay. I do. I have support for the, it's not, I don't know what it is. I do. It's me coming back into myself so I'm not outside of the circle and all of the external energy. And then from there, it's like all things into quote unquote right order. You know what I mean? So, how are you feeling? What?
Settling in for a final song. It's so funny because I was like, there's seven, and I said it, and then even when I said it again that there was seven, I was like, really? Yes. Your field knows what's up. That's the thing, like in terms of your receptivity and what you're taking, the data that you're taking in from me, you, yeah, when you feel and then you see, mm, you have a capacity to see a lot because you're already, I don't know if you're still there.
Oh, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm waiting for
Oh,
you to
oh no,
note on me.
that was it. Like it just,
Oh, yes, yes.
for you to see,
Yeah.
you're already receiving it and you're already comprehending it. You're just not integrating it up into the conscious. Like you're already comprehending it. Like you're comprehending me. Do you know?
I do. I do. And yeah, I do. I really do. And that's why I'm in like deep appreciation and gratitude because for me, like, even though if you're outside, like not you or me, but if people were outside looking in, if they couldn't
There's a
sit,
lot.
yeah, they wouldn't, there would be no way for them to even get it. But for me, it's like, oh, yes. Oh, yes. And the fact and that everything shows in the way that you operate. Like, you know what I mean? Because for me,
So
if you were to take that away from me, let's say you were to say all of the other things like, no, you can't trust what you see. No, you can't trust what you feel. No, actually, you know what I mean? But you've consistently, because that's something that's done where people try to take away other people, not you, but like people try to make people think that what they see and feel is not
you just
true.
referred to Jason just then
Oh,
and someone else as well. You referred to two people. You gave me a flash of the pattern of their energy. It's the not wanting to be vulnerable in the tops of the solar plexus is what causes that. Not wanting to be vulnerable in the soul, not wanting to be vulnerable overall. But yeah, sorry to interrupt.
what was I saying? I forget. No, not because you interrupted. It's
No,
okay.
but it is because I interrupted, but that's okay. Let's see if we can find it again. When people don't want to, if they were on the outside of the room looking in, and then
My
if they said you
relation,
can't trust you.
like, okay, let's say how, when I say intimately, I don't mean romantic, right? People get weird about that word. It's just like very close relation, right? Like you're seeing deeply into, right? Okay. So when there is that, there's a great capacity for not just manipulation, but control, right? Because I've been so open, so vulnerable, you could have easily came in and negated everything in there and said, no, you need to do this, this, and this, and put me in a state of like running on a treadmill, like chicken with no head. Like you could have easily done that. You could have easily taken away everything that I've done for myself. And because of how close you came in, I would have believed you. Do you know what I'm saying? So what
And
I'm,
I think,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry,
Well,
that is also part of the reason why I'm stepping it out so slow and why I don't do it until you ask. That's why that's important as well. But go on.
yeah, because like, let's say I let you in and those things would have happened. Obviously that would have a really bad negative, it would have a really harmful effect on me. But you always reinforce, embrace, and encourage those parts of me that are there, that are strong and beautiful and need to be expressed. So like, I appreciate that, because with the, I'm not going to say this in like a crazy way, but with the
With
power
great
I've
power
given
comes
you,
responsibility.
yes, with the power I've given you, like yeah,
But not just the power that you've given me, but
it's
the
with,
power that's
yeah,
inherent in the
that you have.
capacity. And
Yes,
that's why Jordan
and that I've
and
yielded to. You're right, that I've yielded to. So
but
yeah.
not even if you didn't yield, it's even more so. It's because when you don't yield, yielding means seeing more, and so it's actually becoming more empowered. And so we think that yielding is disempowering, but actually not yielding is disempowering. And so it's actually the people that are not yielding that are actually more vulnerable if it was a competitive framework. But that's the other layer of the thing to remember, the deep feeling of when you're looking at how to respond to them. Not that it's a response, but how to impact.
How to, yes.
Because that is the truth of it. That is the truth. And it's a risk, but it's one like the that it's well, it is a risk and it's not a risk, right?
The risk is based on the,
You know what I just heard?
what?
It's God sponsored,
Yeah.
and that's why it's not a risk. But
Right.
yeah,
If anything, I would say the risk for people is in how do you say, like the shift, like
right.
the shift of perceived uncomfortability. You know what I mean? Like that's the
But it's
risk.
real. It's so
That's
real.
it. But that's not a risk to me. You know what I mean? It's like,
Right.
yes.
But if we rewind back to Kali
Oh
when
yeah, me. Oh shit.
an
I
hour
was
ago,
like,
and if we ask her, did it feel like a risk? 100%.
well,
100%
it
it
was
felt
like
like a
this.
risk.
No, you're right. But for me, I knew you were going somewhere, but it was like, how far is she gonna go? What is she about to do? Is she about to like pull my curtains down? Like, what is she gonna do? That's what I felt like. But
That's
it
why
wasn't
it's
you. Right. It
right.
was, yeah.
And so that feeling right there,
And the
when
shame
you
of it. But it wasn't, it wasn't, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
when you're asking this question about the demonization of divinity, that right there is the root. That is the core and the root of the feeling to tap into when you want to understand why are they doing that. Why are they demonizing divinity? That right there, that moment.
Oh,
Can you see?
yeah.
It's okay if not.
Well, it's going to make, you're going to feel it no matter what. Like that was felt. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. that that feeling that was in you wasn't of you. It was feeling that you took in from the external. And it's when I said that the fear makes the whole thing, that is what's in that same feeling is in all of them each.
Oh, so you're saying like the fear that I had in this quote unquote deep darkness in me because of the external perceived reality is what in essence made it such a amplified thing, is because it was like, oh my God, this thing's inside of me. I'm so scared of it. I'm amplifying it. Therefore, somehow the relaying. Yeah, go ahead.
The fear of being bad
Mm.
is what is the whole thing in all of them on both sides. The fear of being bad, the trying to be good, the casting other people as bad. It's like, yeah, I just made it a lot bigger and I think it got a little bit overwhelming, but hopefully.
No, it didn't. It was perfect. I don't want you to go cycle. I don't want, listen, when I'm gone, no
No, you're
cycling
fine.
for you. You gotta
What
get
do you
off
mean?
well, because technically, I mean, listen, you can say I read it wrong and that's okay, but you can still use my energy, but can't, like, if you're the type of person who will be like, oh, I hope she didn't think of this, and you're trying to like cycle over it,
No,
and gate
no, 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 no,
47, you know what
no,
I'm
no,
saying? That's
no,
what I'm saying. But are we on? No, okay. You see what?
This is the deepening. The deeper we go, the harder it is to trust, and it's okay. But I'm seeing it clearly. What happened, I felt the perspective shift. It stepped too many layers at once. So when I could break it down, but I don't need to. But just understand that I could literally see your perception, and I could literally see the way that the image of your perception changed when I stepped it through too many layers. I made it too big
No, I know what
globally.
you mean. You went from that one word to now the deepest chord through my soul, and it was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. But
Uh-huh.
yeah. No, I
But
feel
it
you.
wasn't just the
Yeah.
deepest chord in your soul, it was taking the deepest core in the soul and externalizing it to the far reaches of humanity. The same
Yeah.
pattern, it
Yeah.
fractaled.
Yeah.
And that is what I was saying. Like I saw it was like, whoa, that got really big fast. That was the
Like I don't even, yeah.
image. And it's okay. I can step it out later. I saw that in that moment it was like not going in, and that's okay.
Well,
Fully, like,
oh,
because it was
with
too big.
me?
It was
Oh.
too big.
Mm,
It went too big. You need to make it went from right down close Menachie to like the biggest cosmos in like one step, and it was like, yeah, too much, but that was okay. So that is the framework and the groundwork for whatever we do with Jordan. The processing that will move through you now will, when you feel your way through it and then make sense of it in your head, and then whatever comes out of you will provide the impact now moving forward. And by that, I'm moving into pre-planning again because I think
I
we've
know.
done the 7.
I feel you. I'm with you.
Are
We're,
you though?
yes.
Not you thinking I'm worrying about
No, just
cycling
for that
or
moment where you said those words. And then I was like,
what do you
okay,
mean?
well, you said, I don't know what you said. We'll have to go back and watch it. You said something like, I know it got really overwhelmed. Like you were worried that I
I
was
got
really
overwhelmed.
overwhelmed. And I was like, don't worry about me. I was great.
I'm not wasn't worried. I was tracking what needs to happen to correct that. So I was going, that was too
Ah,
big.
I
That was
see.
overwhelming. It's going to need to be scaled back and then stepped back through again from the. I'm really a little bit like a computer program, Sages,
I
really.
know I'm laughing at that, but I love it. It's like not an issue to me at all. It's honestly, it helps me trust you more, oddly enough. Oddly
Because
enough.
it's so systemic.
Yeah, like,
Like
okay.
it startles me like when people are like, well, what was that? And then I explain it and I'm like, wow, that actually was exactly what it was.
Yeah. Because it's most familiar, because there's times I go into a function, I'm like, okay, that was a function, and like now I'm back. But what is that function? I don't know. But that's what makes me trust you, is because you're very authentic with it.
You will, the more, I know not to beat a drum, but when you process it through the feeling, the 1122 is about social. It's a social channel. The more you process it through socially and feel through it, then see it. When you make sense of it, then you'll have the ahas, and then over time, those functionalities you will see, I think. Oh, but you don't even need to worry about seeing them. Oh, because you're focused on your own process and what it means for you. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Oh, uh-huh. Oh, I see. There's a certain aspect of a limitation of, you can see me to an extent. You can see me only through your experience. So when you're seeing your experience, then you're seeing me. You don't see me by looking directly at me. You see me by looking at me through your experience. Like,
That's what I picked up earlier, is like I get to have the funnest part, is because I get to experience you through the mental emotional process. Like I get to relay it through the actual experience. Like I'm actually experiencing it, where like for me it's not a foundation, it's not a system, it's an experience. You know what I'm saying?
And it's not a logical experience. And I think that's what's hard for Jordan. But he has the 11, which is part of that experiential, and the seeker is the experiential channel as well. Seeker energy, which many people in the
Which maybe that's why he's like, if she's like a whole different person, maybe there's some value in it, because they have to notice a difference between me without you ever and then me now. Like,
yeah, because
you know,
whole
it's a
nother
big
level.
difference. Yeah. So I'm sure
I love
he's,
ya. Thank you
yeah.
for letting me breathe through and out
Yes,
any of that
yes.
fear energy that was remaining, because it was heavy on me, and I was prepared to like hold it. Um,
Oh,
and then you were like, and I asked like 3 times, like, really? Can I do it? Really? Like, really? You were like, yes, yes, yes. I'm like, okay. Um, the other thing I'll just say again as parting note, it's up to the core of the grief that's up under the armpits, and for some reason it's like weirdly hooked into the cheeks. There's something in the cheeks. Oh, I see. Thank you. I had to say it out loud to see it. Something about in the back of them, but yeah, there was big significant shifts through the arms, and then it's the grief from under the armpits, which I've been working on for like 2 years, is through the hands. The lotus, have I given you the lotus as homework
yes.
yet?
I need to apply.
Well,
My goal tomorrow, this is my goal. I'm informing. I'm turning off my phone right now. When we're done, I'm
you're
turning it
informing me of
off.
your goal.
Yes.
You
I'm
can't inform me of your goal, manifestor. But go ahead. Tell me about the things you would like to create tomorrow.
This is my goal. I'm going to turn off my
What you would
phone.
like to create tomorrow.
I
No goals,
would,
please. Go
yes.
ahead.
Oh, okay, okay. I would like to create a space with no phone off until I have done my yoga, like, you know, some body thing, some type of body thing, whatever. I don't know what, but something. Feed myself and all of the creatures that I inhabit with. And I don't know, whatever.
Process, mentally and emotionally process. The word
That,
is intention. The word is intention. You wanted to inform me of your intention, and as you informed me, I could literally feel the resistance dropping off my field, preparing to completely yield to that tomorrow. I could feel it. That's the first time I've felt a manifestor inform me and me actually feel the removal of resistance. I felt it just then.
so had I done it a different way, there would be resistance?
Yeah, but not conscious. Like,
Ah,
not consciously.
yes, yes. Okay, okay. Oh, so my intention. Okay, I got you. I got
It's
you.
like the field. It's the same as the projector thing. I felt it fall off. I felt it. I don't know how to explain it. It was like there was a path that you were intending, and there was an energetic bubble, and it was like you literally like pull, like it was like together we literally just made an energetic pathway through the energetic bubble, so that now there's like a clear thing. Path is not the right word, but there's it did a thing, and I felt it. And I felt it like relief, and I think I felt it like relief for you, actually. I think you informing me, and I was feeling it make the pathway, and then I was feeling you feel relieved at the removal of the resistance, even. Like, I don't, it was crazy. I know they talk about that, but it's the first time I've watched it. Like, I watched it as you were talking. Um, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, do that until the point when you want to engage again socially to mentally and emotionally process. Yeah.
That, yes. But
Yes.
yes.
But
That's
what?
my
But
goal.
what? But what?
I tend to just do it all day long, so I just keep my phone right there. But I need to be more, because that's what I do. I just get, no, it's not that. We'll figure it out. We'll get it together. We'll get it together.
It will self-correct. You need
It
to
will.
trust.
Yes, more breath,
Trust
more
yourself.
loosen. I think I just need to listen to the
Yourself.
song on repeat for longer. For longer.
Because the difference when I was understanding you needed to inform me of your intention of what you wanted to create,
Yes.
but the difference was goal is like an ego word, so it's potentially some tension there. So that's why the word intention will make a difference. I want to
Okay, yeah.
inform you of my intentions.
Okay, perfect.
Got it.
Because yeah,
Tick.
goals, we shoot, we score, yay, right? But I feel you.
Namaste, motherfucker. And I'm doing prayer hands from the forehead to the chest.
Okay.
Motherfucking, yeah, namaste. Oh, and then there's the cat. There's the cat affection. Giving you a cheek rub, which I haven't given you before. You know how cats rub their faces together?
Yeah.
There's one of those. It was the right cheek.
Oh.
Cat affection. There you go.
Okay.
It's like satisfied purring cat. Like, thank you
Oh,
for
good.
letting me
Okay.
clear the field. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Bye, Angela. Good night. Or good night. You're probably going to sleep.
Well, it's late. It's late for both of us, but now the work is done and now we rest. Now we float,
Yes.
she says. Now
Now
we float.
float. And to everybody, Allie, we see you. Tonight was kind of like a bubble, but we will open the bubble soon.
Oh my
And
gosh. Okay, hold on. Don't close the window real quick. Let me just
okay,
read.
you're good to go until you're done. Okay.
Thank you.
You are good to go until you're done. Like I'm
It's
not.
gonna take like 2 seconds. I think there's
You're
only like
good.
5
No, you just
comments.
let me know. We'll do it in silence. I'll be breathing and you do you.
A little hot. Do you know what it is to have someone let me finish my cycles?
Listen,
Oh, like
I
literally the
honor.
relief.
Yeah, you do it. I see, but now, and Oren taught me how to do this too. He taught me how to really observe somebody's cycles, because I'd be like just always confused. And he's like, oh, there's cycles. Like, oh, okay. So yeah, I've observed some things that you don't ever read the freaking chat, and then you read the chat. So you do your cycle where you read the chat.
So I was like, it's finished, and then I was like, wait. I haven't done the thing. Okay, I'm done.
You're good.
Yeah, Ali Fafa, we were like deep in it. We've been deep in it. I don't even know. We stepped out of time and space and went into the deep depth of the ocean, the bottom of the ocean, which is the height of the stars at the same time.
Don't you love correspondence?
Because sages, we don't go down and then up. We go up and down simultaneously. The movement up and down is an illusion.
It's correspondence.
If we are going down, we are going up. But also there is one that looks superficially like it is an up, but it's actually a down. And there's one that looks like it's a down, but it's actually an up.
The trickery.
When the energy is moving, once we've got all the blocks off, fuck, it's satisfying. Because I'm like, bleh, let me tell you the things, bleh.
No, but that's the thing too. Yes, I love that. No, I love that about a generator is I'm realizing with the right request, you could like get so much. You're like, whoa, what's in there? Where is that coming from? Like, how deep does it
Right,
go? Like
right.
so much information, but not from the top, from the bottom. So, but
Because it's
correspondingly, it is the
seeing the
top.
response.
Yeah, yeah.
And Jeremiah Miller though said a crush followed by some sass about how women are interesting. But yeah,
Right.
damn, damn, Daniel. Oh,
Jeremiah. Alrighty. Alrighty.
oh, and now it's the fingers come up into the side by side mudra of peace either side of the body. So it goes above the head, it comes to the forehead, it comes to the chest, and then they come up and out and they sit either side. Do you know the mudra I'm talking about? That's what your field's doing now. I'll send you a picture.
Yes,
I don't have to send you a picture. I'll wait until you
yes.
come back and then I'll send you a picture.
Send me the picture when we're done. And
Okay.
well, I'm seeing, I'm
But
trying
then
to
we'll
see.
end up talking.
Yeah, don't. Okay, don't. But
I'll
do
wait
it.
until you come back.
But
But
don't.
you know the one, the
Do I need
thumbs
to
to the
say it
middle
before
finger,
bed? Do I need to see it? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, I do. Okay, yeah.
either
With like,
side,
yes.
and
Got
they
you.
kind of come up and then they settle back down either side of the body, and then it's like
Are you
that it's
saying I
that
should do
now.
that? But you wouldn't tell a manifestor
Um,
what to do, but I should do that. Yes.
Energetically, it's not a correction. There's some are corrections and some are reflections. This one is a
Mm.
reflection. This is like your field is
Oh.
literally like peace hands and that is like, and that's why with those clamps you can do them, but it's also your field is doing them. So it's like, yeah, sure, you can formalize it into the 3D, but actually like
Ah,
I'm witnessing the movement into like now it's proper peace.
oh, my field is like now. Oh my God. Okay.
Now it's in you're like literally sitting like a Buddha, like and seeing with that. Well, that's how it feels to me. You'd have to confirm or deny my allegations
No, I agree. I
of
do feel very
peacefulness.
peaceful. I feel very peaceful. Yes, I
Did it
do.
get more peaceful though? Or is it the same?
Well, you want me to be honest? Since
Uh-huh.
my field became peaceful, I became even more peaceful that my field is peaceful. So now I'm extra peaceful.
Uh-huh. It's a formalization. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Not me bracing, like you want to be honest. I thought you were gonna be like, no, Angela, you kept me up so late past bed that now all my peace is gone.
No, I'm extra peaceful from the peaceness of my field. Like that gives me safety and
Uh,
security moving forward. So thank you.
Feedback loop, positive feedback loop.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. We love those. Alrighty.
You're in the humming position and you got the like chef the perfect A-OK emoji, hand emoji.
And my body should
Everything is in
follow. Yes.
tip top shape. Oh, and this top of that right shoulder just released. So I trust that my work here is done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Goodbye, Jeremiah. Thank you for
Goodbye.
dropping by. I don't, yeah,
Love
we're going to bed. That's what's happening.
this. Yes. Yes. Until next time, everybody. Until the thing, Angela, and we'll see you there. And good night, everybody. Thank you. Thank you again. We love you, Jeremiah. Bye. Silence now. Okay,
You're
bye.
waiting for me to say bye, but you don't understand. Each time that I keep
I
talking,
know. I know.
you
Trust
just
me.
reply. Like I'll
I know
say
what you
anything,
were
you say anything.
doing. I know what you were doing. That's why
No,
I had to
you
say
hang up.
something.
No,
Okay.
you hang up.
Okay, bye, everybody.